And we're live. Welcome back. This is episode 17 of the Irish Whips and Arm Drags podcast. Joining me, we got Deadshot Dizek. How are you, friend?
I'm good, man. Glad to be here as always. I'm ready to show up and show out and talk some shit.
Hell yeah. And joining us again is Brandon Zale. How do you say your last name? Zaleskuk? Zaleskuk? I'm so, dude, I did not even mean to. I didn't even mean to say it like that.
Zalas Chuck. Zales.
That's
Okay, so no, I'm the star. We're gonna do a retake. Take two. Yes. My name is Brendan Zalachuk, episode motherfucker 17. Whoop whoop. We're gonna have a great show tonight. We're gonna have a
Whoop,
great
whoop.
time. Let's do it.
No, I'm
And
sorry,
above
I
me
really
here-
didn't mean-
Yeah, and above me, I'm taking over this shit since she fucked my name up here. Okay, and above me is my good dear friend from Ireland, who is 11 p.m. at his time, but he doesn't give a fuck about hours. He's the night wolf, for God's sakes. Welcoming Paladin of the Light. Paladin, how you doing, my friend?
it's
I'm
good to be
sorry.
here. Yeah, it's nighttime in the Emerald Isle, but I am always here. It's great to be here on the show and
Wayfarer, welcome in.
and to bless you all with thine holy presence. May I say that?
Thy holiest.
I say. All right, so we got a lot of topics for today. If we get through them all, great. If not, we'll get to what we can and cover the rest at a future date. And it looks like we're going to be a four-piece today, unless others jump in midway. So let's start off with the great news that was announced last Monday, like last week's Monday. Demolition inducted into the 2026 WWE Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Axe and Smash. Great tag team back in the day. Very true to serving. It's about damn time they got inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I didn't have like a lot of knowledge on Demolition, but congratulations.
They were an awesome tag team, and one of the reasons why it took them this long to get inducted to the Hall of Fame, many years ago, the 2010s, Demolition, along with several wrestlers, tried to sue WWE for, like lack of health care, poor concussion protocols and
Oh, that
stuff
was
like
Jesse
that.
the Body Ventura. They try to unionize.
And Demolition was a part of that lawsuit too. And I think that was one of the main reasons for so long they never got inducted and they got their flowers. But I'm glad about time. They had a great career. They're one of the greatest tag teams of the golden era. That's awesome. Much love, respect to them. And you guys have a great night when you get to Vegas and enjoy the induction.
Hell yeah.
Oh
Does
yeah.
anybody know
Um,
if there's a reason why Demolition Crush wasn't in that?
I think it's because they're only doing just the original two. Crush was brought in because Axe was leaving the company at the time, and they're winding him out, and Crush was going to be the replacement.
Okay.
So that's why he was
gotcha.
brought in. So I'm just guessing that's why they just want to stick to the original two.
yeah,
Gotcha.
sounds right. Yeah.
Like it wouldn't hurt. Like I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't include all three, but I understand why they didn't include Brian Adams.
Yeah.
And that's all I got to say about Demolition. Congratulations. Anyone else have words for Demolition?
Well, no, again, they were before my time. I was the Attitude Era guy. I was not, Mr. Golden Era or sort of New Generation. But what I do know is that at one stage, Demolition held the record for the longest tag team title reign before the New Day overtook them. But I do know that they were a very legendary tag team. You could tell by like the makeup and probably their cool music that that Catman was telling me about on our podcast. Yeah, big congratulations to them. Much deserved. Did take a lot of time, but welcome to the Hall of Fame, boys.
And they were the answer to the Road Warriors at the time. Vince McMahon couldn't get the Road Warriors to the WWF. So it's kind of like their version of it and their way of answering. Oh, we got our own Road Warriors. We got the Demolition. And Yeah, they probably got the label Road Warrior Copycats, but they were a good tag team and they were able to create their own legacy and carve their own path. Besides just being Road Warrior clones or knockoffs they were labeled at the time. But yeah, much love to them.
Much
Awesome
love to
tag team.
Connor and Victor. They deserve it.
I'm
Okay,
just
no,
inviting
Dice
some
Nick-
people.
Yeah, that's a ascension there, buddy. But I
Yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Then should I wait if I go to the next topic then? Not sure inviting the others?
No, let's just keep going.
Keep going. Okay, so
We got
let's
so
go.
many topics. We have so much to talk about.
That's true. So I'm just gonna go the order that I have them here. All right, AJ Styles' true reason for retirement finally comes out after WWE exit. While AJ recently signed a new deal to remain with the WWE in a behind-the-scenes development role, Carl Anderson revealed that the decision to retire wasn't about ability; it was about physical wear. Speaking on Busted Open Radio on February 27th, Anderson made it clear that AJ could still perform at an elite level if he wanted to. So Carl had this to say, and I quote, "Yeah, it's clear that AJ Styles can still go in the ring and do what he always been able to do. I think he can still do it as well as anybody in the entire world. We see what he can do. I obviously wanted AJ to keep going. I wanted him to go for another 5 years, and I know that he can. We all know that he can. But when I looked at him in his eyes after Raw and said I didn't know if he was going to retire or not, he told me, dude, I'm too beat up. My neck hurts, my back hurts, and I truly want to help train the next generation." It was like, man, he truly means it. I know he's going to be able to walk away with his health. He's hurt and beat up like we all are, but the fact that he can still walk, still be a dad, and still move around, I think he's happy he got out while he can on his own terms. End quote. Yeah, that's fair then too, especially if he's banged up and having a bad neck and his back is bugging him. Get out while you can. Like, don't keep crippling yourself. And again, like we talked about last week when he got inducted, great career. Like, great career. He has nothing to be ashamed of. Like, he deserves his retirement. He's going to be a great coach to the younger talent. He's going to be at home more often with his kids. Overall, this is a great career path for the guy. He's going to do well at it. So again, like we all said last week, AJ, thank you again for the memories. And just look after yourself. And glad you're able to leave on your own terms.
Yo,
If anyone else wants to say
let's give it
something
to
about
Dizek. I know he loves AJ.
let's see, Paladin, let's go to you. Dizek?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
to
Dizek, go ahead, my friend.
Okay. I made a
Okay.
video kind of since I wasn't on last week. I kind of made a video covering this AJ Styles topic, and it's a pretty long video. I hope somebody goes checks it out. But basically, I get why AJ decided to leave. This business does wear on you. I remember seeing Critical Drinker have Chris Jericho on for one of his streams, and Jericho explained that taking these bumps is like mini car accidents on your body, and you're doing this, twice a week, every week of the year, basically, and traveling. So I think we can all universally agree on Carl Anderson's take that AJ can definitely go, and I think he still can if he really wants to, but he just I could tell he doesn't want to. And I agree with Brendan. Like, it's good to get out while you can still walk, while you still got functioning body parts, even if your insides are complete soup. AJ still looks like he's able to walk. He's able to, be with his family. He wants, like, that was what really kind of got me that Monday, was seeing that he was like, I want to be a dad. I want to be a husband. I just want to do regular ass shit that, we don't get as WWE superstars. And so I appreciate the hell out of that. And AJ Styles' career, like, you can't really say that you can be like, there's nothing disappointing about what he's done. Even in his shit runs in WWE, it's AJ fucking Styles. Like, there's nothing bad to say about the guy, really. And I can't say I'm particularly disappointed with how his career's gone. So, in spite of my numerous dream matches I wish we could see, I just, I just would rather see them as dream matches than have them be reality and face the possibility that AJ Styles may never walk again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome words there, Isaac. Awesome words. Paladin, you my friend.
Well, AJ Styles has had a hell of a career, definitely, but he's not young anymore. He's not 25 years of age where he can shake this off. He's almost 50. He's 49 this year, I think. And yeah, I'm happy he's getting out. While he can, still walk, still do things, still enjoy everything, because he's a big family man. That's what I do know. And he likes to make sure he can still be with his children and everything like that. And it's great to see that he'll be training the next generation, hopefully training high flyers to do their stuff right, to perfect their moves that they do, because they are so reckless. And AJ did it the safest way possible. And yeah, he's still sore. I can imagine if he gets out of bed, his body is sore. He wished he could tell you, but you'd have to sit down and talk with him yourself. And like Chris Jericho did bring up a good point. Yeah, each move they do is like the mini car accident on their body. I'm sure I could ask any wrestler back in the day. I could ask Austin what it was like taking, choke slams or taking double arm DDTs or whatever. Sure, they would tell you it hurts. Sure, like even William Regal was one of the most technically sound wrestlers ever. Says that, yeah, when I get up in the morning, my neck hurts because he's got like bolts in his neck. He's had to get surgery. And, but the one thing that just vexes me is that, like, wrestlers of today won't listen to him about neck issues. It's like, you should listen to him about neck issues, because he got out while he could still walk and not be in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tommy, how about you, my friend?
Yeah, AJ Styles, man. There's nothing else that he can really accomplish in his career. He's done it all, figuratively and literally. I don't think there's a belt that he needs to win or hasn't won yet. And there's more to life than wrestling. At the end of the day, it's a job. It's a lifestyle for sure, but personal life, he needs to take the rest of his life. Who knows how long wrestlers live? We've seen wrestlers die in their 40s, and AJ Styles is about that age where most of these, especially back in the day in the steroid era, they were dropping like flies in their 40s, man. Eddie Guerrero,
Rick Rude,
British Bulldog, all those guys died really young, and I think AJ Styles, he just needs to relax, like Thanos when he snapped his fingers and he goes to the farm. He just needs to go to a farm and just chill out now, because he's done it all. And congratulations on retirement, my man. I will definitely send people to Dizek's video. He's got a long video about that. But yeah, we'll just leave it there, short and sweet, since we got like 11,000 topics.
I mean, I'm going to tell you guys, it was a busy week for topics. It really was a busy week.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the next one here. All right. AEW Collision facing uncertain future after UFC cable shift comments during Paramount merger call. So Meltzer Magoo, on a recent discussion on his show, he broke down what he proposed Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery merger could mean for AEW. The proposed merger would combine Pluto, Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Bet Plus, and Discovery Plus, into a single streaming platform that could reportedly reach around 200 million global subscribers. But the red flag came when executives discussed sports properties during the call. UFC was mentioned, but AEW was not. So Dave Meltzer had this to say. When they talked about UFC, they did not talk about AEW. They talked about sports, and AEW is listed as entertainment, not sports. When they talked about UFC, one of the things that they talked about was the idea that we can put UFC back on cable. They're only a couple weeks in, and that immediately told me no one has said this or will admit this, that they already realized that they made a bad deal. The worst case scenario is if they just go, hey, we're going to put the UFC on, it's going to draw more viewers than AEW and get rid of Collision. End quote. Wow. So could Collision now be at risk losing its TV spot if UFC enters the TNT conversation? I think so too, because if you look at AEW Dynamite on Wednesday, an average you get 650,000 viewers. Well, Collision on Saturday, they go, they're in that mid 200 to 50-ish thousand viewers, so a lot lower than Dynamite. If UFC does get added back onto cable, yes, so Meltzer is right. One of the rare times you'll hear me say that. UFC will outdraw AEW for sure in the ratings. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. So if the networks do that and they look at the numbers Collision is doing, they might go ahead and take Collision off the air. They did it with Rampage. Rampage was the other show they had on TV, and that show was not doing well, and they took it off. So yeah, I think Collision might be red flag here soon. I really do. Let's see. Isaac, let's go to you about this, my friend.
Yeah, I agree mostly with what you said, Brendan, because like if you look at what happened to Rampage, it's such a surprising story because Rampage was the same show where CM Punk returned to professional wrestling after 8 years of being gone. His most highly anticipated return was on a show that got canceled.
I didn't know that. I thought it was Dynamite he came back.
No, it was Rampage, dude. Like, it was,
I did not know that. Okay, this is news to me. Okay, go on.
And if you look at like what Rampage was doing, it's basically the same thing as Collision. It's like a bunch of meaningless jobber dark matches, and it was the very show. Like, they needed CM Punk's massive return to give it ratings, and then it ends up being cut. And now all of Tony Khan's like, we got to have obligatory dark matches where your favorite AEW original squashes a local person, and then we have a promo from Mark Briscoe, and then like a handful of good matches, a bunch of freaking luchadors from CMLL show up. There's no like continuity on Collision. There's no like sense of what's it called, like interest by I guess you could just say the IWC, because they film Collision a lot of the time back to back with Dynamite, so it just feels like they're airing the dark matches basically. And so occasionally there's overlap, there's story continuations occasionally, but again, it's mostly like meaningless trios matches and shit like that. In comparison to what UFC draws and the normies that UFC attracts, of course UFC is going to fucking wash Collision. It's not even a debate at that point. Collision would probably get canceled without UFC and the Paramount merger happening, just based on the interest alone of AEW Collision at its peak. So that's sort of my take on that.
Okay. And Tommy, before we go to you, I just want to get it out there. Collision was created because when Punk was still in the company, Tony Khan's grand idea was to keep CM Punk and his cronies on one show, Collision, and keep the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega on Dynamite, which, in my opinion, that is a horrible idea. I agree with CM Punk. That was a horrible idea. That's not going to work. In hindsight, being 2020, in my opinion, Collision should have never been a show. Keep it just Dynamite and Dark on YouTube.
Yes, they created Collision specifically to put all the Island of Misfit toys of all the wrestlers that were brawling with each other backstage. Collision was a show for CM Punk, and then they fired CM Punk.
And then this is what happened. So Punk got fired. Tony Khan was thinking, "Oh fuck, now what do I do with the show? Like paid all this money and investment into it, but my
Exactly.
guy is not here. I fired him." But yeah, Paladin, actually no, Tommy, let's go to you for this, my friend.
Okay. What were we talking about?
So Meltzer basically summed up. He was reporting that during the Paramount Warner Brothers Discovery merger call, they were talking about UFC possibly being brought back to cable, and if they do that, could AEW Collision be taken off air for UFC, as AEW was not mentioned at all during the call?
Okay, so it's like a two-part question for the UFC. UFC needs to be on cable because their pay-per-views have never been a hot ticket. Like they got famous because of Brock Lesnar. When Brock Lesnar became a UFC fighter, their tickets skyrocketed. And that's just a fact. I'm not making that up. The UFC has always kind of been a struggling business. Dana White will admit to that. Because there is no storyline. It's just combat sports. And, people who like combat sports, who've done combat sports, it's appealing. But, it misses a lot of the glitz and glamour of like a professional wrestling show. So I think they need to be on cable just to get their ad revenue, because you could run a lot of ads on cable.
Yeah.
And it would be a good business move for Dana White, or I don't even know if Dana White's still the president, but I think he still represents him. But yeah, I think it's TKO now, right?
Yeah, because UFC was also part of that merger too with WWE.
So yeah, I mean, if they want to do that, they should go for it. I mean, they could probably get a streaming deal, but I know their whole thing is like pay-per-views, and I think they were on ESPN too at one point. And as far as AEW goes, AEW has a lot of talent. I was aware of CM Punk splitting up the roster and, like you said, putting all the misfits on one show and then like all the veterans on another show. That was a stupid move. I don't really know what he was thinking. I don't know what Tony Khan's thinking half the time. Collision, should it be off the air? I can't really give you an opinion because I haven't watched a lot of AEW. But I know that, I think someone mentioned it was like a big jobber heavy show. So it might be good for some jobbers to get some TV time, learn how to wrestle on TV, get that experience. But other than that, I don't really see the value in it if everybody else is watching Dynamite, right? That's the other show.
Yeah.
So
That's their flagship show on Wednesdays.
Yeah, the flagship show is Dynamite, so I don't know, man. If that Collision could become their developmental brand, maybe like an NXT, unless that's already what it is. But yeah, I can't really say if that's I can't weigh the pros or cons to that, man.
Okay, fair enough. Paladin, let's go to you.
Right. I think, to be honest, what's the appeal of Collision? Like, why is it still here? I mean, for God's sake, it could easily go the same way that Rampage did. Like, it just gets thrown off the air, and that's just another wasted project for Tony Khan. Now, I can understand, okay, he made it so that the bickering would stop, but that's what it was made for. If it wasn't made for any other purpose, then why are you still keeping it? I mean, it's not like they could build their own little training center and start working on their craft behind the scenes. Tony, because you have the cash. But sure, what do I know? I'm not a businessman. But with all these mergers happening and new deals, and now that UFC is there, UFC knows how to draw ratings. Collision can't. What, 600,000 viewers? Is that supposed to be awesome? No. Which is a bigger number. If UFC could get 4.8 million viewers to 600K, which is the bigger number. Yeah. And then you'd have if Dave questioned it, I'd have this question for Dave. do you know where you are? Because he's getting to that age where you have to ask him that question. Yeah. Wait, sir. Wait, yeah. There's just some people in life you have to ask that question to. Dave, you're getting to that age where I
Yep,
have to ask.
Jerry Sills. We constantly have to remind him that he's live.
Yeah. Exactly. He's getting up in age where you have to ask that question. It's not an insult. It's a fact of life. So where I see this going is that AEW Collision could lose a TV deal. They could get axed. Dynamite, they're safe for now. That's my take.
Okay. Now, for the next handful of topics, I call this part of the show the Vicodin, Tylenol, Advil headache part of the show.
Jesus.
So the reason why these modern wrestling fans, guys, or actually rephrase that, these wrestling fans.
Well, I called it neckbeards gone wild.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna start with the first one here. And this is unfortunate these people go through this stuff. It really is. Britt Baker is no longer a full-time dentist due to death threats from wrestling fans. So Britt was at a Sports Illustrated event recently, and the interviewer, Adam Glynn, asked how she's doing and if she's good enough to get back in the ring. Baker said that she would not say that she's retired and thanked fans for being passionate. Britt said the following, and I quote, "I just love that the fans are still talking about me, so keep the chatter up, because I love it and just stay tuned." End quote. She also says she's not a full-time dentist anymore, explaining that some safety issues at her practice caused her to scale back a bit. And that's what she had to say about that. As much as I love wrestling fans, they can be a little too passionate sometimes for their own good and for my own safety. It got a little carried away sometimes with some scary wrestling fans wanting to come kill me because I'm a bad guy. End quote. Okay. I don't know where to begin on this one. Part of me wants to say, do they know wrestling's a work? Like, what she portrays on TV is not really her. But honestly, guys, for those that do know, you might agree with this. For those that don't know, you may understand where I'm coming from. I think the majority of these death threats that she's getting, it was known that she and Adam Cole were in a relationship at one point. Adam Cole is beloved by, the modern wrestling fans and from, the men and women at AEW backstage. And were rumors circling around that Britt Baker cheated on him. And they eventually did come out saying that it was mutual, that they're going to end their relationship. So I think that's where the death threats are coming from. Are these just cycle fans coming after Britt Baker? Like, why go to her other profession and threaten her life? Don't you got better things to do besides, threaten someone? Should you be on the treadmill losing weight? Should you be fucking giving your mom a call, see how grandma's doing, touch grass, make a sandcastle for God's sakes? But no, you gotta go threaten someone's life.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. I don't get these people. Pal, let's start with you on this, my friend.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay. Now, all joking aside that I do with Britt Baker, because of the whole drinking, whatever. So I'm going to just hold back on this, okay? Like, okay, she's not my favorite wrestler. Okay, she doesn't have to be. Okay? But I would never, and I mean never, ever do anything like this to her. Ever. I would, if I ever did meet her in public, I'd be respectful, I'd be nice, and not do something that is just inappropriate, because I had good parenting, which is something a lot of these kids don't have. That's why I'm such a mild-mannered man today, and why I don't do things like this, And the fact that they're threatening her at her workplace, that is just disgusting. I mean, again, I would never do this. As there's wrestlers, as much as I don't like them, I don't attack them personally. I don't want to go after them personally. Like, I just wouldn't go out in public and just, degrade them. I'd rather just have at least a decent conversation. So, I can understand what Britt Baker is going through. It sucks. And unfortunately, she had to, break up with Adam Cole. Now, the thing about Adam Cole is that he is a beloved indie darling. Who does not love Adam Cole if you're a neckbeard? If you're a neckbeard, Adam Cole is their god. They probably have posters on their walls worshiping him, and having like tapes of Adam Cole bangers, no matter which promotion he's in. They've probably got tons of tapes, DVDs, all that stuff. So when that happened, she got the majority of the heat because they were like in their brains, how dare you do that to Adam Cole? He is everything, and then they just go after her for that reason. So you're telling me, in your pea brain minds, you should go after a woman because, oh, heaven forbid, she had to break up with your favorite indie darling and Adam Cole.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm sorry.
That's how
That,
mature
that's
these
just,
people
yeah,
are,
that's,
right?
Yeah, petty. Sorry, just petty.
Yeah, I agree. See, Thomas, go to you.
Yeah, this happens a lot with celebrities and some of the more popular streamers. Like, if you break up with a streamer that everybody likes, all of their fans end up threatening the girl that broke their heart. It's happened to celebrities, streamers, and now we see it with the professional wrestling community. I know Brendan was kidding, like, they should go take a bath, do something better, but these people are mentally ill. I don't think they have the capability to take care of themselves, let alone, separate reality and fiction. Like, yeah, I feel bad for Britt Baker if she has to stop being a dentist, the teeth doctor. I love my dentist. She's helping me out, fix my chompers. We need dentists, okay? Everybody else who has, professional wrestling, a lot of them have second jobs to support their hobby, which is wrestling. And Britt Baker made it to the highest level, not WWE, but just like a tier down at AEW. And she doesn't really need to be a dentist anymore, so good for her. But I think it still sucks because when you have a career and you're good at something, you don't let that go easily. So it has to be a sacrifice to let that go for her own safety. Unfortunately, she can't have a watchdog or a bodyguard all the time. So it might be the best call, especially when you're basically a celebrity at one point. So, do I feel bad for her? Yeah, but it also comes with the territory. You're going to get death threats. And it's one thing if it's online, but if they're showing up to her workplace, that's way too far. And I can't condone that type of behavior. And
That's crossing the line.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, not to get political, but like, it's like the political violence people when they try to do stuff in person. It's one thing if you say, oh, fuck these people on Facebook or Instagram. It's another thing when you're trying to kill somebody. And I think that's way too far.
Absolutely. Diasec, how about you, my friend?
So this is slightly off topic, but it is relevant. I watched a Eminem documentary recently that was about Stan. The songs, it was about the Stans. It was about Eminem fans. And
great
I've seen
song.
this documentary. Great documentary, too.
It was a pretty good documentary, but essentially fans bring us together. Fandom is a great thing. Fandom is something that we all celebrate. It's what brought us together on this podcast. But
Absolutely.
the sad reality is there are people out there that take it too far. And me personally, I don't really find, if I were to meet a celebrity, which I've met a couple, I've met Booker T, I've met Tommy Dreamer, I've met a handful of wrestlers before, and the most I've ever wanted from them was a handshake and a picture. I didn't really want to know about their personal lives. I didn't really want to know anything about them. I never wanted to send death threats to anybody, especially if I didn't know them personally. The worst case scenario, if I hate a celebrity, I make a video about it. It's something that I try and, do that's a healthy thing. I would never go out and try and find somebody. Like you said, Brendan, there's better things for me to do. There's better things that people on a regular basis have to do than chase down a celebrity. What the fuck? Okay, Britt Baker's a dentist, and she's very pretty. She's very talented.
She's
but
a fine woman.
Why the hell would you go out of your way to send death threats or try to assassinate her or do anything to her? Like, what would possess you to even waste your time to do that? You must have literally got nothing going on in life to go out of your way for a person you don't know, let alone a celebrity that doesn't care about you. Like, it's so bizarre. And you know, what was the reason why people were saying that? It was because like Adam Cole broke up with her or something? Like, was that?
That's just my guess, because that was the rumor going around, and just thinking, okay, Adam Cole is very beloved, backstage. He's very beloved by the IWC. That's just me taking a guess. Could that be why she's getting death threats from these lunatics? Because
I
they're
would
Adam
bet
Cole defenders.
it's part of it. Yeah.
I would think so too.
It's very possible, and that's new to me. I've never known anybody to love Adam Cole that much. I just assumed before you guys mentioned it that Adam Cole changed his name to JD McDonough and he joined the Judgment Day. But I wasn't wearing my glasses that day, so
That's fine.
basically, like, this happened to Ava, the Rock's daughter. It happened to Rhea Ripley. It happens all the time. Like Liv Morgan. I think Sonya Deville too. I don't understand why professional wrestling fans in particular go this hard to like go out of their way to stalk and harass wrestling fans. It's so fucking bizarre, dude. I just don't get it.
I don't get it. Me either. All right, now on to the next segment of Vicodin Tylenol Advil headache portion of the show.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Go ahead.
Ex WWE star Caitlyn blasts fans for bringing her leaked photos to signings.
All right.
So a few years ago, Caitlyn had her iCloud hacked, which she had private photos of herself that was for her and for her partner that were leaked onto the internet. So Caitlyn, on her YouTube channel on February 25th, she revealed that at autograph signings, some fans have brought printed copies of the leaked images of her to sign, something she said used to trigger her. She admitted the encounters were humiliating and painful because she never consented to those images being shared. Caitlyn said the following: "There have been times at autograph signings where someone has brought a printed out photo of one of those leaked images for me to sign. It used to really trigger me. It hasn't happened often, but enough for me to know how to handle it now. It was embarrassing and it hurt because it wasn't my decision to share that." End quote. And Paladin, I'm gonna go with you on this. Question is, what is wrong with these people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, yeah, hello, Madhouse.
Hello, Kat Myers.
Hello.
She's in the chat there. So let's say hello to her.
Oh, hey there. How are you? Let me just see. Wait for hello, guys. Oh, hey, Lady Cat. How you doing? Yeah, Wayfarer. I know. Welcome to the internet. Right. So here's what I have to say about the whole Caitlyn thing. Okay. Okay. Kind of first off, what did you expect? Okay, when you have illicit pictures or sort of videos of a sexual nature and you save them onto, say, a OneDrive, a cloud drive, whatever, you should expect that someone is going to hack it. Someone is going to leak it. And someone's going to leak it onto the internet. I mean, I don't understand it. These wrestlers should just keep it to themselves. Just keep it behind closed doors. Don't film it. Don't do anything with it. And, just keep your sexual kind of antics at home. Don't do that. But unfortunately, Caitlyn made the mistake, like so many have. She had to save them. Unfortunately, they got hacked, got leaked. I will put my hand up and say I have seen them, because they're out there on the internet. It's available. But the difference being is that I would not do that to her. I would not bring her pictures like that. I'd say, could you sign this, please? I would look like such a creep. Okay? Like, that is disgusting. That these psychopathic sort of neckbeards would just come to her autograph signing and just have like these leaked images of her and just be like, could you sign that? I'm surprised like she hasn't punched them in the face at this point, or
It's
hasn't
fucking
just said,
disgusting.
yeah, it and hasn't said like, hey, security, could you just get these guys out of here? You know, you have to like that's how it should be. But I think as for Caitlyn, she shouldn't have to go through this. But at the end of the day, you know, you had to put them on some sort of like a, like a storage system. And you know how a lot of these hacker neckbeards are like. They love to get the good stuff. It's what they do, and they just so happened to have had you in the radar, and you just got hacked. And okay, yeah, your stuff got leaked. Okay, and it can be embarrassing, but the one thing that I find disgusting is that these psychopaths would bring these leaked images to her signings and try and get them to sign them. What the hell?
Yeah, what's wrong with these people? Like, were they dropped as a baby? Probably yes. Yeah. Let's see. Diasnick, let's go to you, my friend.
Whenever my iCloud got hacked and videos of me clapping a tortoise cheeks got leaked onto the internet, and one of my local fans came up to me and was like, "Hey, can you tell me about this?" He was genuinely asking me if I made a mistake, and I did the reverse. I signed it and said, "Put it on eBay." But Caitlyn is fine as fuck. I will say that those leaks were great. But I will say though, it is kind of messed up. It is really like, why would you show up to a signing or a con with a leaked image? Like okay. For the weirdos out there, if it's an OnlyFans thing, right? If the celebrity in question is releasing an OnlyFans image and a fan comes up with a OnlyFans image that they paid for to get signed, that's a little bit different because that's consent versus the non-consent, leaked image.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Bingo.
That's it makes you question like what goes on in a person's cereal brain that makes them do something like that. All the milk and cereal going on in that little skull of theirs. But
the
Fruity Loops.
Look, I get it. Caitlyn makes me go like that sometimes too. She's a hometown girl. I can't even look her in the eyes. I don't even know what eye color she has. I've never seen her hair. I've never seen anything above the neck, basically. So I get it. Sometimes she makes you mushy brain, but you got to have a little bit of self-control,
And they don't. These people don't. They really don't. All right, Tommy, you, my friend.
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking off what Dysek said. If she's like a adult film star or a mattress actress, and they have cons for that. They have cons where they willingly go. You can hug them. Sometimes they let you slap their ass. They'll give you an autograph. If you're really trying to meet, a prawn star, go to that convention. I think it's so fucked up. Like I have sisters, and so I've already learned how to deal with women, and growing up with them, you kind of learn to respect them just because you're around them. And I would hate for this to happen to one of my sisters. And it's gross. I don't condone that action. Caitlyn is very attractive. I think attractive women, they have life easy to a point because, everyone's going to open a door for you. Guys are going to buy you drinks at the bar. At that part, you have life fucking made. But there is the scary reality that everybody wants to get in your pants. And, I think good for her for calling it out. You know, hopefully that stops. And I'm not gonna say it's everybody. It had to be one person that ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always the one person. Like, it's gonna get to the point where there's no longer gonna be, fan being agrees, because there's gonna be that one jackass that's gonna ruin it for everybody. And we're
Oh yeah.
already
I
we're already
agree.
up there, like a stain
Amen.
up there. And it's unfortunate. It
Amen.
really is.
Yeah. It's really sad. You know, it'd be kind of like for example. Now, I always found Trish Stratus like hell attractive back when I was younger. She still is attractive today, like even at 50. But and let's say I got a chance to meet her. I was like, oh, I'm really excited to get an autograph and maybe get a picture. And then some lunatic, makes say an AI generated photo of her naked, and then it's like she doesn't want to do them anymore. I'd be like, you bastard! I don't even get a chance to, even get her to sign maybe like one of her, WWF posters or something like that. One bad apple spoils the bunch.
Yep, that is very true. Now, segment 3 of this part of the show. AEW star Harley Cameron leaves Twitter amid harassment from fans. So on the February 25th edition of Dynamite, Harley Cameron and her tag partner Willow Nightingale were in a match against Penelope Ford and Megan Bayne. And this all started, by the way, from a fan in the audience was holding their phone and got it on their phone and uploaded it. There was a spot in the match where Harley and Willow were outside of the ring, and Penelope was on the top rope as she was going to do a top rope moonsault onto Harley and Willow. So, okay, if you look at the footage, okay, something went wrong. Either it looked like Harley just stepped out of the way, like she chickened out the last second, or they were just out of position to properly break her fall.
She got injured, right?
She got injured. Thankfully, it wasn't a break, because they thought, oh shit, it's a broken leg. So that's the good news. It's not a broken leg. It's a sprained ankle. So yeah, so it was a legitimate injury during the sequence, and due to her inability to continue, an audible was called in the ring. And it was a sprained ankle and is expected to return soon, avoiding a severe break. Following the broadcast, a vocal segment of fans on social media targeted Harley Cameron with harsh criticisms blaming her for Ford's injury. The backlash included they get stripped out of their titles, get punished by the company. The intense waves of negative comments ultimately led Cameron to remove her profile from X. However, there are several fans coming to Harley's defense, noting the high risks of high-fly maneuvers in professional wrestling, and pointing out that standard procedure for taking a moonsault often includes the diving wrestler landing on their feet, while the catcher has to brace the upper body, making it difficult to execute properly. To me, it is very unfortunate that Penelope Ford got hurt, and I'm glad it wasn't a broken ankle. But Harley did not deserve the basement dwellers from the IWC, who never spent a day in the wrestling business, to go after her like that. It should have been between the parties and Tony Khan. What do they know that they can shit on her for that? Like I said, I don't know if if Harley did chicken out, then that's not cool. If you agreed to take the move, take the move. But if she didn't chicken out, there was just wrong place, wrong time. They were just not in the right spot. And again, when you're in that ring, you always have a small chance of getting hurt. It's like what Jericho was saying. It's like a car crash whenever you're in the ring. Sometimes shit does happen. But these dwellers should not be saying anything when they're not wrestlers, if you ask me. They should just leave her the fuck alone. That's another person they ran off of social media because of the dumbasses. But I don't know. Tommy, let's go to you.
Yeah. Fans, they can criticize. I mean, that's part of it. I think, I made a video about Moose at TNA. He was calling out fans saying, if you haven't wrestled at the highest level, you can't talk about it. And I get what he's saying, but it's like if I go to a restaurant and something tastes like shit, I'm gonna say it tastes like shit. You know, people have an opinion; they can speak their mind. I think Harley, she needs to toughen up a little bit because it is the internet and everybody's gonna talk shit. I've had people tell me my show sucks, you suck, you're fucking fat and disgusting. I get all of it. Okay, it's just part of the fucking internet nowadays. Everybody's coming at you. Do I feel bad for Harley? I do to a certain point that, I get it. I've had to take a break from social media, from fucking, cyber bullying, whatever you want to call it. Like, if I call someone out and their fans will come and get me, it's happened. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's here.
and yeah, it's unfortunate Penelope sprained her ankle, but this is a combat sport. This is a physical business. Like, it happens, and you can't give her all the blame. It's like with Ridge Holland. Ridge Holland gets way too much hate for accidentally suplexing Biggie on his head. These things happen. Biggie, he probably, could have flipped a little better. Ridge Holland could have threw him a little better. It's a game of inches. One little inch off the fucking mark, something bad's gonna happen. Ridge Holland doesn't deserve the hate he gets, and I don't think Harley deserves the hate she gets. But it's a give and take. You're gonna go online, you're gonna get all the praise, or you're gonna get all the hate. There's no in between. So yeah.
Okay. Dissect, let's go to you.
I have a similar take to that because the other two topics of this, basically painkiller blender
Advil,
thing.
Tylenol, yeah.
Yeah. So like, this is the most retarded one because it doesn't involve like actual stalking or harassment. It's just online criticism from bots. And like, Harley Cameron should have the self-confidence, and it's okay if she doesn't. I understand that being a celebrity can be draining sometimes, and but there's things to take away, the good things. You can just ignore a lot of the people that are criticizing you online unless you actually have some serious, deep insecurities about your in-ring ability. I know that Harley Cameron is relatively new to this stuff, so the criticism comes from the fact that she's like only been in this game for about 2-3 years now. So a part of that happens, and I hate to be harsh, but Penelope Ford is kind of injury prone. She's been getting injured on and off for the better part of like the last 5 years. And not to, be harsh or anything, but it's what they're in for. This is pro wrestling. It's not baseball. Like, it's pro wrestling. People get hurt sometimes. And of course, the basement dwellers that never really do anything with their lives typically go online to be like, actually like do all that kind of shit and criticize wrestlers for, botching. And, the botch gifts and stuff like that are funny, and, botchamania is funny and all that. But like, this is shit that shouldn't be taken so seriously. It's not so much that you should be run off the internet. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where Harley has a chance to completely ignore all of the people that are hating on her and, try to appeal to the people that actually like her. And it's a chance for some of the haters online to realize that, that doesn't really get you anywhere in life. There's going to be a show next week. You're going to be doing the same fucking thing about that show, criticizing somebody who missed the move, and I just feel like this is just retarded. It's stupid. Like, there's nothing controversial or, like super harmful that we have to talk about here. And
Yeah.
it's just kind of, yeah. And I get what Tommy said too. I get hate all the time, not just my music, my YouTube videos. And you know what I do? I monetize the shit out of it. For these wrestlers who have an entire business model about getting fan reactions, Harley should be banking the fuck out of these haters.
I agree.
Should go full heel turn and be like, yeah, I fucked up the move. What you gonna do about it? And start pissing them off. That's the job. You literally go out there to the ring to piss off the entire audience when you're a heel. So you got to kind of own up to it sometimes,
Yeah, we were
Absolutely.
saying Logan Paul needs to double down when people bring up Japan. He should just come out with a noose and be like, "Damn right," and I'm gonna hang Shinsuke Nakamura. You know, like
Right? Yes, the major heat there. Absolutely. And before we go to your Paladin, guys, like I just want to add on just something that you just said there. And my friend Ross, who was on Mind the Paladin show yesterday, shout out to Russo brand member Ross. He brought up a point where if you're in the business, you should not be caring about the people on the other side of the guardrail are saying. Hint, hint, that's going to be a topic later. So I guess you could look at it from where Harley should not give a shit what these people are saying about her because she is the one that's in the ring. They're not.
Exactly.
What's that? And Paladin, let's go to you, my friend.
Oh boy. I ranted on this yesterday on my podcast because I was just I wanted to bang my head off a wall because this I have seen stupid crap over the last 29 years of watching wrestling, but never have I ever seen such a. This is just beyond. This is petty, in my opinion. This is absolutely petty that they got upset over a spot. Let me say that again. They got upset over a spot, and this kind of thing happens in wrestling 24/7. It happens all the time. It even happened back in our eras. It happened back in the Golden Era, even the Attitude, even Ruthless Aggression, EG era. It has happened before. It is nothing new. And yet these neckbeards think they have the power. Oh, we get to criticize these wrestlers because they didn't do it right. Oh yeah. Oh, it's shame I does not get on now. It's like, dudes, you haven't been in a ring in your life, have you? Let alone, do you know what the outside world is? Can you describe grass? Have you ever touched it? Or at this stage, they need to touch sand because grass ain't working. And when I was reading this, I was like, petty. Absolutely petty. And you just drove another wrestler off social media because, you wanted to whinge about it. Just one small little thing. You could have let it go. You could have just said, let it go. It happens. Gone are the days when fans were like, it happens. She messed up. That's fine. And it's like, again, when you talk about using something for a storyline, you could use that for a storyline. Harley Cameron could use it as fuel to the fire. She could be like, yeah, I missed my spot. Fuck you. What are you going to do about it? Mm-hmm. And I swear to God. But at the same time, I kind of, you're bringing up points there about her handling this. It's like, you need to grow thick skin. This is what the internet is like. Sure, like over the last 14 years of me content creating, do you think I didn't get any hate? I got a lot of hate. I got a lot of shit hate. It wasn't for some of my takes. They made fun of me because I had autism. They made fun of me because, they thought I had a boring voice. They made fun of me for even just existing. Like, I've been through it all. No matter what insult you give me, it's like, I've heard worse in my life. I've heard worse. And I've built up a tolerance for it over the last 14 years. It's like you get used to it. It's it's like getting punched in the face. Eventually you get used to it. Eventually your face isn't black and blue. But as for Harley, yeah, you gotta get used to it. Or the best thing you could do is just get rid of social media off your phone. Do not listen to the internet. Ignore it. Just put it down. But these wrestlers, they just this is like their addiction. They have to just read through it. But they can't focus on themselves and on their brand. So my advice to Harley Cameron, it's upsetting what happened to you, but you have to take some things away from it. Okay? You need to, if you don't like social media, stay off it. Focus on your brand, focus on you. And heck, turn what happened to you into a storyline. Make something happen. And tell those neckbeards, F you, I'm making money. Screw you. Now, that's my take on it.
Okay. All right. Next segment is part of the show. Got a lot of these guys. Cody Rhodes defending controversial Raheem joke and we'll take it back. Okay, so before I read this, because me and Paladin learned what this word meant yesterday. Tommy and Dizek, do you know what Raheem in Arabic means?
Not in Arabic. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean in Arabic?
Okay, it means three things: merciful, compassionate, and kind. That's what it means in Arabic. So, Cody opened up about the reaction, his Raheem line on the February 6th edition of SmackDown. While the moment sparked plenty of discussions online, he made it clear he stands by the joke and has no intention of taking it back. So Cody was talking about the tension building up between CM Punk and Roman Reigns. And he decided to go to a humor path instead of escalating the situation. And just to remind people, this is what Cody said, word for word. And besides, I heard it was going to be a, you know what, measuring contest. Well, they're both glad I'm not in it because I didn't get the nickname Raheem for no reason. Yeah. So Cody revealed that his wife Brandy convinced him to say it as she thought it would be funny. And Cody did it so he could bring humor into the situation rather, just making tension between the other guys worse when he has nothing to do with that storyline. And honestly, hey, before me and Paladin searched it up live on the air, I didn't understand what the big deal was. Like, okay, is this racist? Like, what is it? So, like I said, Raheem is Arabic for merciful, compassionate, and kind. So you mean you tell me these idiots, these jackoffs, got upset at Cody Rhodes saying that he was merciful and he was a compassionate guy and he's kind? What the fuck is wrong with these people? I wondered, and I said this to Paladin, and I'll go to you, Isaac, because I can tell you're itching at the bit here. I wonder if it's like Caucasians are going after Cody is saying that because Cody is white, it's not Arabic, he shouldn't say that. But it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, in my opinion. And please, if there's any Arabians watching this, if it is a big deal, I would like to just explain to me why. Because me personally, from the outside, it's just a bunch of shiny white knights overreacting over a word that's not racist, in my opinion. And get a fucking life.
Exactly. Like this is the Sip Nation army just been like, oh, how could you? Oh, we're going to put all these things in our bios and we're going to salute you. Then it's like 5 minutes later, they just go off on their PlayStations and do whatever.
Exactly.
Exactly. And besides, I'll just give you my quick take on the whole thing. I didn't understand what was going on with the joke, but eventually when I kind of heard about it, I was like, okay, that's cool. Yeah. I'm a guy that doesn't mind jokes like this. Like, I mean, I'm just a guy who's like, hey, if it's funny, it's funny. I like a bit. I know a bit, humor and good taste. I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Isaac, tag, you're in.
So the Raheem Rhodes thing is for the chronically online Gen Z TikTokers. It was created by Black Twitter.
Yeah, black people made it.
It was created by the Black Twitter mob, basically saying Cody Rhodes is one of us because he married a black chick and he's the first ever black, WWE champion. It was a meme. That's where it came from. It was a gigantic fucking meme, and it's funny. It's just a funny joke. I don't why anybody would be offended by it, especially when it comes from Black Twitter of all places. Like, that's just I don't know who's white knighting for that, but I just think it's absolutely hilarious that Cody saw the meme and he was like, fuck it. We're going to talk about my huge Raheem cock on live television in front of a bunch of freaking families and shit. And I just thought it was funny. I don't know who's offended by it. I don't know how you could even be offended because it was created by the likes of black wrestling fans who were like, he's one of us. You know, he's got the pass. And so that's where it comes from. And I really who exactly is offended by this?
That's all I want to know.
No one.
They're just trying to get like clicks and attention. Tell me your thoughts, my friend.
I think people need to get over it. The blacks love Cody Rhodes. Okay, he is a honorary black man. And to him to double down on the meme, I think it's marketing genius because everybody's talking about it. When Trick Williams, I think it was Carmelo Hayes, and Cody Rhodes, they were like jumping someone in Elimination Chamber. All of them said, "I love seeing my people come together for a cause." And it's like,
I like that. That's good. I like that. That's good.
So, whoever's getting offended by it, they clearly don't have a sense of humor, and they clearly don't. They take life way too seriously, and
Also, it's like we need another reason to be a victim, guys.
Yeah, another reason to victimize yourself. It's like, there's nothing utterly offensive about this.
It's not racist. I don't think it is.
I mean, the dick joke, everybody talks about black dudes having big dicks. It's funny, okay?
Yeah.
And it's one of those stereotypes that's a positive stereotype. It's not a bad stereotype. Like, I would love if everyone said, "Oh, you're Hispanic, you must have a huge dick," but it's usually the other way around. And if I was Asian, everybody would say, "Oh, you're good at math," So it's
I'm tempted to do it in front of an Asian person. Like, could you help me do my math problem?
Yeah,
my finances.
It's algebra. Help me out here. Yeah. I just saw that because at first I didn't understand the criticisms. Then me and Paladin looked it up live yesterday. We're like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That's what they got upset over." Like,
it has nothing to do with the Arabic name. Has nothing to do with Arabic.
Yeah.
Well, at first I was thinking, is it Arabian? Okay, was it Arabian people that got upset about this? I'm just thinking, no, Arabian wrestling fans are more chill than Caucasians, in my opinion. They really are.
Yeah.
Like, they really are.
Yeah, they're very casual. Like, when they came to the Royal Rumble, the Saudis, when WWE came to the Saudi Arabia, they knew their favorites. They knew who they liked, who they didn't like. Like, they went crazy for the Bellas. They went crazy for, say Drew McIntyre if he was in it, or whoever. Especially Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is a god over there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely, he is. Now, to follow the Cody comment here, Devon Dudley calls out disrespectful WWE fans that went after Cody Rhodes for his comments. So, speaking on the Duke Loves Wrestling podcast on February 28th, Devon admitted he understands part of Cody's argument. And I quote, "I kind of agree with Cody on that because some wrestlers are a little soft when it comes to criticism. There are definitely some who are very sensitive. During the Attitude Era, you had to accept that if fans were going to be mean, they were going to be mean. Fans have the right to say what they want, but to a certain degree, don't be disrespectful about it. Back when I was a wrestling fan, I would never dream of saying something disrespectful to a wrestler. Today, especially with some younger kids and teenagers, they feel like they can say and do whatever they want. I see videos on Twitter where some of these kids talk crazy to adults and think they're protected because they're teenagers, like, you can't touch me, you can't do that. And then when the adult who doesn't care reacts, suddenly the kid is on the floor crying, saying, I can't believe you hit me. Back in the day, you didn't just disrespect adults. You can have an opinion, but you've got to be respectful." End quote. I agree with Devon. Like, it's one thing to heckle wrestlers, no boo, say they suck. But I think once it gets, like, if you're throwing like racist shit at them or just being flat out disrespectful, taking maybe like personal jabs at their family, then that's where you're crossing the line. So I agree with Devon 100%. Now I'm going to you, Daisy, because you're an independent wrestler. So I want to get your take on what Devon said.
I actually want to correct you on that real quick. I am not an independent wrestler. I did train.
Okay.
Reality of Wrestling. So I do have some knowledge and I do spar. But I wouldn't.
My apologies for the error there.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. I understand if there was a little miscommunication or something along the way, but I have no particular one way about it, I guess. And I'm not part of the locker room anywhere, so I can't provide perfect expertise on that. What was it? What was the Devon thing that you wanted me to talk about? I just for a second there, I kind of blanked out.
What he said here. Okay, I'll just read his quote again. I kind of agree with Cody on that because some wrestlers are a little soft when it comes to criticisms. There are definitely some who are very sensitive. During the Attitude Era, you had to accept that if fans were going to be mean, they were going to be mean. Fans have the right to say what they want, but to a certain degree, don't be disrespectful about it. And I'll just stop there and won't read the rest, but I'll just read you that portion.
Yeah, I agree with Devon on that. We basically covered the same thing with Harley Cameron. It's, fans are going to be fans regardless. It's kind of your job as an entertainer, not just a wrestler, but, somebody who's a big personality to have thick skin because, especially if you're a wrestler. If it's a celebrity, it's one thing, or, an influencer, Twitch streamer, whatever. Criticism's probably a little bit tougher because it's you personally. But if it's a wrestler, sometimes it's not you who's taking the personal attack, it's your character. It's the person that you've been written for on screen. And so, wrestlers sometimes we see it a lot. You go on Twitter and you see wrestlers, kind of breaking kayfabe a little bit to answer, criticism. Yeah, that's soft shit. That's baby shit right there. And I agree with Devon on that. So I wish I could say I was part of a locker room. I wish I went back to ROW. I'd be in Reality of Wrestling training with Booker T and being a big time, or local indie wrestler. But I feel like my mindset would be very similar. So just as a YouTuber, as a music artist, I take the criticism in stride and I, try to monetize my haters the best that I can, and I hope that other people in a similar line of work will do the same.
Nice, very well said. Paladin, let's go to you.
I agree with Steven because back in the day with our favorites, oh god, they got it so bad. Like these quote unquote wrestlers with their tough skin, I swear to God, they have no idea what being like heckled is like. I mean, let's go back to the ECW days where what Francine had to go through. They said, Francine sucks dick all day, doo-dah, doo-dah. She'll suck dick for crack.
Yeah, called her crack whore and all that.
Yeah, the abuse that she took. And look at what Stephanie had to go through earlier in her career. They were shouting, slut, 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 literally shouting that at her. But she took it in her stride. She took it like a champ, or
she loved it.
Yeah. If if Kurt Angle was a heel, or if say, when The Undertaker became a heel, from 2001 into 2002, when they chanted the little watch out at him, he was just like, say what if you sleep with your own sister? They just knew how to command themselves. When Shawn Michaels used to get called gay, he'd be like, well, if I'm gay, how come I was with your mother? Ask your mama and say, they at least they knew how to respond to it, Or when Ron Killings was in TNA and the fans are shouting at him that you suck, he just goes, well, if I suck, you all swallow, so shut the hell up. You do, yeah, exactly. You guys, they knew how to command themselves, and they knew how to deal with fans who got rowdy and who did whatever. But they were professional about it. They just didn't care what they thought of them. It was all part of the job.
Yeah,
whereas wrestlers now, they can't even handle getting heckled.
No, hell no.
I could just not imagine Liv Morgan been in front of an ECW audience and they're saying, Liv Morgan sucks dick all day. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Just shouting at her.
A lot of these wrestlers would get eaten alive.
It's like Roxy Perez sucks dick for crack. They would just cry. They would need therapy after it. Saying horrible things about Rhea, saying she's a crack whore, whatever. Right. Making fun of her for being a dominatrix. If they were that, imagine guys are shouting at her, "Just hit me, come on!"
Well, they said China. They were calling China a man, to her face.
Yeah,
and China laughed it off. She
Yeah.
did. Laughed it off.
Yeah.
And The Rock,
And-
if you guys remember, Rock was getting die, Rocky die. They were telling
Yeah.
they want him to die. And he took it like a champ and became one of the biggest names of all time. Turned that into a
Yeah.
positive for him.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I'm
And
pretty
Tom,
sure.
let's go to you. Let's go, Paladin.
Oh, go ahead, Paladin.
I'll just say, like, even like one of the best heels, like Ric Flair, he knew how to deal with an audience. So he'd say, like, "You shut up, fat boy." You know, just a random. No stab at Tommy. No offense.
Hey! I am regular
Ooh.
fat. Okay, I'm not I'm not like pushing a wheelchair at Walmart. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Rick, Rick would target those wheelchair-bound guys. He's like, "You shut up, fat boy."
Like he could be on the roller coaster.
Yeah. Okay, I still get weighed with the regular scale, not the elephant scale at the zoo. okay?
Gotcha. Okay, see, that's good. That's fantastic news. Yeah, Paladin, thoughts on Devon's comments there?
Yeah. Anyway, Devon's right. Devon's right. I think I agree with him 100% that you need to be tough. Fans are going to be mean to you as a wrestler. Like when you're in the ring, whatever your character is, they are going to diss you, no matter what. And you just have to command yourself in that place. You don't give a fuck. Look how much money you're making. Just think about the money you're making, thinking about all the tour dates you get to do, all that stuff. Just
All
think
the
about
pussy and dick you
Yeah.
have available to you.
yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
No matter what way you swayed, he got options.
I want to
Yeah.
share something.
like just think of your like amazing lifestyle and just look at these fans.
Oh,
It's like,
this.
whatever.
Okay, for those that have not seen this or have not seen this in a long time, listen, watch who Triple H is talking to, and listen how he's doing the accent. Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of the Pakistani magazine? It's certified still alive. Pakistan. If I put that, does that start your motor? You take us to Pakistan. Is it
Flat right to Pakistan.
like snake in there?
A snake?
Do you?
Yeah. So Nose Man was
Uh.
imitating Pakistan accent there. I gotta love him. Now this one, I am so glad that a future WWE star publicly put this out there for everyone to know about. Cody Rhodes, he definitely said a lot of awesome shit this week or last week, and this is one of his home runs. So on the Mostly Sports podcast, Cody Rhodes says every wrestler checks social media after their segment to see what fans didn't like. And this is what Cody had to say. Here's what every wrestler does. Their segment airs, they go check their phone. Every wrestler does it. They see the things that people didn't like. They don't see the 6 that were like, "Oh, that was awesome. I like that. That was great." It's like, "Yep, I ain't going on there to write a good review." Never block because you just signed a digital autograph for them. Never block. Never acknowledge. You don't have to. You don't have to acknowledge. Here's the mistake people make. There's no such thing as social media. That's a lie. Social media is very real, and people are real. Oh, they're bots. Not all of them. Sure, some of them are. In the middle is the truth. Is it a massive metric? Not as big as we think, but is it completely non-existent? No. You do have to hear from them every now and then. It's super helpful to me. I know when I'm walking into a building that's going to be giving me a "Let's go, Cody, Cody sucks" chant. I know when I'm going to be walking into a building that's just great. They're happy to have me, usually because of X and Instagram and all those places. End quotes. Cody, God bless you. This is one of the major issues in modern wrestling. These wrestlers, all they give a fuck about is what the IWC says about them and what star rating their match got. They should not even care about that. What they should care about is, how's my money? What's my bank looking like? What were the ratings? What do I need to do to get better? That's all they should care about. They should not be on their phones checking to see what Meltzer gave them, or a fat IWC is saying it was awful and they take it to heart. I am glad Cody Rhodes, who is one of WWE's top guys on the show and backstage, publicly put that out there and made the public aware of the issue. Like, I'm so happy about that. Paladin, let's go to you for this one.
Well, I never, I, you know what they say? He's a broken clock that's right, twice a day. And like Cody makes all the sense in the world. He really does. You shouldn't be chasing for clout. You shouldn't care what the internet says. It's like you shouldn't be chasing for those so-called 5 stars that Dave Meltzer is handing out. Who cares?
Yeah, I'll give you 5 stars.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't care about that. You should just care about, did you put on a good show? How's the ticket sales going? Do people want to see me? Is there anything I could have done better when I'm watching my match? Is there anything that I could improve on? And Cody, thank God, he's actually pointing it out. Okay, that's a huge W because he's bringing some W's, so I'll give him credit because that's very important. He could be a guiding voice for them. I mean, I don't know, at this stage, if they can't listen to Cody, then who the hell are they going to listen to now?
Exactly, dude. Exactly. Spot on. Tommy, let's go to you.
Homie, you're muted.
You're muted, bud.
Fuck!
Try again. All right, take 2. Action.
Okay. In today's world and economy and the social media economy, you can't afford to be offline. If you're trying to sell insurance, you got to be online. If you're trying to sell t-shirts, you got to be online. If you're trying to sell tickets, you better be online. I don't give a fuck if you have 400 followers or 10,000 followers. The fucking people are online. And yeah, Cody Rhodes admits everybody's checking the locker room. And that's something coming from him because he's considered the quarterback of WWE. He's the leader of WWE. So if he's saying it, everybody's checking their phone, from fucking Cody all the way down to James Ellsworth or fucking Hornswoggle. All of them are checking out who the fuck's talking shit. And he's right. Wayfarer, you're allowed to quit, buddy. You're a mod now. So is Lady Cat. I just made them mods, so congratulations to them. They're our first mods. Because they're consistent viewers, and we love that.
Absolutely. Much love.
So, yeah, what was I going to say? Cody Rhodes, right. You have to be online. Like, I know there's a part of it, don't block anyone. Because I got in the habit of blocking hundreds of people a day. And I just unblocked them because I was like, okay, if I block them, they win. But if I unblock them, then they can fucking see me more and more and more. And then, maybe sometimes your biggest haters are also your biggest fans. Like,
absolutely.
Fear the Beardo, he gets more shit online than anybody else. But he also gets a lot of fucking donations. You know what I mean? Like, they'll say, oh, Fear the Beardo fat, Fear the Beardo gay. But they're also saying that with a $10 tip. You know what I mean? And like, that's money that goes into his pocket. And it's the same idea with wrestling. If you're going to get heckled, embrace it. And
you should get paid for
it. Cody was saying, don't block. And all of the wrestlers are checking out what people are saying. And I agree. Sometimes I don't see the one person who said, oh, good job, I like your take. Sometimes you only see the comment that gets the most likes, and that's how the algorithm looks. And sometimes the comment that gets the most likes isn't the nicest comment. But it doesn't mean that that's what the majority of people are thinking. And, sometimes, you have to take everything that people say online with a grain of salt because they're not going to say that to your face. They're not going to say that in person. People feel safe behind a screen. They can talk shit. People feel safe, at home. Unless they're like me who heckles in person because I have balls, then yeah. Whoever's going next, go ahead.
So be Diazek. Diazek, your turn, buddy.
I just think it's funny. Like, I have this image in my head of Cody Rhodes checking YouTube after his promo. Like, man, I wonder what C-Jax is saying right now. And I really want to see one of C-Jax's new videos. That's, it says absolute trash or worst Raw ever. Like some shit like that. And he's just
I could generate that image with Grok really quick.
Like, y'all know T-Jax? Y'all know who I'm talking about?
I did not.
He's a YouTuber, and all he ever does is like make videos, and like he's got relevant takes for sure about hating
Okay.
Triple H and saying Raw is bad, but like he's been consistently doing that for every single show for the better part of like the last 3 years. So it's kind of hard to take him seriously when it's like this week's the worst Raw ever, but it's like, is it worse than last week's Raw, or like where do we gauge that, right? Anyway, that's off topic, but I just think it's funny because C-Jax is one of those people who's made a YouTube monetization off of basically being a fucking hater of WWE content, but consistently watching it, consistently giving them money, watching the pay-per-views, and making content off of it while saying, "Oh, it's absolute trash. Don't watch it."
There you go.
And so,
What did I say about my promo?
basically, yeah, dude, like it's. I'm glad Cody exposed that. It makes a lot of sense. And what people are not talking about here is that, I mean, Triple H can say all day that he doesn't look at social media. That motherfucker looks at social media consistently all the time. He probably had WrestleMania 42 in the bag. He was like, all right, 6 months out, we have a plan. Seth Rollins gets injured. Fuck. Braun Breaker gets injured. Fuck. AJ Styles
Reed.
gone. John Cena gone. So now he's like
Bronson Reed.
Bronson
Jimmy
Reed
Grace.
gone. So now he's like pivoting. He's pivoting because he's like, all right, people online are saying some shit, and so it's very telling. It's indicting of what's going on in the business. And I personally, if I'm gonna be my toxic self, I would say some of these wrestlers who are looking online for gratification to see what they're doing better or see what the criticism is, they should be grateful that they even have that much engagement to begin with. People like me, I have to use hashtags just to go piss off people that I want to engage. I want to bot farm, basically, and I go out of my way, and I don't give a fuck if they come and hate me. I'm asking for it. I'm a piece of shit, and I'm asking for it.
And you know what they're doing? They're giving you attention.
Hit me! I want you to hit me.
And in a way, it's free publicity that you're getting. And I kind of want to add to what you're saying there, Dissect and Tommy, that if you block them, you do give them power. Like, I've had people on X, whenever I'm promoting JCW and stuff like that, there are times I've got, heckled and say this is gay or a homo, this is bullshit.
Nobody watches JCW.
Yeah, I get all that. I get like all that stuff. And I think it's entertaining because you commented on my video. You're giving me press. You're giving us the JCW free promotion. So thank you. The more shit talking to me, events, and the show, the better, because people might be curious to check to see if it's bad or not. So please keep up the hate. I appreciate it. So you can kind of turn to these assholes into a positive, but you gotta have that mentality to think about that. But
100%.
not a lot of people do. Oh. So speaking of there are topics saying heckle in the face, next topic is gonna relate to that. So Kevin Nash, he addresses backlash over the Javon Evans comments he made a few weeks ago. So Nash is still getting bashed on about it. He responds on his podcast, and he went off, guys, so get ready. And I quote, "I guess the thing that pisses me off is all I want for the guy is for him to be used in a way. Like, why is it? How off was I if when they really want to showcase him, they put him with Offset? I mean, they could have put him with fucking Reba McEntire. She's got a name. To me, there's two things. There's urban, which is so stereotypical. I've heard that numerous times. And then your alternative to that is rural. And I think that for a young black man, kind of hayseed, I think that could work. Let me just say this because I want to get this out and I'm done with it. I want to ask because this is all from, at least their photographs were of blacks that follow me or have something to do. But this is all on X. And I saw more than 24 times, we thought you were one of the good ones. Good ones what, motherfucker? Good ones what? I'm saying to myself, you know what, man? You're right, because when I get up in the morning and I fucking look in the mirror and I say, you know what I want to be today? I want to be a better human being. Oh no, let me sidestep that. I want to be a better Caucasian human being because that's exactly how I fucking see myself. Well, man, you ain't gonna be invited to my barbecue. Guess what, motherfucker? I got a grill at my house. I don't like going anywhere anyway. Everything that came at me for saying something that was absolutely not in any way said with fucking malice or with fucking racial fucking undertone. It was just said more in an analogy sense. And then you're like, man, just shut up, man. Leave it. Shut the fuck up, just leave. Like, motherfucker, you want to tell me to shut the fuck up to my face? I guess these people, because they follow you, they think they can give you a fuck about how many people follow you. They don't think they'll get blocked. End quote. All right. I said this a few weeks ago. Do I think Kevin Nash is a racist? No. Fuck, no, he's not a racist. Was it a great choice of words? No, he probably could have worded it a bit better. But he still doesn't deserve these idiots still come mad about that. He said he was sorry. He apologized more than once. He understood there was wrong choice of words. Move the fuck on with it. No, they still got to get their keyboard baby dicks,
Are you
still
sure
give him
about that?
shit about it.
This is Kevin Nash's new profile picture, bro. I don't know if you're.
Where'd you get that? I can't have you that. That's Noah's Mets profile. And I think it's just fucking ridiculous. Nash is still dealing with this shit, and he still is dealing with this idiots. Like,
Yeah.
you guys got anything better to do besides harass people? Oh, like he said he was sorry. Right? He understands, but drop it. Move the fuck on with it. Holy fuck. And what, Nash is right. You're not going to go up to him. Yes, he has bad legs. He's getting up there in age, but he's still in good shape. And he probably would have kicked these guys' asses if they told him that to his face. Absolutely. Do I want to see it? Yes. That'd be great. But they're not going to have the balls to even say that to Nash. Let's see. Tommy, let's go to you with this first.
Yeah, I just want to say let's not get too political because we know how Kevin Nash feels about MAGA. So let's just let that go. I will say everybody wants to be a victim nowadays, and you can't. I know I even gave it to Kevin Nash a little bit last time, but I know he's not really a racist. I don't think anybody's really a racist in modern times except Dysik. But everyone else, I think they're pretty level-headed, and yeah, people are just too sensitive. Nash, great wrestling career, his work in WWF, WWE, and then later on in TNA, he was bringing up some of the young dudes that we know today. It's unfortunate that he has to go through this because what goes around comes around. He likes to call other people racist for their politics, and now he's getting the same fucking hate from the same people. And you have to be careful online because if you start making enemies, people are going to remember that. And best of luck to him. I'm not going to come out and say he's a total racist. I think he could have worded his phrasing, he could have phrased that better. It's just it's petty. It's stupid. Dysik, go ahead, take it, bro.
Proud racist here. Proud racist.
America.
I'm kidding. But no, seriously, there's an easy solution for Kevin Nash's problem, and it's stop talking about it. Stop talking about Javon Evans. Stop talking about this race topic. You can ignore the people that are criticizing you. You can ignore the people that are giving you backlash by not giving them attention. It's an easy fix, but he keeps digging the hole deeper. And look, I'm going to give him, the criticism here. I'm not going to go after the people that are, bashing him because he keeps entertaining them. That's the problem. It sounds like Mr. Bojangles has to be picking cotton and being a janitor in order for this man to be happy with him. And so I'm not going to say that, like everybody else has said so far, that Kevin Nash is a racist. Again, aside from me, apparently, nobody's really that racist. And it's a difference between race jokes and supremacy. believing in racial supremacy. I think
Yeah.
the only people, well, okay, we're not going to get into that, but we're not going to get into that. But Kevin Nash needs to just stop talking about it. That's an easy fix here. And it just doesn't seem like he wants to do that. He wants to prove to the people that are hating on him that he's one of them, that he's on their side and he's defending them. Whenever you do that, you keep digging the hole. You can't reason with people who think that way. So your best case scenario is to take the L, drop a knee, and get the hell out. That's your best case scenario, because at this point, you've already lost. These people aren't going to change their minds, no matter how many times you apologize, no matter how many times you cave to their demands. They always want more. That's just how it is. So I would sympathize with Kevin Nash if he didn't fucking ask for it. But he consistently keeps burying the hole. That's my take.
All right. Paladin? Ready.
Okay. Well, I would say this. Just, gone are the days when, we didn't let words overtake us. Gone are the days when we were just like, you know what, sticks and stones can break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I mean, it's crazy. We were the generation that grew up on like South Park, Drawn Together, all these like shows that were so offensive. And nowadays we're pussified because of, he said Mr. Bojangles. Oh dear. The world is ending. It's like, the world's about to end, guys. We're gonna die. Nothing happened. We didn't die. I think last time I checked, the Earth is still okay. All right. But as for Kevin Nash, in all honesty, you should have said 3 words to them. I don't care. That's what you need more of in this society. The I don't care.
Yep.
Because I'm sick of people who saying they do care, they do not care. Just say I don't care. I said what I said. You can go bite me, as Eric Bischoff would say. Bite me.
Yeah, and he didn't mean it with bad intentions.
No, absolutely
not. So, so Kevin, just zip it now. I think you need to, or I'll have to do something about those quads again. Sorry.
I think I kind of want to somewhat do devil's advocate, kind of just to kind of piggyback what Diasek was saying. Yes, Nash should have just kept quiet because he is adding more fire to it because he keeps responding to these people and still bringing light to it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing what just knowing Nash and how frustrated he can get at times, he probably it just got him. He let it get him. And he was just frustrated with it and just said, "No, fuck it, I'm gonna bring it up one last time. Hopefully that's the end of it." Looking back on it now, not the greatest thing to do, like you guys were saying, especially you guys that should have just left it alone and not kept adding more light to it.
Exactly.
But in my opinion, I think it's just ridiculous they're still going after him. That like, wow.
They're just going to keep coming at him.
They are.
Even if he stops, even if he takes our advice, they're going to keep coming at him. They're going to keep feeding his algorithm. And what he has to do, whether he likes it or not, is to ignore them. He can't let it get to him. That's it.
Yeah. Because how much you want to bet before I go to the next topic here? 6 months from now, they're going to bring it up again. Oh, remember when you
100%.
said, well, Mr. Bojangles, he's too urban? They're going to bring it up 6 months, unfortunately.
They will.
All
They'll
right.
bring it up years from now. They'll bring it up when he dies.
Yeah, like, we shouldn't agree if he said, yeah. Anyway, next one. Ricky Saints explains why wrestling tribalism is cool. During an appearance on the Battleground podcast on March 3rd, the conversation turned to the fan tribalism between wrestling promotions. The host admitted he's fed up with how intense things can get online, especially when fans turn brand loyalty into personal drama. Ricky Saints didn't deny it gets heated, but instead of condemning it, he compared it to something everyone understands: football rivalries. Saints laughed and said, and I quote, "Well, I mean, you're a Titans fan, right? See, I'm a Saints fan, so it's like I can't be your friend. You're going to have that in every aspect of life. I think it feels more sensitive and touchy now because we're all on social media. So everything is more saturated, sorry. But when you actually go out to live events, like in Nashville, no one cared. There were people who were fans of me from AEW, people who were fans of me from NWA, and people who are fans of me now. They all mesh. They all share common ground. I think it's kind of cool to a certain degree that people feel such ownership and stake in a specific company or wrestler. I like that passion. If you don't have passion for your team, then what are you doing? You know? End quote. I get what he's trying to say on some of that stuff there, but he put it over and said it's cool. That's the problem on social media. You have your AEW fans, your WWE fans, and they constantly go at each other with death threats and name calling, all these insults and all this shit. And it's ridiculous. Back then, yeah, you're passionate ECW fans, you had your loyal WCW fans, you had your WWF lifers, and I'm sure maybe they joked about with each other back then. But today it's just more insane. It really is. And I don't understand why people gotta go after another if they don't like the other company. Can you just be your fan and enjoy it? Why you gotta go after people that are not fans of it or like the other company instead? And guys, let's start with you on this one.
I've never understood the tribalism between promotions. I've always watched both. I still watch both. In fact, whenever I stopped watching WWE around 2020-ish, somewhere in that time, I stopped watching, I think 2019 because it was so bad, but also that was a time where I was like, okay, I got to stop being a fan and go train to actually be a wrestler. That was the time when I started training at ROW.
Okay.
And when the pandemic came around, I never went back because they were doing stuff that we had to stay indoors and I couldn't make the trip. And, obviously there was a lot of mandates and whatnot that I could not go through. So essentially I never went back and I wish I did, but long story short, essentially back then, whenever I was training there was a guy who I met and he's an indie wrestler now. He goes by the name, I want to say his name is Jay Alexander. I know him as John. He was talking about how stupid the tribalism was when AEW first popped up. And because I was around a bunch of indie wrestlers training at ROW and they were talking about AEW and they were talking about all the job opportunities that were going to come from an alternative and how great an alternative was, how great it was to be a wrestling fan at that time. And to this day, I still echo that sentiment that AEW is a net positive, that alternatives are a good thing, because when the product is shit, we have something else to gravitate towards. And there's no sense in being tribalistic about it. Certainly that feeds into that football aspect that Ricky Saints is talking about. But unless you're going to do a takeover or an invasion or a forbidden door, that doesn't benefit really anybody for all these online trolls to go after each other, because one product's not better than the other. One's not worse than the other. They're both pro wrestling. There's nothing distinguishing about either or, because hell, they overlap with superstars all the time. Ricky Saints jumped ship. Cody Rhodes is, from AEW, even though he was already in WWE before. Same thing with CM Punk, Jade Cargill. They overlap because they're basically the same fucking thing. It's not like you're watching two different variations of the sport. It's like, what do you like better, Burger King or McDonald's? You know what I mean? It's same thing, just different color, different texture maybe. But overall, I get Ricky Saints and that there is a net positive and the alternative. But the tribalism aspect of my company's better than your company and my fandom's better than your fandom, that's for knuckle draggers and retards.
Sounds like the IWC.
Yep.
No, spot on, Isaac. Tommy, let's go to you.
Yeah, I think tribalism is dead as far as the smart fans. like we're saying, the knuckle draggers and the retards, as Dizek put so eloquently. Yeah, they are gonna fucking shit on AEW or shit on WWE depending on where they stand. Tribalism is kind of dead in football as well. Like there are so many 49ers fans who are like, yeah, I guess I'll go for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl because, fuck the Patriots. So it's like, and the reason, that's relevant is because Seattle and 49er fans are not we're rivals, but they ended up cheering us on. And so it's like, tribalism is dead. And if anyone with a brain, actually hates another football team or wants someone to die on a football team, like, you don't have a brain, and it's more job opportunities for producers, not just the wrestlers, but the producers, the writers,
Cameraman.
equipment. Yeah. Like,
In the production, like in the truck, who was like working the trucks there.
yeah.
That's another place they can go. Seamstress for outfits. Like it creates another place where men and women could go and make a living.
Exactly.
And that's a huge positive. I may not like AEW's product, but even in 2019 when they came out, I said this is great because if you get released from WWE or TNA is not doing it with you, there's another company where you can probably get a job at and make a living.
Yep. So yeah, Ricky saying tribalism is good. To an extent, if you have a brain, you don't take it that seriously.
Yeah, if you're passionate, like for example, I'm passionate about JCW. I know there's some people might not care for it. I'm not gonna go at them if they say that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm somewhat of a normal person. Paladin, so what are you, my friend?
Now, wrestling tribalism isn't what it used to be when I was growing up with friends of mine. The game has completely changed. Like, there isn't a healthy tribalism anymore. Like, when my friends were watching, say, WCW back in the day, that they'd say to me, "Oh, look at all the cool stuff we're doing," and what's so cool about what you're doing? You got the NWO, what you got? And I'm like, yeah, laugh it up. And eventually, like when Austin was kind of coming into his own, and I teased him back. I'd say, "Oh, Austin just won the WWF title," when he won nothing in WCW, I was like, I was just like slagging them back. It was a good back and forth. It was a good back and forth. It was like, we didn't take it. Yeah, we didn't take each other seriously. And when WCW closed their doors, like they were devastated. And I was just like, you know what? It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I didn't like say, "We won the war, guy. We won the war. Screw you. I'm glad they're dead." No. I was never like that. I was never like that with them, and they had no ill will towards the WWF at the time because they knew that we were put on a great show, and that they knew why they were going to collapse. Now, when it comes to like soccer teams over here, like, but mostly because of the UK, because
it's okay. You can call it football. It's okay.
Yeah, football. So, so like, my brother is a Manchester United fan. Like, he's a big Manchester United fan, and my younger brother is an Arsenal supporter. But at least, they may be different. They might be different tribalists, but they're not going to argue about, they're not going to argue with each other and say, "Oh, I'm better, we're better than you," or "We're better than you." It's a case of, "Oh, so Arsenal are top of the table at the moment." Yeah. My older brother might say to my younger brother, "So do you reckon they have the Premier League in the bag?" And it's like, yeah, it's healthy competition.
Yeah, like everyone, when they start fist fighting at the stadiums, those guys are clowns. Nobody actually likes the people who are fist fighting in a stadium.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like the amount of the hockey games of the NHL games I've been to when I'm in the United States for visiting there. I've seen only one time a few years ago where the home team were actually flipping off fans a few seats above them that were cheering for the road team. I'm thinking, like, what is wrong with you? Like, come on. Like, it's one thing to
like,
maybe jokingly. Okay, I get it, but if you're legit flipping them off because they're cheering for the road team and not for the home team, yeah, like,
I mean,
no one wants to go for that.
yeah. So, for example, right now, Arsenal are top of the table, and they're miles ahead of Man United. And it's obviously Man United are going to be looking, hopefully, for a top 5 finish for the season. You know, my older brother isn't going to go after my younger brother about that. They'll be just like, you know what, Arsenal, I think I've got this in the bag for this season, and obviously they'll get Champions League football, they got all the good stuff for next year. You know, from their current form, they've won their last 3 games and drawn 2. Now,
I'm familiar with Mohamed Salah. Isn't he an Arsenal?
that's
scorer?
Liverpool. He's
Oh,
a
Liverpool?
guy. Yeah,
Oh,
Mohamed
never
Salah.
mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Salah,
but Mo Salah, shout out. He's fucking balling.
yeah, he is, and Man United have vastly improved this season from where they were last season because like they were near relegation zone. But I think when their manager got sacked, things were better. Things are looking better. Like they're third at the moment. Hopefully they can get a good finish. Finish maybe between, stay up third place.
Well.
Hold on.
So, anyways, we're here to talk Penguins hockey, right?
Yes. This is
Oh,
the
And
hockey
how
team.
about the Penguins?
All
Yo,
right.
did you go sun tanning, bro? You look a little
It
orange.
goes suntan. Well, maybe I'm just catching residual orange from the massive orange cock swinging around the Middle East right now. Anyways.
All right.
Hey, glad
The
to
Iron
have you,
Sheik
bro.
is like, how dare
welcome
you
back.
do this to my homeland? I will defeat you in WrestleMania.
Call him blonde jabroni. All right. So now the next one. Now we go to Margaritaville. To each of their own here on this one.
Mm.
Dustin Rhodes reveals why he'll never return to the WWE. Despite previously signing a 6-year deal with AEW that keeps him with the company through 2030, some fans are still pushing for a reunion with his brother Cody Rhodes in the WWE. That speculation resurfaced on X when a fan on February 24th said, "Bring Goldust back to WWE immediately." Dustin responded in detail, "Nope, I never got a raise there. What, you want me sitting the bench doing nothing? That ain't me anymore. I have done the best work of my career with AEW. I love the character Goldust, but he ran its course. I did what I was told and it got me nowhere. No thanks." End quote. All right. In my opinion, his best work was Goldust. Like the first run was Goldust in 95, 96, and 2002 with Booker T when he came back to the WWE. And I think that was his best run. It was the Goldust character. And I know me and Paladin had a debate on his show yesterday. What would you do with him if he came back to the WWE? You could do the jealous older brother with him versus Cody. You could do him and Randy, him and Drew, him and Sequoia, him and Fatu, him and Roman. You could do Goldust and Logan Paul. Like you
Yeah,
got
Dustin,
options.
he has a lot of skills left.
Yeah, like and also another thing he could do, in my opinion, he'll be a great agent backstage or a great trainer. And so I disagree with his opinion about AEW being the best of his career. And yeah, let's go to you, Tommy, about Dustin's comments.
I've really enjoyed Dustin Rhodes' time in AEW. I popped when he won the TNT championship. It was great because it came out of nowhere. It was not predictable. It's like usually the older guys don't win shit late in their career, but
Was this
I was
last year?
happy for him. Yeah, I think it was last year at
Okay.
All In Texas, or All
Always
Out
Home
in
State.
Texas, something like that. And he has the lineage. Obviously his father was the American Dream, and there's a picture here where he has bleached blonde hair. He actually was the inspiration for Cody Rhodes' American Nightmare gimmick. Dustin Rhodes started that shit. Like, he is a creative genius. in ring, out the ring. Like you said, he could be training, he could be developing young talent. But it sounds like he has championship aspirations, so that's probably never going to happen in WWE. So I understand why he would not want to go back, because he still wants to win championships. He still wants the main event, and it's more likely to happen in AEW. So do I think he should return to WWE? It would be cool for a reunion, but we all know he's not going to win anything.
Okay, fair enough. See, Paladin, you.
All right. I suppose, there, Turkey Man. How you doing? I'm doing just fine. Yeah, with those little turkey legs, I'm surprised you can even still walk. Let me just say this. The TNT Championship was given to him out of bloody pity. Okay? So to you, Dustin, wah wah. That's my say on the matter. It was given out of pity. Number two, your best work was always WWE. I saw you from like 97 to 99. Your Goldust stuff was golden. No pun intended. It was his best work. He had good, the whole
Who's getting their tooth drilled right now?
Yeah, and the his vignettes or his promos where he talked about films and compared them to his matches. That was all good stuff. And he could wrestle. As much as I thought he was weird and bizarre, he could wrestle. He was so competent in that ring. And, and it won him championship gold, Intercontinental Tag, Hardcore title. He's done a lot in the WWE. That's his home. Whether he'll admit it or not, it is his home. WWE has been his home.
That's where they made him.
Yeah, that's where he was made. That's where he found himself and became a star. But this idea of okay, you'll come back. Okay, you won't win anything, but that's okay. We can still have programs for you. It's not a case of, we're going to leave you out in the dark. No, I wouldn't do that to Dustin. After everything that he's done for the business, absolutely not. But, I suppose, I can imagine you want to stay in AEW till 2030 and win their world title. Yeah, got news for you, Dustin. Wah wah. That's a fat chance that's going to happen. Okay, you were lucky.
Dave Meltzer has to tell Tony Khan that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, Dustin, but the TNT Championship should be it for you. I mean, that was a pity belt given to you. Okay, you're lucky to still be walking after the double knee surgery, and I question, can you still go? People just overlooked that. He's in his mid-50s now. He ain't exactly in his 30s. That's just another factor people have to take in.
That's fair.
I mean, bottom line is this: he has to find people that he can actually work with and suit his movement.
Yeah, that way he's protected for sure. And Diasix, let's go to you.
I find it funny that Dustin Rhodes thinks that there'll be nothing for him in WWE when there's already nothing for him in AEW. For someone like me who's been watching AEW consistently, just because I'm that anal retentive, even if it's shit, I have to watch every little thing. I'll skip through crap, I'll skip through matches and whatnot, but I still pay attention. And he hasn't been on TV since he lost the TNT title. So I agree with Paladin. He was given that title out of pity. He was given that title for the same reason that Jinder Mahal won the WWE Championship in 2017. It was because Jinder Mahal was an Indian and they were trying to reach an Indian market. Dustin Rhodes won the TNT title because All in Texas was in Texas and Dustin Rhodes is from Texas. That was the reason he became champion, not for really anything else. The last great match I think Dustin Rhodes had was when he tagged with Cody to take on the Young Bucks at one of the first AEW pay-per-views. That was the last great match that Dustin Rhodes had. And regardless of whether or not he can still go, it doesn't matter where he ends up. The result's going to be the same because he's kind of overstayed his welcome. His best years are behind him. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. We talked about AJ Styles earlier. AJ Styles got out when the going's still good. You know.
Yeah.
Dustin Rhodes he's beat up. He might be able to go, but the question is, should he? Can he? Right? Does he have the will and you know, sort of the tolerance to be able to do it? And as much as I would love to see him come back as Goldust and start feuds with Cody and Randy and whoever, it really doesn't matter, because the result of him in WWE now is the same result of him in AEW, because he's already doing nothing. He's just going to keep doing continuous nothing. So that's
We got a question here. Anyone on the panel predicted way back then that he'd become Goldust?
No, because that was in 95. So November of 95. I was born in June, so I wouldn't be able to answer that since I was born when he started or came into the company.
Yeah,
as
that's a
Goldust.
question for Paladin or Jerry.
And
Yeah.
I mean, this sounds like an excuse. You need
Holy
to
shit,
Right,
John's here.
you have to remember. Okay, I was born 91. Okay, so I didn't get to see
Damn!
Goldust.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
So I didn't get to see Goldust till 97. So
Uh,
I don't know how he became Goldust. I didn't even know about his stint in WCW as The Natural. So I knew nothing about him until 97 when I first met him.
That's right. So John, what are your comments on Goldust's quote there?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's what did you say? He's 55?
I didn't say age. Was that you, Paladin, that said his age? I can quickly
he's
look
in
it up
his
here.
50s, though.
Yeah,
I'll look it up here quickly.
So yeah, he's not gonna have a sudden magical resuscitation here. So I think you could do some fun storylines though, like come in and beat up the younger brother, that sort of thing.
He's 56.
Yeah, so you know, like you guys said, probably not gonna give him any like crazy title shots or anything. But you can still do fun stuff even if you're not getting a title. You know, it's like come out and
Yeah.
affect a title by like grabbing somebody, you know, attacking somebody from behind or something like that. Get a little bit involved in the storyline. Have some fun shit going on. You know, you don't
Absolutely.
need to, yeah, you don't need to always be top dog in order to be involved in the stories and have some fun. And you can even have like a hiatus or a sort of revenge on the company be part of the story. And
absolutely.
and just like get involved like that, where you can have some fun with any sort of real life stuff that you've had involved with it. So yeah, it's a little bit of a spoil sport kind of thing. And yeah, it's kind of like you're just going to go out with a whimper, like kind of fading in this lesser league as you know, get out of this, you know, probably retire in the next few years, or do you want to do one last like hurrah and do something fun? But oh well, sounds like he's not into it.
And it just doesn't want to do it here. And before I go to the next one here, Wayne Fine was asking, two things here. When I first saw him, I did not know it was Dustin. Yeah, because Dustin Rhodes and Goldust, two different looks. You will only know if you knew like the dirt sheets at the time. You probably would know back then. And his other question was, wait, am I the oldest one here? Oh, I'm 30. I'll be 31 this year in June.
33.
Okay.
Well, that would make Paladin a year older than me because I was 92.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be 35 this year.
Because it's easy to remember because for anybody who's a baseball fan, because I was born in 92 and that's when the Pirates started to suck and they had like 20 something straight losing seasons to start my life.
Ancient times, man. I'm
Right.
23. I'm the youngest one here. And
No,
Isaac
I
is
didn't know you were
26.
23, man. I thought you were my age. That
Yeah.
shocked me.
Yeah, dude.
All right, he already has less hair than me, so it's all right. He looks older.
What? What?
Is it-
Dude, I've been hair maxing. My hair is fucking beautiful. What are you talking
What does
about?
that even mean?
That's
means-
nice. That
Means
is
I'm
sick. How old are you?
maxing my hair.
You've been
I-
using some regrowth stuff. I see.
Of
Brendan,
course.
I stopped counting my years. Shit. When did the Library of Alexandria burn down?
Okay, you're asking the wrong guy. I can't tell you about that.
Like 1800 something.
Oh, you're
Whenever
talking
that
about-
happened, like the
way
fall
back.
of Rome or something. That's when I stopped
Okay.
counting my years.
Okay, I'll say you're 36 for argument's sake. Okay, Wayfinder says two more things. Damn, I'm the only Gen X here. I had better childhood than all of y'all. Oh no, I had Grand Theft Auto in its
Wow.
peak, and I got to watch the Attitude Era at its peak.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna
so
s-
now the next one here. All right. So now we're going to this section of the show I called "What the fuck is wrong with the booking?" So Big E addresses the fairy realism criticisms of New Day's creative direction as heels. While speaking to SI.com, Big E commented on the creative direction of New Day following their heel turn against him at the end of 2024. And I quote, I think that is a very real criticism. Creative, as you know, is give and take. And I'm only one component of it. There are a lot of other people involved. The creative team kind of just talked to me about the general idea, and I initially thought at least being able to kind of not pass the baton. But if Kofi and Woods were going to work with another team, and I was able to kind of give them my blessing, or I had an idea I wanted to do around the Rumble to kind of foil Kofi and Woods. Because I'm with you on that. Us continuing to build this angle or to build heat with someone who is not coming back, I think doesn't make sense. It leads fans astray. But I thought, if anything, okay, if we're going to do this, there's a way for me to kind of pass the torch to someone else or give them my blessing or say I'm aligned with you or say whatever it is. End quote. Okay. I wonder, due to his last sentence and how he worded some of his quote there, if something was planned, but it got canceled. He seemed like he wanted the angle to keep going, but as usual, the creative have no long-term plans for anyone. Because when you go back and watch, they basically cut him off. He was gone. And I guarantee you, what many people thought he would come back with like a new tag team with Montez Ford and Carmella Hayes. What were they called? Their tag team name? Street Profits, right?
That was Angelo Dawkins.
Yeah, it's Angelo Dawkins. Yeah.
Angelo Dawkins, my bad. Okay, so he could have done that. He could have brought them up to the roster. That's his new team. He manages them, and he can continue that feud with him of the New Day with the new tag team. They could have done that. Well, they decided not to. Let's see. Let's start with you, Paladin, on this one.
All right. So yeah, it was very unfortunate that he got injured. It sucked, and what even made it worse, and this would probably be one of the worst kind of tag team breakups of all time, definitely, in my opinion. It's like it completely died away. It's like where were they going from here? What were they gonna do? Like Big E couldn't wrestle anymore. He doesn't want to wrestle now. You know, he's happily retired. You know, being at the the post conference. You know, whatever, doing that. But then you just look at the fact that you're telling me that they didn't have they didn't have anything planned for New Day, or he comes back with like a tag team to help him combat them or whatever. It's like no, dies down. An idea must have been shot down. There is no way that they could have just said no, that's it. There had to have been something. I think it may have just been cut off and never came to fruition, and that they couldn't come up with something new. Give Biggie something to do, for heaven's sake. You know, like
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
I'd love to see him as a manager or something. That would have been cool.
That's too creative for me. Let's see, Dias, let's go to you for this one.
I do think there was a plan back in the day whenever they broke up initially, because I think deep down everybody knew backstage Big E was not going to be able to recover, at least not in time for anything substantial. And I remember reports coming out that Odyssey Jones, y'all remember fake Mark Henry?
Oh
Odyssey
shit!
Jones?
Hell yeah!
He
Yeah, I
was a
remember
part
him,
of the New Day faction for a little bit, and I thought he was supposed to be the third member. They were really building him up to be the third member before he got released for beating his wife or something. And I do think that there was a plan. And now we see that clearly once that plan got turned to shit, there was no alternative. There was no plan B. So they just kind of spun their wheels on that. And ever since, hell, they kind of merged two good ideas into one bad idea by taking Grayson Waller and separating him from Austin Theory and throwing him into the New Day mix, which, to be fair, I think we should keep races separate but equal. That's just my opinion. I don't think they should have brought a white guy into the New Day, but whatever. You still could have done like Royce Keys or somebody to join the New Day and have a third member while Big E has his own faction, be it Fraxium or Street Profits or whoever with the High Rise from NXT. You could have Big E still follow up with the breakup, but they never really answered that. And it's been a year and a half now since they broke up, if you can believe it's been that long. And I do think that I guess if we're addressing that there was no plan for the New Day, I do think there was a plan, but the plan turned to shit and they just didn't have a backup. And throwing Grayson Waller in there was not a good idea, aside from the race jokes that I make. I know they landed about as well as planes into towers, but
Edit that out there, Tommy. Edit that out.
Do it live.
But essentially they could have done something like, and I mentioned Grayson Waller because it's a similar situation where they could have televised the breakup between Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, but they didn't, and they decided to throw Grayson Waller into the New Day spectacle where New Day could have had a follow-up from the Big E breakup. It's just a freaking mess. The mid card on Monday Night Raw is like, is it even worth fucking talking about?
Would you say it's mid?
Yes.
Oh,
The mid
Victor there.
card.
Zinger.
Yeah, but
Well, John, let's go to you next then.
I mean, I don't actually know a whole lot about this one. So these guys are sort of like a lesser tag team and they broke up fairly quick. Is that basically the story?
No, they've been around for like more than a decade.
Yeah, okay.
And they did the angle last year. By the time, not last year, sorry, 2024. That's when it came out. Big E could never wrestle again because of his neck, and they were starting to have Kofi and Xavier have problems on TV. Miscommunication, they're losing a lot. Xavier's acting more heelish while Kofi's trying to calm him down. Then Big E made an appearance to try to get them united, and they turned on him. Like they just say, he wasn't there for us. You left us high and dry. You never got us involved in your outside opportunities. We were the ones staying here carrying the team. And Big E was trying to no, this is not happening. And they basically ended their friendship with Big E. And Big E walked out of the ring and turning Kofi and Xavier heel. And many people thought Big E was going to come back with a new team to get revenge. Didn't happen.
Well, once again, the neck injury strike. I mean, that seems to be like the number one thing that knocks people out. I don't know what it is, but I do think. I mean, it sounds like it's just. This reminds me of like whenever you get a wide receiver and a quarterback that work great together, but then they just can't resolve their personal drama. Or it's like Durant with Golden State. It's like you guys could win a lot, you could be great together, but once you break that, nice.
This is a Durant jersey, baby.
Maybe you guys will get your basketball team back one
I
of
know
these
we
days.
need.
You got the
Supersonics.
Seattle Kraken, but it's kind of like people from the outside can all say like, oh, if you would just do this, if you would just do that. It's like once you don't want to work with someone, you kind of just don't want to work with them. It's sometimes it's just irreparable.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess like I could say like be professional, just swallow it up and work. But I don't know. I guess if whatever bridge was so burnt, it's like maybe they just can't overcome it. I do think that's a great meme face on the right, though.
Well, they're only dissing each other on TV. I think they're still cool.
Like kayfabe wise, they're still good. The behind the scenes.
Gotcha,
For sure.
gotcha.
And before we go to you, Tommy, Wayfinder was saying about the New Day, they have been the longest as an active team. That is true. They have been the longest active tag team in WWE history because they were around for 11 years, I believe, if my math correctly, before they did the breakup angle. or close to 11 years.
That was pretty close to 11 years. I'd say about 10 years though.
Roughly in that time. All right, Tommy, let's go to you about this topic, my friend. Big E responded to the criticisms of the New Day's direction.
Yeah, so this is more about booking and less about the team. Like, I think they have a fatigue for factions because they spent like 3 or 5 years with the Bloodline, and there was betrayal after betrayal. Jimmy Uso, Jey Uso, they weren't getting along. Then they turned on Roman. Then they brought in Sami Zayn. And it was just so much fatigue for factions that I think that, you know, another faction storyline just wouldn't have been as appealing. And, you know, this breakup's probably 5 years too late. Like, you know, they had momentum for the past 10 years, but, you know, they were so hot like in 2016. And now, you know, they're still relevant, but yeah, everyone's just kind of tired of the factions. And it's mostly because of the Bloodline. That was on TV every week. And I agree, Grayson Waller was not a good fit. I don't know if the New Day is going to add a third member. They might just stay like a two-man tag team and, you know, they could defend their championships. I believe they have like 9 fucking title reigns in their career. So they're a reliable tag team, but there's just not a lot of meat in the story as far as like with Big E. He like Paladin said, he's doing the press conferences, post game, pre-game press conference. And that's his new role. That's his career now. And if he wants to get back in the ring, you know, I think he could. I think, you know, there's probably some doubt in his mind that he'll get injured again. And I don't blame him for that. It's a dangerous business. So, yeah, I mean, best of luck to Big E. What he did was great. I think, you know, they've underbooked him his whole career. He could have been the next Mark Henry. He could have been the next monster. But, you know, it just never went anywhere. And, you know, and it's a booking issue. Like, we all could have done – all of us could have done something better on WWE 2K26 or 25 with, you know,
Absolutely.
New Day.
And Lady Cass says, agreed. No, absolutely.
All I ever think of when you say Mark Henry is just, anyone not Caucasian, please leave. Mark Henry.
Wait, he actually said that?
Vince
No,
McMahon.
Vince McMahon said it whenever he was supposed to be like finding his son.
Yes, right. I remember
He
that. I
mentions
remember
Mark
that.
Henry specifically after telling all the
Yeah, like Shelton Benjamin and all the other black roster members were like walking back to the.
I don't make the rules around here.
I forgot about that. Okay, now this one was interesting, I thought, and it brings up a debatable question. Liv Morgan reveals how much creative input she has in WWE storylines. Speaking on Raw Talk, which is on their YouTube channel, February 24th, Liv was asked if she gets any say in what happens in WWE storylines, and she answered honestly without overselling it. And I quote, like, am I actively running the show? No. But I do have creative library. But do I have creative liberties? Yes. That's something you earn. You don't just get creative liberties. Probably around 2024. I feel like that's when. And yeah, it does feel good because that means they know that I know my stuff and I take pride in them knowing that I know. End quote. So after I just read you guys Liv Morgan's quote, I have a question. Do you think WWE should give more stars this kind of creative freedom, or does it only work when it's earned like Liv Morgan? And John, let's start with you on this.
I view this as sort of like actors that try to become producers and stuff. It's like, yeah, you got to earn your stripes, because if you just give everybody say, if somebody comes in and they're there for 2-3 years and then they're already trying to editorialize shit, you just get chaos and you get a lot of self-serving inevitably. And you're just going to create squabbles and things are just not going to run as smoothly. You got to have somewhat of an authoritative voice as far as like booking, writing, blah, blah, blah. Everybody kind of stay in their lanes and performers. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how many years I would say, but you got to have a certain amount of years before you get any sort of say. And even then it should be like somewhat of a sliding scale of like, yeah, like, oh, can I maybe do this instead? Or, you know, oh, maybe like, you know, she comes and hits me instead, you know, little suggestions you can start out with, but yeah, you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen essentially, because otherwise you're just not going to get a good coherent product.
Oh, don't trust me. That's a topic here shortly. Get ready for that. Dias, let's go to you.
I mean, Liv Morgan's been around, like she's been on the main roster for like 9 years now, and like probably been in WWE 11 or 12 years probably at this point. So I definitely say that she's probably earned it just for, you know, sticking around long enough. The question about whether or not wrestlers should have creative control, I mean, it's about balance. It's because I'm kind of seconding what John said. It's, you got to have somebody with an authoritative voice to sort of rein somebody in, because when you have, you know, people playing in the sandbox, they're going to be like, well, I have the invincible star, so nobody can beat me. Well, I also have an invincible star. So what are we going to do here? And egos start to clash. And we kind of see that with like AEW having the EVPs be Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Cody Rhodes, Hangman. Like we see it with Triple H. And even though Triple H is not an active wrestler, he still has favorites. He still, you know, does a lot of heavy nepotism and favoritism towards specific wrestlers. And it's about getting on his good side, essentially. But that comes from
Rhea Ripley.
yeah.
Eos guy.
That comes from this egocentric mindset of trying to get yourself over. And while I think it's good for wrestlers to have their own creative input in order to get themselves over with the audience, you got to have somebody that's reining them in, because they are just like Hollywood actors. When they get a big enough head and they start thinking that they're hot shit, they go overboard. They start taking things way off the reins. You need to have somebody to sort of rein them in and tell them, hey, this is what we need from you. What can you do for us to accomplish this goal?
Rachel Zegler.
But that's sort of how I feel about it. I think there's a balance to it.
Okay. See, Tommy, let's go to you.
What are we talking about?
Tommy's like 5 a.m. party, bro.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I was looking at Liv Morgan too much.
Yeah, lay off the gummies. Okay, I'll just ask you the question.
I'm kidding. Her creative liberties and her creative writing, right? So she has control of whether or not, you know, someone beats her or.
And do you think WWE should give more stars more creative freedom, or do you think it should be earned like Liv Morgan for it to work?
Well, I agree with John what he said. A few people should have that. You know, Roman Reigns should have that. Cody Rhodes should have that. Not everyone deserves that. And to a certain extent, I understand you got to protect your own gimmick. You got to protect your character. And there's going to be hurt feelings. You can't please everybody. You know, someone's got to look up at the lights and take the pin. Someone's got to lose. And sometimes it's got to be Roman Reigns himself. You know, it can't always be the same copy and paste show, you know, where the big dog goes over. Sometimes you got to have the underdog win. Sometimes you got to switch it up. And so Liv Morgan, I think she's got her head on straight. So she understands the business. Does everybody deserve it? You know, maybe a handful of people. I wish, you know, they'd give LA Knight some creative fucking control, because I'm sure LA Knight isn't happy with where he's at right now. It's kind of a tough situation, because if you're playing favorites and you give Liv Morgan creative control, but you don't give Io Sky creative control, then it can cause animosity in the locker room. So you got to be careful with how much power you give people,
especially with women. Anyways.
Oh yeah. In my opinion, so Ballard, I'll let you go last year. I'll give my take it quickly. In my opinion, an argument can be made for either side. I feel like they should, in a way, I'm more on the side of they should earn it. Put like the work in and get more experience and gain more years, and maybe get an opportunity to try to throw something, because that would make he or she a better performer. They could then learn, what would work, what doesn't work, what could I do better, and they can like pick each other's brains in that aspect. But there has to be a fine line who gets it and who's that boss to override if there's a decision that needs to be overridden. Back then it was Vince McMahon. Nowadays, no. Triple H is like, no, you would. So I'm in the middle. It can't be. Is it a bad idea? No, but they don't want to overdo it, and they should put the work in and get more experience before that's in a conversation. Paladin, and before we go to Paladin, Wayfinder, comment here by him. I always liked the brawler Wade Barrett. He could have a lucrative career now. I believe he got hurt. I think that's why he had to retire, right? Like it was an injury.
Yeah, he's injured, and that's why he's out. He's a commentator now, but it is interesting to see like what his career would have been if he didn't get injured.
Because I stopped watching him when he was coming around after the Nexus name broke up. So I didn't see anything much of him after Nexus.
Yeah, he won like an Intercontinental Championship, and that was about it.
Gotcha.
You make it sound, it's so funny with that title. You're just like, he won an Intercontinental Championship, but that's about it.
Well, like
that belt used to mean something back then.
I know, it just sounds like, I don't know, the verbiage of it makes it sound
it's like winning the NFC West, but you don't win the Super Bowl. It's just
right. Paladin, your thoughts on this situation? Should WWE give wrestlers more creative freedom, or does it have to be earned before that's a conversation?
Okay. All right. So, when it comes to like creative control, whenever I think of that, I look back at Hulk Hogan, who was the biggest name in wrestling and always will be. Should he have creative control? Absolutely. It was in his contract, for heaven's sake. I mean, he was the biggest star ever. Of course, he's Hulk Hogan. I'd give it to him. If it came to people like maybe The Rock or Stone Cold, I'd consider giving them creative control if they felt they weren't comfortable with their spot or they were trying to protect themselves. Only certain wrestlers should get it, ones that I feel have earned that right to get it. So I do agree with Catman in that aspect. But also you need a good hand like Vince McMahon. But it's just that with Triple H, he throws them out like sweets. It's like, you get one, they get one. No. It doesn't work that way. We need a new Vince McMahon. We need a Vince McMahon 2.0 who just, comes out and says, okay, I'll give creative control just to these few people. And the rest of you, you're going to still have to work on it. With Liv Morgan, I think at this stage, 9 years in, she's earned the right to have some creative control. So as long as she's using it to just kind of tweak things, things like that.
Yeah.
But again, we were saying on my podcast that they could make a storyline out of this. Liv Morgan comes up to Io Sky and says, why were you hugging the boss like that? What are you doing behind closed doors? Wink, wink. And why is Rhea so comfortable around her?
Yes, dude, absolutely. You can accuse an affair. You can get Stephanie McMahon, the kids involved. You can create a work shoot angle of that. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Chris is in the house. And Wayfinder, to answer your question, we're talking about a quote about Liv Morgan saying she has input in her.
No, he's memeing me. What are we talking about? Tommy H 2026.
Oh, okay. I thought like topic there. Okay,
So,
my bad. Yeah, go ahead, Paladin.
But yeah. Again, just so much like, reality stuff that you could use in today's era to make money. I mean, seriously, the whole Io Sky hugging picture, turn that into a storyline. Get Liv Morgan to do it. Get a program with Rhea Ripley and maybe involve Io Sky as well. Do all that good stuff. And kind of, take stabs at her saying, how come you haven't spoken one word of English in your time here? Why is Triple H keeping you? Why is Triple H keeping you?
Are you doing him favors? Wink, wink.
Yeah, I do. Are you doing favors, private dinners that we don't know about? Come on.
Did you
what-
see Rhea Ripley's Instagram post where she
I
said,
did
"I
not.
have," she said, "I have no friends in this business," and she was like throwing shade at Bianca Belair, and,
Oh,
and
really?
like there's like a whole feud going on right now, and they're saying like, you know, Rhea Ripley's sleeping with the Booker, that's why she got favoritism.
She's sleeping with Booker?
Yeah,
I thought that was a Jade Cargill thing.
Yeah, well, it was-
again.
yeah, Jade Cargill. My bad, not Bianca Belair,
Yeah,
but I know that they
again-
both have heat.
Yeah.
Like it's weird.
Yeah, again, right there is ratings. Right there is money. You could use this as fuel. You know,
Yep.
they may not like each other. They may be starting heat, but they could work a program together. They
Make
could.
money.
Yeah.
They
One
did
may
it back then. They did. Now, speaking of creative, because this relates to creative here, Tiffany Stratton admits she's been kind of stale for the past year. Speaking on the No Contest Wrestling podcast, Tiffany was asked about any potential changes to her character, and she had this to say. I feel like for the past year, I was kind of stale. I felt like there wasn't any crazy storylines after I won the title. I kind of want to bring back some spunk. So we're going to be even more heelish. We're going to play around with some things, so I'm excited for that. Okay, then I'm going to say wonder, it kind of goes off what Tom was saying. Okay, Liv Morgan can have input. Why not Tiffany can come in and throw ideas? Like, is there heat that she has we don't know about? Is she a part of a clique that certain producer or producers that don't like? Is she not like sucking up to the boss enough? And that's how come they can't do the same for Tiffany? And with her title reign, this goes back to what happened with Cody Rhodes. They're building him up to take the belt off Roman. He beats Roman. Story's done. You know, the story was finished. Okay. Now what? What's next? What's the next chapter? That happened with Tiffany. She beat Charlotte for the women's title at WrestleMania that year. Okay. Now what? Nothing. And she kind of floundered away, unfortunately. And I think it's a shame. Let's start with you, Dysig, on this one.
On Tiffany, I think it's pretty like it might be just the simplest answer is the truest answer. Yeah, she kind of stale. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything having to do with backstage politics. I wouldn't know. I'm not there, but it very well could, because we obviously see Triple H's favoritism, and we know who he does like and who he doesn't based on who he gives TV time to. With Tiffany Stratton, yeah, I mean, she's kind of been doing the same character for like her entire career, and she's had a pretty short career too. She needs to have some sort of reinvention or reboot of the same character if she can. Yeah, heel turn, maybe a darker face. Who knows, right? Not black
I
face.
was gonna say.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Yeah.
I'm glad Brendan got what I was saying. I knew John was going to say some shit. I knew that he does.
Didn't she already get in trouble for like saying something? They was like caught on a mic or something where after she lost a few times, people were like, "Oh, it's because she said this racist thing."
Yes, there was controversy about that because she said something towards Jade Cargill. And I never got the context for it. We covered it on this podcast a couple months ago, I think. And yeah, I mean, other than just being like a basic bitch Starbucks drinking white girl, like I really don't know what else to do with her. I mean, she was a prime athlete in what was it, Team USA or something.
She's an amazing athlete.
Yeah. So she's got potential, and she needs a bit of a character revamp, or just go back to what worked. You know, I think it's very possible that it has nothing to do with backstage politics and has everything to do with just maybe she's being honest about her character being kind of stale, you know?
Okay. Let's see. Tom, let's go to you, man.
Yeah, you know, Tiffany Stratton, she is easy on the eyes. She's money, bro. You gotta book her better, bro. Now I'm sounding like Vince Russo with all these bros.
bro.
You're sounding like me either, bro. Don't worry, there, bro. I'll be here soon.
She's got the looks, bro. You gotta push her. You gotta put her on TV more, bro. Those double D's will bring in the views, bro.
They ain't double D's, but all right.
They're pretty close. I don't know what they are. But yeah, she's jacked. She calls herself the Buff Barbie on Instagram. You know, there's a role for that. You know, she called out Charlotte Flair. She said, Charlotte Flair, what are you 0 for 4 in marriages?
That was a good one.
And then Triple H was like, oh, you got to apologize to her. That's too far, you know? And it's like,
And she's like, shut the fuck up, and slaps him.
so
And one
she
thing about
can
that,
be-
Paladin, I want to add that to that, Tommy, because the week prior, Charlotte went off script on SmackDown, but Charlotte never got any heat. But when Tiffany decides to give her receipt back, oh, you got to apologize.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. I just
It
want to
is
add to that for
bullshit.
those that don't know. Charlotte's allowed to go off script, but Tiffany can't defend herself the week after.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead. I
it's
just
like,
want to make that clear.
no, that's a good point because they give grief to Tiffany for being a mean girl, which I think's her best work is when she's this bitch. And you know, if you're holding her back, he's like, she can't speak her mind. She can't, you know, go at these fools, start cooking these fools. And then you're left with a stale character, which is where we're at today.
Yep. And it's unfortunate because she does have money, in my opinion. All right, now before we go to the next person, Chris says Tiffany's got potential. Unfortunately, Triple H will continue to book her like shit. Yes, absolutely. Not just him. Deuce, which is Bruce Pritchard, Michael Hayes, The Walrus, all those people. John, let's go to you next.
So I think it's kind of an overall problem that I very much notice that like the characters need to be amped up a little bit. They all, even her like being the Buff Barbie kind of deal, it's like she says some mean girl things and she does the Tiffy time things. Like, I need you to come out like literally sipping a Starbucks latte and like being the most basic white bitch. Like dial it up a little bit. Give yourself more character because it feels like you're just sort of the same wrestler as everybody else, but you say some slightly meaner things, and you have like a little bit more of a to your voice, like trying to be like the mean girl. Yeah, it's like come out with a giant clock or something and play into the Tiffy time thing. Because and the reason I notice it right now specifically is because for another show I've been rewatching like some classic stuff. Like the very first episodes of Raw and stuff where they have like the Repo Man running around stealing people's hats and stuff. And it's like,
Is that with the backseater?
Yeah. We've been doing like, and that's for Rumble where they don't have any copyright shit. So you can watch stuff like Monday Night Raw and not get in trouble for it.
Nice.
But anyways, it's like, you know, they have it makes things more distinctive. So you don't feel like you're getting sort of generic, repetitious kind of characters. And they're just allowed to like play into their character a little bit more. Because yeah, I do think it's gotten stale, and I think that's part of the reason why. Even if she's not going to be a champion all the time, it could at least be more interesting or like more comedic and like I don't know, just like dial it up a little bit.
She's the new Trish Stratus, you know.
She's got potential for sure.
She beat Trish Stratus. Anyways.
Oh, yeah. I think she did, yeah. Okay, Paladin, you're last. I share a big Tiffy mark. Have at it. I saved you last for purpose on this one.
No, damn you.
Main event.
Yes. But hi, Chippy. Love you. Mwah. Mwah. and don't listen to all these jerks.
Hey, I didn't shit on her.
Yeah,
no
they're-
simping allowed.
no.
Mute this man.
Shut up.
Yeah, Paladin, this is the last time you're allowed on the show, buddy.
Not gonna bang you, bro.
To be fair to Paladin, I would let Tiffany be mean to me all she wants.
Oh my god.
Same, yeah.
Yes.
I'll put your hands up if you agree. Hands up if you agree. God damn it.
Yeah.
Take it.
Wait, I can't
You want to practice your moonsault on me? I'll lay there. I
Yeah,
don't
yes.
care.
Here. Let me get the camera. All right, wait.
Hey,
I'm laying
hey,
down.
guys,
I'm laying down.
She's my woman. Paws off.
Okay.
You have your own women. She's mine.
No, she's for the homies.
Oh God.
Yeah, all for
Tommy,
all, one for all.
Tommy, what is wrong with you?
No, I agree. One for all for one. Okay,
Oh my
Joseph's side.
Sharing
We gotta
is
be
caring.
exactly,
Okay.
but professional. Now we got to be professional. Paladin, take it.
All right. Yes, and I love you very much, Tiffy. I'd send you lots of flowers, and these jerks can go away. But of course, yes, her character, she doesn't really have anything going for her, and it's very frustrating because I'm a big Tiffy fan. But I'm like, oh, it's really sad. You've got nothing going. You've got no story. You got no sort of a character I can just like really enjoy seeing and seeing all her segments and watching her more in those dresses. I mean, get better stuff. Moves and storylines and other stuff.
What if she came out in like a literal cheerleading outfit to one of the men's matches and just played into like the white girl thing, or like I said, like the literal Starbucks cup? And just,
I am no pervert.
like you like that? You like that? I like that.
I think, let's just say I'd be watching that for educational purposes. I'll just say that. But
I might do some research.
But
as
if
well.
if I was in charge of my Tiffy, I would give her all the attention in the world to make sure she has a great character and that she's just glamorous to look at on camera. Mwah, mwah.
Okay, so we're going to the next topic here, so he doesn't get a Woody here. Okay, now we're still
I don't have one.
Bring up that fat lady. What's her face?
Nia?
Nia Jax. Bring
Okay.
her. And I can kill Pound.
Well, she's not fat anymore. That's not the story, though. Good on her, though. She's lost a lot of weight. She was really
she's
good.
Still fat, but
She's fat in the right places, though.
Is she like PHAT fat now, or?
Yes. Okay. All right. Professional guys are gonna make me pop here. Now, on the same subject of creative, WWE reportedly has no creative plans in place for Royce Keys for the time being. Guys, Royce Keys has not been seen on television since the Royal Rumble, which was on January the 31st. He wrestled in dark matches. He has not appeared on television, other than clips being shown from his interview with Stephanie McMahon. During an episode of WrestleVotes Radio, it was noted that WWE's plans for Royce Keys remain unknown for the time being. And I didn't get the guy's name on the radio show, but this is what he said. And I quote, "Nothing. Big question mark. Absolutely nothing. You know, we had speculated that SmackDown was the place for him. It certainly does still seem like that's going to be his home. I know he was backstage Friday night, saw some pictures of him. Don't know when he's showing up on TV. Hopefully they have an idea. Hopefully this is part of the plan," end quote. Like I said, January 31st was the last time he was seen on TV. We're getting closer to 2 months that he's not been seen. And do you guys remember last year when Nick Khan was doing an interview and he made that comment taking a jab at AEW saying that they don't bench people? Well, this looks like benching to me. What was the point in signing the guy if you're not going to put the guy on TV for nearly 2 months? Like, in my opinion, I think he did this. He only signed the guy just to stick it to Tony Khan for that alone. Not to try to make him or get a new star in the company. He did it as a fuck you to Tony Khan. Because Triple H still has a grudge. When AEW first started, AEW destroyed NXT in the ratings on Wednesday. They did. Chris says here, before we keep going here, Tiffany's one of Shawn Michaels' prospects for the 2.0 era of NXT, along with other chicks from that era that has promised, like Jason Jane and Fallon Henley. Jason Jane, save. I'm not familiar with the other one. But as I was saying
like
here,
a cowgirl gimmick. She wears cowboy boots.
Okay. I gotta be professional on the show. I might remind me of that name later for education purposes. Anyways, again, what is the point of that? Why sign the guy if you're not going to use him for 2 months? If he was hurt, unfortunately, like let's say he got hurt, I get it, but he's not hurt. He's wrestling dark matches. He's not on TV. Why waste all that money? And it's known Tony Khan offered this man a lot more money to stay in AEW. Well, he had a less money offer from WWE. He took the WWE offer because it was always his dream to be in the WWE.
Yep.
It's not working out well. And I think I'm going to start with you on this one. So take it away, my friend.
I agree with you that I do think I mean, aside from him personally signing to WWE, which I mean, that was always going to be his choice. WWE tried to get him to spite Tony Khan. That's what all of the AEW jump shippers do to WWE. They sign AEW people to stick it to Tony Khan for the same reason that Tony Khan signs people who are released from WWE. And I have a prediction in a couple months, probably the week after WrestleMania, if not the week before WrestleMania, we're going to get a bunch of new WWE releases, and a lot of those names are going to go to TNA. A lot of those names are going to go to AEW. A lot of contracts will not be renewed, but you know who's going to show up on WWE television after WrestleMania? Royce Keys. They're not giving him any creative plans right now because they want to really hammer out WrestleMania 42 and what that's going to look like. And I think Royce Keys is a brand new face. He's kind of a wild card. I think throwing him into the mix kind of screws up a lot of plans for what Triple H may be thinking or what the creative team may be thinking. So I think they're going to wait till after WrestleMania to debut him. And that's why they've been holding on to him for so long and not giving him anything to do, is because they're waiting for that season to end, the fresh slate to throw him on TV. They did a similar thing with Alexa Bliss last year. Alexa Bliss came back to this roaring crowd at the Royal Rumble, and they did nothing for her up until WrestleMania. And then boom, she shows up after WrestleMania, and she got this brand new, fresh outtake on her character and joins up with Charlotte Flair and all that. So I think it's as simple as they're just keeping Royce Keys until after WrestleMania so they can build him up for the future of his career, because if they throw him in right now, they're like, okay, well, do we have enough confidence to put him in a WrestleMania match? Or, you know what I mean? And I still do think that sticking it to Tony Khan is a part of it, but I just think that we're going to see him after WrestleMania for sure.
Okay, fair take. I like that. Paladin, you're next, man.
It is so sad what's happened to him. I mean, this guy was wrestling on dark matches. Like, that's crazy. You see this like big debut of him at the Royal Rumble, and he looks strong, looks tough. You know, Cody and him have met at the past. He's trying to do the uppercut. And he's like, "Oh, I'm not phased by you, boy." Love that. That was really good. I love that intimidation factor from him. But then it's just like 2 months, gets lost in the shuffle. He's in dark matches. I was like, what the fuck are you doing with this guy in dark matches? Why is he on TV now, doing his TV debut, going after people? You know, he could be going after, say, you know, maybe Randy Orton. He could be going after, you know, other people on the roster, and then
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there you go. He could be after Lesnar. He could be his surprise challenger. He like steps up and he's in his face. You know, there's a bit of a heated confrontation. You do something there. There's so much you can do with him, and then it's just like he's on the bench somewhere. You know, at this stage, you know, he might as well just be eating a catering or just having some popcorn at this bloody stage.
That's a high catering budget, I have to say. That's a big man.
Oh yeah, but
he can eat.
Sure. Oh yeah, he could eat and come back for seconds if you wanted to. But yeah, it's just that at the end of the day, it's heartbreaking because I would never do this to him because he has star potential, and I'd love to just book him in some good stuff. Like, yeah, maybe start with Lesnar, you know, work from there. But the fact of the matter is, look what happened to him. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, no, man, this is one of the many things that's going to get you fired. Oh yeah, you think right now? Oh yeah, TKO's making all this cool profit right now. How do you know? How do you know they wouldn't use this profit to sell you down the river? That they, you know, make a little something deal with a certain 80-year-old guy, 80-year-old man, and they kick you to the curb. I predict post WrestleMania, he's out of there. Sorry, I just hate Noseman. I hate him. That's why
Well, we all do, trust me.
I hate you.
All right, Tommy. You're next, Tommy. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think putting him up against Brock Lesnar would be a little funny just because Brock Lesnar is known for squashing black talent. So this is one way you could change that narrative is have Royce Keys squash Lesnar, and Lesnar actually puts over a black man for once in his life. Royce Keys on the bench. It's unfortunate. Again, it is Triple H's fault because what the fuck are you doing? This guy is money. Unfortunately, his debut kind of fell flat because it was in Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi Arabians aren't familiar with the other American product, AEW. All of them know is WWE because WWE is the big leagues. So I'm happy Royce Keys is in the big leagues now. But, it comes with a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is just because you have all the looks and you have everything going for you, it doesn't mean you're going to get on TV. I'm hoping, like he said, he's a wild card. You could put him out there, maybe they start, they're building up Obafemi. If he goes to Raw or SmackDown, then you could have a rivalry with Obafemi versus Royce Keys. Two big men slapping meat,
Sean Sapp.
Yeah.
Another he does.
So yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen. I think it's not if, it's when they decide to start pushing him, and getting people talking about it is just another reminder that he's out there. He's in the mix. He's one of those sharks in the water that you got to look out, and he's coming. I'm not really worried about when. I just know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, good point. John, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I could see him going up against Lesnar. That would be a fun time. And then I can't help but just a random non sequitur, but Triple H could have played Kratos in the God of War series with this beard and the bald head, and the muscle. But that's what I kept thinking, seeing these pictures. But yeah, I mean, he could take on. I could see I don't know if I would make it like a squash either way. It would just be like you could have like a titanic clash between the two, just have them doing standoffs, trading blows, not in any gay sort of way, but like trading blows like punches.
Yeah, they're not going to unload on each other.
But no, it could be like an epic titanic standoff. No, it would be that would be a fun match. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh yeah, I could be into that.
That'd be fun, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, it's pretty much what you guys have said. It's like, why sign someone and have them just sit and sit and sit? Yeah, maybe he's got some injury we wouldn't know about, but doesn't sound like it. So, yeah, I suppose either like a Lesnar or like. He could have been. I'm forgetting now. So WrestleMania was the last time we saw him.
Royal Rumble.
I'm sorry,
Royal
Royal
Rumble back in January. January 21st.
So he was, as far as I recall, because we watched that, Tommy, he was pretty heavily involved, right?
Yeah, he was going back and forth with Obafemi, who's another large black man, and I believe he even got into it with Brock Lesnar at one point.
Okay. I remembered him playing a pretty prominent role in that, so that could have been a coming out party, and instead it's been sort of like a one and done so far. So yeah, I feel like they kind of missed an opportunity for momentum after that because he definitely stood out. I'm remembering him, a couple months later. But yeah, kind of a wasted opportunity thus far. Maybe he just needs to get some more muscle. He looks a little scrawny, to be honest.
Now, this next one, I'm going to be somewhat biased here because I take great joy from what I'm about to read here. And it's with Paladin. WWE Creative, a jumbled mess amid internal disagreements. And if you guys remember last week, when we were talking about Bruce Pritchard on his podcast saying it's all lovely-dovely, they're like Saturday Night Live, they got different ideas, they come together, they would present them, everyone's happy. WWE's creative process may not be as unified as it once was, and a report suggests internal disagreements are starting to create fiction. Speaking of the self-made session on March 2nd, the self-made pro individual said he was told that earlier in this era, creative meetings thrived on different opinions. Writers would pitch ideas, Triple H would weigh in, and the final direction would blend multiple viewpoints. We talked about that last week. Now that some dynamic is reportedly causing friction and hurting the product. And this is what the guy said. Here's something I was told. At the height of the regime, having different opinions in the room was actually helping the product. People would give their perspective. Triple H would give his, and he'd highlight a little bit of everybody's views on wrestling. I've now been told that this is kind of hurting the product. There are so many disagreements and different perspectives, and at times, there's tension in the creative meetings. That's how it was described to me. There's a lack of unifying vision about what the product should be right now. A lot of people have different perspectives. There are people in the WWE creative room who really push back on the idea that they need to capitulate to the desires of the online fandom.
Capitulate?
Capitulate, thank you, English. You get that anti-Meltzer sentiment in the room. Then there are others who argue that, beyond dismissing it as Twitter. This is what the hardcore fan base wants. For example, someone might say, hey, we should follow up on the storyline we just set up. If we don't, people are going to point it out. The online crowd will call it out. Well, others will respond, who cares about that? But you can dismiss it as hardcore fans as all you want. Every version of your audience deserves cohesive storytelling. The bottom line is this. Nobody agrees on anything anymore. It's a mess, a jumbled mess of different opinions and perspectives, and it's not coming together the way it did 2 or 3 years ago, end quote. So now the question is, do you think creative tension is showing up on WWE programming right now? Or is this just the normal push and pull of building a weekly live product? What have I been saying for the last 15 years? There are too many chefs in the kitchen. There should not be all these writers. We went from Vince McMahon, Pat Patterson in the 80s and early 90s. Then Bruce Pritchard joined. They had 3. Then that led to Vince McMahon, Pritchard, and Jim Cornette. Then that led to 3 people again. Vince McMahon, Jim Cornette, Vince Russo. Cornette and Vince McMahon leave the creative team. Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara. 2 people. Then after they leave to go to a different company, and they brought in Tommy Blanchard and Brian Gewirtz, that's when they were starting bringing all of these people in. And Russo has been quoted when he briefly went back to the WWE in 2002. They had 8 writers in the team already. And to him, that was gross just looking at it. Way too many. If you ask me, 2 minimum, maybe 6 max. After that, that's way too many cooks in the kitchen. So yes, I think this has been hurting the wrestling business, especially WWE, for a decade. And it's just getting worse and worse. Too many egos, too many visions. Nothing gets done. Nothing gets agreed on. No cohesive direction they're sticking in. It's mumble jumble. Throw shit on the wall. See what sticks. John, let's start with you on this.
Well, this kind of ties into the Liv Morgan, story that we did earlier, speaking about too many cooks in the kitchen. Yeah, the more writers you have, naturally, the thing is, I think people think less long term the more creative voices you have, because whenever you have 2 guys or 2 whoever, you're able to kind of be like, all right, we're going to go this, and this, and then a year from now we're going to set up like this. Whenever you have a bunch of conflicting ideas, then it's a week-to-week struggle. And so you lack that sort of long-term planning. And this ties into a number of creative industries. I mean, you think about shows that, or a manga that has like 1 author, and it can run for a 25-year stretch, and it can set up storylines 10 years in advance because that guy has it in his head and he's going, I'm setting this up now. Whereas if you have 6 writers, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, well, I'm setting this up. Oh, but then he's gone later on, or, this other guy gets his way. And so then it's interrupted. The storyline's ruined. you can't set up something that far in advance. So I think it makes it more short-term thinking overall whenever you get that sort of too many voices like that. And I think it makes it, like you said, less cohesive, where it's like you're going to get a push and pull every single week. And it's like, oh, I thought we were setting this up. Oh, wait, now we've done a 180 and now we're setting this up. It's like, well, can we like have a direction, and can we have a consistent character, or is everything just short term and not really mean? And I think this kind of feeds into like it's sort of the social media mindset. And this is probably partially like where the talent comes in too, where everybody wants to be the star and nobody can accept being a side character kind of thing. You know, not everybody can be Hulk Hogan. I'm sorry. And quite frankly, I think having one more firm creative, you know, a couple more firm creative voices can sort of tell people that with a little bit more authority and be like, hey, I know you've been here, but I'm sorry, tenure alone does not give you power. And so we need you to you're not going to be the superstar. I'm sorry. Not everybody can be that, or else it doesn't mean anything. If everybody's Hulk Hogan, then nobody's Hulk Hogan, you know?
Exactly. And look at this picture. Look at this shit. This is fucking gross. This is disgusting. This right here.
It's like,
yeah, these are the jack-offs that are ruining WWE for the last 15 years. This is fucking disgusting. Oh, there's suits. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, that's a great idea, sir. Oh, that is a fantastic.
Half of them are even wearing the same suit. They got the Navy.
They do. And no, okay, Russo has told the story. Back then, there are no suits. They go to Vince McMahon's house. Vince has a tank top, sweatpants, or a long sleeve shirt.
Doing his roids.
Yep. Yeah, pal. Then Russo Ferrara would just be dressed, you know, casual. Shirt, pants, just casual. Now you got this called corporate. I can't look at that.
Yeah, they look like politicians, man. Like
they do.
George Lucas, the greatest writer in the world. He's famous for his flannels.
Well, let's not get too hasty with greatest writer in the world. All right,
I think you said most famous, or did you say greatest?
I said greatest. You know, he's one of the greatest. Okay, he's not the greatest. I don't know who that would be, but I'm just
that'd be debatable.
Yeah.
A figure of speech there. You know, the dude wore a flannel most of his career.
Look, Kathy, can you go get me
so Dynastic, you're next,
coffee?
Bud.
So the whole too many cooks in the kitchen thing, I think it depends on what kind of cooks we're talking about. Like if you had 8 writers, right? And you had one writer per title belt, and you gave them like 5 wrestlers,
like a division, right?
Right, based off division. And then, like, if somebody were gonna get promoted, say Damian Priest is promoted from IC title to world title, it's like, all right, we're passing Damian Priest from Aaron to Jacob, right? And there's a way to have that many writers work and have a system. What it sounds like corporate wise is it's just a bunch of fucking useless cooks in the same kitchen. It's not that there's too many cooks in the kitchen. It's that there's not enough cooks in the kitchen, if that makes sense. Because not everybody there is a damn cook. Some people there are fucking waiters. You know, it's a bunch of people who are not supposed to be there. They're just talking heads. They're just people that are brown nosing for the job. And so,
or getting coffee assistant.
Yeah, exactly. People that are just there to be there. They're not exactly part of the creative team, but they get executive producer credit. We see a lot of that with Hollywood producers. I mean, we just saw Star Trek Discovery or Starfleet Academy has like 16 fucking producers on it. Ain't no way all those people are creatively involved, you know? And so the same thing applies to WWE. And whenever we hear about infighting, about creative control, I think what's really happening is TKO is like, yeah, we're getting a lot of backlash here. Ticket sales are not so great. We're starting to think about who we should start firing. Everybody line up in a row. We're going to start throwing a dodgeball. Whoever gets hit gets fired. And so they're panicking. That's what's going on, is that they're actually more panicking about unifying as a creative team and trying to fix the problem, or be it their overlords at TKO are going to fire them. So I think in spite of there being creative, back and forths between, writers, I don't think everybody there knows what they're fucking doing. And That's the major problem, and that's not just a WWE thing. That is an entertainment as a whole thing. You know, the more corporate you get, the more you see stuff like that.
Well said.
Your take there? Well said. All right. Let's see. Tommy, tag in.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have said everything that there is to be said. Triple H is the yes or no guy. He gets to say yes, no. And, like Isaac was saying, all of these guys, a lot of them don't have any actual influence or know what the fuck they're talking about. And if they do, it doesn't matter because Triple H is going to shoot it down. And I like the idea of putting everyone in a division where it's like you have two guys writing on the mid card, two guys writing about tag teams. And then that way you can utilize and have role players like on a basketball team or a football team.
Yeah, I like that too.
So, yeah, I mean, that's really all I have to say.
All right, Paladin, floor is yours, my friend.
Right. So obviously back in the day, you basically you had a maximum like 2 writers, like Ferrara and Russo, being at Vince's house, literally discussing everything. Or, it might be Cornette or Bruce Pritchard at his house discussing things. You didn't need to have like a whole team of writers. Like maybe Brendan was discussing on my podcast, like 6, an argument could be made for 6. Yes, but maximum you can have is maybe 4. I go with 4. If you have 2, perfect. With 2, you could get so much done. So much done because your ideas bounce back off each other. And, with Russo and Ferrari, you've seen the results. You've seen why there was such good storylines back in the day. But nowadays, look at them. They're in suits for heaven's sake. Like, they all look like politicians. They don't look like writers who are casual, like ourselves. They're casual clothes, just pitching out ideas, and they have, like, tons of notes.
Gross.
And they used to bring in comedians. Like, if they wanted to do a comedic bit, they would bring in a comedian to write a little segment, and then they'd sell it to them, and they'd buy it. You can do that, Not to interrupt you, Paladin, but I agree. They don't need 6 fucking guys.
And are these guys more concerned about making the best product, or are they just concerned about keeping their position?
Oh, keeping their job, John. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Okay, these assholes, they're in the wrestling bubble, and in the wrestling bubble, you eat, drink, sleep, piss, and shit the wrestling business without having any sort of contact from the outside world. These douchebags don't know what is cool right now. They don't know what is popular on TV. They don't know what's going on in pop culture right now. And one thing about the wrestling bubble, you don't want challenging ideas because they're challenging. They're scared to try it. They want to make everything safe and sound. Let's keep everything preserved. Let's protect our spot. That's why. They're afraid to go outside the box. They don't know how to do it. You have no one there challenging. That's where Russo, right place, right guy, right time. He was the one that was challenging Vince McMahon, saying, bro, your product sucks. Your company is dying. And he was the only one that was challenging. And eventually Vince McMahon said, fuck it, I have nothing to lose. And he did it. And look how it turned out. They have no one in that company right now challenging Triple H, The Walrus, Michael Hayes, and Pritchard. They're all either scared or they're just corporate yes men. And that's what they with Triple H. He does not like people disagreeing with him, calling him out, nothing like that. While Vince McMahon respected you if you told him something sucked, because he would then work with you to try to find a common ground or see what you want to do. And if he liked it, he'll let you do it. And he'll respect that he went up to him like a man to tell him that. Not Triple H. And that is hurting WWE. One of the reasons that's hurting them.
It's true. I've seen Vince
next
McMahon.
one. Oh, fuck. Okay, I got heated on this yesterday.
I mean, even Vince McMahon, I saw somebody, literally one of his employees put his head in his ass one time I saw, and he just allowed it. I mean, he was really okay with people just doing whatever to him.
What's up, Holmes?
I love Vince McMahon. God bless him. All right, now this one, I got heated on how this show yesterday with this topic. Randy Orton calls out younger WWE talent for ignoring his advice. And so while on the Pat McAfee show on February 26th, Orton made it clear that although he's found fulfillment in helping the next generation, not everyone is willing to actually listen. And that's where his patience starts to wear thin. Randy had this to say. There are 360 degrees to this. You're playing to the crowd in the arena, and you're playing to the people at home sitting on the couch too. There are all these elements. As far as younger talent goes, in my old age, I found some fulfillment in helping out the younger guys. Earlier in my career, I didn't want to because I didn't want anyone taking my spot. Then I realized they can't take my spot because I'm Randy Orton. Sometimes I have to remind myself I'm human and I forget. But then I remember I'm Randy Orton. Let me help these kids out. You'll get the occasional one who says, hey, will you watch my match? You watch it, you talk to him. He doesn't change anything or take any advice. Then you realize, okay, you piece of shit, you're just doing what you think what you should be doing. Then Randy gave credit naming talent he believes genuinely wants to grow and sees potential. He named Trick Williams and Javon Evans in that conversation. Okay, the disrespect of these ungrateful punks to waste Randy's time and not take any advice that he is willing to give to them for free out of his time. And out of the fact he wants to see you grow as a talent. What is the point if you're going to ask a veteran like Randy Orton to watch your match but not take anything he tells you? This goes back to Cody Rhodes earlier in the show, talking about how everyone goes on their phone after the segment to see what they're saying. That's all they care about. They care about these retards online. They care about that goblin that lives in California, his star ratings. But they're not going to listen to veterans that want to help them. They don't give a shit what the veterans say. That is, to me, a big slap in the face of wrestlers before their time. Like, who the fuck do they think they are to do that to Randy Orton and to veterans that want to try to help? Dysnick, please, if I have a panic attack, you take this, please.
I mean, who specifically is Randy talking about? Like, if it's Javon
He didn't name
Evans,
anyone.
Anyone? Okay. Well, if that's the case, man, I don't get why like these kids would go into the wrestling business in the first place. Then, like, if you're gonna ask Orton to watch your match and then not listen to what he has to say and just continue doing your thing, it just sounds like you went to Orton because you're a mark and you wanted to say, I got to talk to Randy Orton. I got to get advice from Randy Orton. And they don't want to better themselves. And you see a lot of that with a lot of self-made indie guys. I say self-made in quotation marks. It comes down to, I know better. And there's nothing anybody can tell me. I know everything from the guy who trained me kind of thing. But there's always something new to learn. And especially from a guy like Randy Orton, who, in my opinion, literally broke his back carrying WWE for years. He's the guy to listen to. Absolutely. I mean, if Cena's gone, AJ's gone, Randy Orton's kind of like the last man standing in that front. And I agree. These kids are ungrateful if they're not taking what Randy says as, absolute gospel in terms of what you need to do to become a WWE prime superstar. I mean, look at Randy Orton. Everybody talks about him as he is this, built from the ground up WWE superstar. He's the guy to listen to.
Yeah, and it's like legacy, his family. His dad, Cowboy Bob Orton, he can also tell stories what worked in the past, what didn't. He's a sponge. And for example, guys, like Bret Hart's my favorite wrestler of all time. That like Bret coming up to me, give advice like, hey, maybe when you do this, jaw jack the camera for a bad guy. Maybe this is how you can do better working punches, or don't do this. You should do this, and this is why for your character. You're damn right I'm gonna sponge that shit because that'll make me a better performer. And that's where you said, Dysnick, At the end of the quote, he just named Javon Evans as Trick Williams as the two people that he sees potential in. And that's where I was
Gotcha.
naming those two. Not of those. He was not saying those two were doing that to him. All right,
Right.
let's see. John, you're next, bud.
Well, it sounds like the ones that are more negative, they're more they're like these actors that you'll see them, they get a role in a comic book movie and they take a picture for Instagram of them reading some comic book, some old comic, and it's like it's clout chasing social media, kind of like respect for the past. And so that's the kind of person that'll go to Randy Orton for advice and then post like, you know, oh, great session with Randy Orton today. Oh, hashtag respect. And it's like, but then they just ignore everything, like he said. And they're just like, it's just, they're doing it for clout. They're doing it so that they can put on the airs of the appearance of like, you know, oh, I'm old school. Like, oh, I'm so into the other stuff. It's like the chick who wears the metal band's shirt and then can't name a single song of them whenever you ask about it. It's like that sort of, and you get a lot of that sort of performative respect, I guess I would call it, where people are just doing it for their own image. And it's, you know, you just get a lot of it in the age of social media. And so I respect him calling it out, and I respect the guys who actually do seem to take the advice, because, you know, it's not all negative. Of course, there's going to be good and bad people in any business, and it sounds like he has run into some good ones that are just like it sounds bad to say that about Giovanna. You're one of the good ones. No, but it's like, you know, you get guys that are just like, you know, they are a sponge. They're going to take it all in. They're going to actually have genuine respect. And then you get a lot of just disingenuous people. And luckily it sounds like the good thing I'll say is that it sounds like Randy's good at sniffing it out pretty quick. If he watches as a follow-up, which shows how much he actually cares, that he is, you know, watching the following match after he gives them the advice and seeing, oh, this guy didn't take anything. He's probably not going to take that next meeting with them. And it's good that he's able to identify that, because, you know, some people may just be doing their own thing and not pay attention to it after they give the advice.
Hell yeah.
Sandler. All right, Tommy, let's go to you.
Yeah, this is a problem in every sport. You know, Shaq, he's always on TV talking to these big men saying, dunk the fucking ball. Stop shooting threes. Dunk the fucking ball. That's good advice to a big man. And a lot of these big men, like Karl Anthony Towns, they just want to shoot a fucking three, you know? And I respect Giannis, you know, just, you know, a little basketball talk here, but Giannis went to Hakeem Olajuwon to train, and he started working on his footwork, working on his post game, and his fucking following season, he won an MVP. Like, these guys who look for mentors, look for people to critique them, give them advice, a lot of the times it's not free. Giannis paid $1 million to Hakeem Olajuwon for a training session. And Hakeem got backlash for that, because they're like, yo, why are you charging the fuck out of this kid? But guess what? It paid off. And Randy, he's got to start charging these kids, because if they're not going to listen to it and it's going in one ear and out the other, I wouldn't fucking bother. Randy needs to fucking, you know, give them a fee. Okay, you want to train with me? Here's a fee. You know, otherwise don't bother, because what I'm giving you is I'm giving you these gems of advice, and you're going to throw it back in my face.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful. The best athletes right now, not just in WWE, but NBA, MLB, all of them have found trainers, people who scout them, and they ask for advice. You know, you're not going to be a great defensive lineman if you're not talking to JJ Watt, if you're not talking to Lawrence Taylor. You know what I mean? Like, guys who have been in the trenches and professional wrestling. Javon Evans, the reason he came up is because he said, to quote Randy, early in my career, I think I got lucky because I was horrible to my body. I was doing all sorts of stuff I shouldn't have been doing. Then I kind of had a reality check and turn things around. I make sure that everything I'm doing has a reason behind it. I'm not just throwing myself around. And this is, you know, definitely about Javon Evans, because he's doing a lot of impressive shit, but it means nothing. You know, the timing is off. Everything, it's like he's doing a backflip, 360 kick, but then it's not his finisher. So what's the point of a giant fucking spin-a-rooney type kick? You know, and I hope Javon Evans and Trick Williams, guys who are actually listening to him, take that and they utilize it, because it's like, you know, it could pay off. So yeah, respect the vets.
Well said.
Respect them.
Hey, Paladin? Absolutely. Absolutely. Respect the OGs. All right, Paladin, your turn, my friend.
All right. So it's like, let me get this straight. So you're going to ignore someone's advice like Randy Orton, who's practically done everything in the business, has been a main event tier player, has done it all. Literally done it all. Has been in the ring with some of the greatest that we know of. Any great he's been in the ring with, and you're going to ignore his advice. Wow. That is just very telling. Why would you ignore Randy Orton's advice? I think if you're a wrestler, take his advice. Take everything that he has learned himself from the business. You know, no matter what it is. And it's in his free time, just free. He's not paying them. I mean, if Randy was offering me advice, dear God, I'd sit down with him and start taking notes. I'd be just getting the pen and paper and be just asking questions like, how do I make the best of my segment? How do I improve on promos? How can I do my moveset better? You know, is there anything that I can add to my moveset as I get older or change as I get older? You can ask him these questions. So many questions, but like all these like kids, these are little children. They're not grown adults. They're children. These children, they don't want to learn anything new. They don't want to learn anything exciting. They don't want to change up their moveset because they've always been told, you know, all good things, never one negative thing in their life. Whereas I'm pretty sure that Randy was told tons of things where it's like, you're doing that wrong, you're doing this wrong, you need to improve on that. Because all the veterans, you know, toughened him up. Hence why he is where he is now and what he is today. But it just blows my mind that, you know, it's like, first they won't listen to William Regal about the dangers of neck injuries. They won't listen to him. Then it's like, number two, they don't even want to listen to Randy Orton when he's giving you stuff for free. And then obviously the big W's that Cody Rhodes has been given, it's like, so if you don't listen to him, then who the hell do you want to listen to? Because they're veterans of the business. They know what they're doing. You know, like, who are they going to ignore next? John fucking Cena? How could you ignore him? He's like one of the greats of all. He's one of the greats, one of the greats of all time, a modern day Hulk Hogan. You know, a guy you'd love to talk to because he would give you as much knowledge as possible. You know, I don't understand this.
Neither. I think none of us do, man. All right, Chris says they should take advice from veterans like Randy. The problem is this coddling culture Triple H is pushing. Yeah, you see a lot of hugging and coddling, not like, hey, you could have done this better. Okay, this was sloppy. It's like they need criticism. But another issue today, if you try to criticize somebody, you hurt their feelings.
It's
and
toxic.
what Jim Cornette say, you should not. Yeah, you should not be in the wrestling business if you have soft feelings. You're in the wrong business. And he's right.
Exactly.
Now,
made a
in that
toxic work
same
environment.
interview,
What's that like me, guys?
now in the same,
Sorry, I had to get it in. Excuse me.
in the same interview with Pat McAfee. Anyway, in the same interview with Pat McAfee, Randy Orton also said that he shares his honest thoughts on kayfabe in modern wrestling and what he missed about the previous generation. So Randy said, at first, you think, oh, this is terrible because there was a time when if you were working with a guy, I'm the bad guy and he's the good guy. We might be bros, but we wouldn't ride together even if we wanted to. We wouldn't be seen in public together, especially not in the town we were wrestling in. Nowadays, it's not like that at all. Kayfabe is dead. It's entertainment. We're all superstars. I understand it, but I also kind of hate it. But I think it's necessary. End quote. Randy is right, and it's a shame. Like, yes, we'll never get kayfabe again, like pre 1989 and pre 1996. We'll never get that again. But in my opinion, you could do a moderate level of kayfabe in today's wrestling, but you gotta have performers that will commit to it, and you gotta have bosses in the back there to make sure they're not seen together or taking pictures together or any of that shit. That's my opinion on that. Dazek, I want to go to you again because she had someone of training there. I want to get your take on this.
I agree. Unfortunately, it's a somber thing to think about. That kayfabe is kind of, it's not what it used to be, and there's a lot of reasons for that, with things like social media and the internet kind of pulling the veil back. And once you've seen behind the curtain, you can't really unsee it. You know, not helped by things like Unreal and LFG and God knows how many other documentaries we've seen over the last 20 years. I think the day kayfabe died was probably Chris Benoit. I think that was probably the day that like kayfabe was really kicked to the curb, because it was like, all right, well, we got to drop all storylines to address a very real, very serious problem. And it has not recovered since then. And if you did have a very committed talent roster and you had people with some self-control, you had, like you said, like a boss that could whip people into shape, which apparently TKO and WWE has a good way of keeping people in line, just not in the way that they need to be. Because you could obviously control them with, hanging the job over their head, but you got to do that by telling them, hey, stay in character for, whenever you're on Twitter. Your Twitter account kind of belongs to us now. Don't be posting your personal stuff. Don't be seen in public with your opponent, all this stuff. And you can't help it if paparazzi or, God forbid, a crazed fan runs up on you and, catches you slipping. But yeah, it's a sombering thing to think about how kayfabe is not what it used to be. Certainly there's still younger kids and people, younger generations that might be getting into pro wrestling that don't really have access to the internet or not be on the internet in a certain degree that would expose them behind the veil and still enjoy pro wrestling as we used to when we were kids. But it's like one of those things when it's like when the kid finally finds out about Santa Claus, or that maybe their parents are cheating on each other. It's sort of that betrayal of faith, that betrayal of imagination whenever the veil is pulled back. And I guess it depends on perspective for different people. And yeah, it's tough to hear that from somebody like Randy Orton.
Yeah, it's almost heartbreaking for sure. Tommy, let's go to you next.
Yeah, it's dead. Everybody wants to rub shoulders with the popular guy. Sheamus has his YouTube channel where he's working out with every single buddy on the roster. Everybody wants to rub shoulders and say, we're friends, we're cool. We hang out, we go to the beach, blah, blah, blah. And that's the world we live in, man. Like John was saying, a lot of it's performative. So they can't help but to clout chase, and it's like, oh, I worked out with Sheamus today. Check out the video on YouTube. I did Cody Rhodes' podcast. It's like they all have aspirations outside of the ring now, that it's not just about what they're doing on TV anymore. Now they're trying to go Hollywood. Undertaker's a fucking YouTuber now. They're all trying to do other things. You know what I mean? So that's why it's dead, is because there's so much opportunity that, we're going to take the name we built in WWE and we're going to go running with it, and more power to them. I'm not against anyone getting their money, but it is a little annoying. And yeah, that's what I got to say.
All right. Paladin?
Well, he's obviously not wrong. Kayfabe is pretty much a dead art. It's not like how it used to be. Because back in the day, wrestlers could commit to it. Number one, number two, there wasn't any internet. Like it was very much deep underground. You couldn't even see it. So it was a case where, back then it was so protected and so sacred. I mean, the curtain call in '96. Why do you think Triple H got punished for that? Just saying. But today, it's so hard to do kayfabe. It really, really is hard to do it, and it's a case of I can kind of see from Randy's perspective. Yeah, it's like, oh, what's the point? But I think, despite the fact, okay, the veil has kind of been pulled back. It's still a TV show at the end of the day, and you can still have characters. You can still have whatever. But once the show ends, what's done is done. And like, there's so many reasons why kayfabe is dead. Like another example, Catman was talking about it on our podcast. It was where the Drew McIntyre CM Punk stuff. We thought there was real heat. Okay, This is rarity. But unfortunately, someone managed to get a photograph of them together. It's like it all fizzled out. It's like nowadays you could easily get photos of the wrestlers hanging out, and then it's like, okay, I'm not watching this storyline because they're all buddy. Know what I mean?
Another great example of that is the Roman Reigns Braun Strowman feud back in the mid 2010s, where, if you guys remember on that Raw, Braun killed him. He was stretchered. He flips the stretcher over and all that. Following day, they're at Disneyland together. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh. See, Chris says another problem is the psychotic fan base sending death threats to wrestlers for doing stuff that's not in line with their ideology. Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you don't follow their ideology, I'll get a restraining order.
Speaking of Roman Reigns, did you see what he said to or CM Punk? You see what CM Punk said to Roman Reigns, and he said, "I'm going to bury you next to your father."
Whoa.
Okay, well, we might as well go over that here quickly here. Okay, yeah, I know some people are divided. Some people liked it. Some people hated it. Some say it was forced. Like, now the conspiracy theory is, did Punk go into business for himself and he dropped it live, or did he get Roman's permission to say that? There is a part of me, I think Punk went into business for himself, because if he told Roman would have told family members, because his own family members, like his cousins and shit, were watching it live and they were pissed. So if it's true and Punk went into business for himself, that's fucked up. And Punk deserves to get hit in the face for that. My opinion on that.
Yeah, I thought it was a little too far, man, because now, but it is entertainment. There's value for that, because now, Roman Reigns could come back and say, well, I'm going to bury you next to your dead dog, but then it's like, fuck, are we actually going to get a fist fight here? Because if we get too personal, then the show's over.
There's going to be a shoot here.
Yeah.
If Punk asked for his permission, then I think it's fine. But if he didn't ask for permission, then that's fucked up.
Yeah.
On that situation. So Diane said we might as well we'll do an impromptu topic here. Your thoughts on the Punk Roman promo on Raw and Punk dropping that dead dad line.
Guys might be AFK right now.
Paladins, go to you for that then.
This
Valid?
is yeah.
Oh, there.
Yeah. So this is obviously the line that, yeah. So that's between Drew and Cody when he brought up the dead dad stuff. You need fuel to the fire.
Yeah, well, this pass for all.
It was Punk and Roman.
Yeah, you need something to fuel, to fuel feuds. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but you need to do that. They need to do something now. I don't care what it is. Like, you need, storylines are good when there's something behind it. like we've been discussing earlier in the show, all the back stuff with Unreal, they could do stories with that, like LA Knight not being happy, or, like Liv Morgan questioning, Rhea Ripley and Io Sky being very close to Triple H. Like, are they having an affair? Are they having private meetings together or whatever? You can do things with that. You can. There are things you can do that, could get asses in seats. But of course, well, unfortunately, they refuse to. It's just a sad state of affairs.
Hey, Chris says, speaking of this, there was one fraudulent slip Roman let out
Freudian.
on Punk saying he cheated on his wife for the chicks on NXT. Thank you. I didn't hear the promo. I'm aware of the dead dad line. So if Roman said that, oof.
Yeah,
Talk about sticking it to
I don't
Punk.
blame him, bro. NXT chicks are hot. Fuck AJ Lee.
John, your thoughts on the was the line too far? Like, do you think Punk got permission, or do you think he went to business for himself?
I mean,
Just say that, Roman.
It's entirely dependent on the permission, because I love pushing the envelope when it's under a good, like, it does make a good story. Like, we literally had guys killing each other and burying each other, and it made for a great WrestleMania entrance for Undertaker way back in the day. So you can get as personal as you want. And like, didn't Vince McMahon like work his real life divorce in basically, or like was that entirely fake whenever he got divorced from fucking Linda?
Oh, that was kayfabe when he told Linda he wanted divorce.
I was
back
kind of
in
hoping it
2000.
was like a real one that he just
kayfabe.
ended up working into a storyline. But that's
Well, we all know Vince got a little sticky with some of them.
too bad. But like, I mean, they could absolutely work in like, have a cat fight if some chick is sleeping with Triple H to like try and get better positioning. Have them like be confronted about it and be like, "Oh, you bitch," and then have them like, they can wrestle backstage. It's I mean, it's entirely dependent on the permission. Yeah, I mean, there's not
That's
really
very
much
true.
interesting to add, because if he blindsided him with it, then it's like, well, we got to establish this line beforehand. And going with the kayfabe thing, it's like, keep it all as secretive as possible. You can, I know it's the age of information and everything like that. You can still keep things under wraps. Ichiro Oda,
I agree.
who is the
I agree.
author of like, yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Paladin.
Yeah, I've said this. I agree. I said that you can keep things under wraps. You can keep it as private as you can
Yep.
these days. There is ways around it.
Mhm.
And
It's a lot of
people think-
ego. Yeah.
Yeah, people think, nah, there's no ways around it. Of course there is. You can just keep them as private as possible. You can just even if it has to be like a really underground thing, you can, and eventually you'll get that surprise back. Because I
Mhm.
missed that surprise. I missed that surprise. Oh God, what's going to happen next? No, don't end the show. Don't end the show.
Mhm.
I missed that because I used to have that as a child.
We all
like,
did.
when-
Great
when,
times, eh?
Yeah, like when Raw ended, I was like, no, what's going to happen? Wait, come back.
Well, you
You
get
know,
a lot of stuff.
Isaac's back. If you want to get
Isaac's back?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
going
okay.
on?
And before I let you know, Dissect, I just want to comment on John there if I forget. They did an angle back in WrestleMania 29 with CM Punk and Undertaker, and this is when Paul Bear passed away. And they did an angle on Raw that got a lot of heat, where they had his actual ashes in the urn, and he dumped it on Undertaker, and it caused a backlash. However, they asked Paul Bear's kids in advance, who understood the wrestling business, if they can do it. Both of them said, "Oh man, that'll be great. My dad will love that because it'll get Punk a lot of heat." So since they said yes, Punk made sure they were cool with it. They did the angle, and it got backlash until it came out. Paul Bear's kids, like, we loved it. We told them, "Oh my God, yes, our dad would love that. Absolutely."
Yeah. Well,
I
yeah,
want to throw
that's
that
the
story out
thing.
there.
You're
Okay, Dissect,
honoring-
we didn't.
Well, you're just what you just said with like, oh, he would have liked it. That's kind of the main thing. It's kind of like, would this person have felt honored by this or insulted by this? And probably honored in most instances. You get a quick okay. And if you present it the right way, the person's going to be enthusiastic about it. Because, like, I always give the example. I didn't really speak on the kayfabe thing, so it's like it's Ichiro Oda is like the author of one of the most popular comics of all time now, One Piece, there have been 2 pictures of him over the last quarter century. So people don't have to be on social media. They don't have to expose everything. If you keep it under wraps and you really commit to the act and you're not obsessed with just being on screen all the time, you can totally do that. And you're on screen for however many days a week from a major production standpoint anyway. So kind of you could get over yourself and just be there on your official shows.
It'd be interesting though if they could just, maybe meet at like Triple H's house or whoever's like in charge. Let's say meet at their house, go casual and discuss things there. It could still work.
Yeah, Triple H can certainly mediate if it's any sort of controversial thing like this. Just be like, hey, make it clear, no pressure. Are you okay with this sort of thing? And it's
I just really miss the days where we could leave all these dirt sheets and news websites, leave them guessing, like drive them insane. I miss that. We need to bring that back. It needs to be great again, where you are driven insane by what's going on in creative, because you're just like, I have no information. I got nothing. Yeah. Insiders are telling me nothing. I'm getting nothing.
Yeah.
Or Zilch, they might get like tiny bit, but they're not getting a huge amount.
And I'm not one to blame fans for things, but in this instance, whenever it relies a certain amount on fans being invested and like sort of in world, so to speak, in wrestling world, it's like I would love to have like a lot of podcasts or whatnot that are kind of in kayfabe, where they're discussing things as if it's like a real story. Like, I feel like that would honestly be like a fun thing to have as well, because I think fans in a lot of things, including in Hollywood productions and shows and everything, they get too meta and they kind of want to take away the magic for whatever reason, and they want to get behind the scenes on everything. And it's like, well, you could do that, but there's certainly a space for just staying in the world of the thing and discussing it in that way as well.
That'd be fun. That'd be totally cool for sure. Dias, to catch you up there since you were gone, we did an impromptu topic that was not listed. Tommy brought up the Roman and Punk promo on this past Raw, and the question was, did Punk go too far with that? I'm gonna bury you next to your dead dad. Like, do you think he went into business for himself, or do you think he got permission for it? Like, what's your take on that line?
Yeah. Let's be real. This is WWE. I think if Punk didn't get permission, we would know. We would know about it. I think the obvious answer is there was a sit down. They were like, we'll talk about the line. And yeah, they got permission. And it wouldn't even be an issue if WWE wasn't already basically pussified, because that was such a dark line and so out of touch with what we've seen on the product for the past 20 years that it's like, wow, I can't believe he went that far. Was that, we're actually asking that question now, because that's how drastically the product has changed. And when you look at Christian Cage from AEW, that dude made an entire gimmick about other wrestlers' dead fathers.
That shit was gold.
Like, of course these guys have sit downs and talks and permission. Otherwise, we would know behind the scenes. If we knew about, brawls happening backstage, we would know about these people getting punched in the fucking face because they said something horrible about a dead family member. It's pretty obvious now. And I think it wouldn't even be an issue if WWE took steps to blur the lines between kayfabe and reality. That's when it's at its best. It's when you have that veil draped over. It's like Paladin said, make the dirt sheets guess, make them go crazy, blur the lines between reality and fiction, especially now when kayfabe it doesn't have to be dead. It is dead, but it doesn't have to be. It's just evolved, and the business has not evolved with it. And so I wouldn't say it's too far, but if it is something that could cause a problem, I think we'll know very, very soon. But other than that, man, it's a line that would have been just completely normal 20 years ago.
there's a part of me that thinks Punk didn't get the green light to say it because Roman's family members were watching it live on
Right.
their own like little Twitch, and they got genuinely pissed off. Like
Yeah.
that was fuck. Like you should have
we've
said
seen
that.
it
That's too far.
with Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair. With Tiffany said you're 0 for 4 in marriages. That wasn't in the script, so it is possible that he did a sheet
That Punk
there.
did that.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
that's
Yeah.
where, in my opinion, if Punk went for business for himself, that is fucked up, and he should get punched in the face for that. If Roman, Punk, Triple H, and Pritchard talked about it, then okay, then fine, I guess. But then Roman should have told his family members in advance so they knew. That's
Yeah.
what, depending, like John said, on the permission thing, like what was talked about, what wasn't talked about.
Well, here's a good example of you can sort of like keep the illusion even with something that is obviously fantasy. Back Dragon Ball Super, whenever it was debuting its finale, there were shows, there were towns in like Mexico and shit where they're really into that, where they're premiering it on a big screen. Crowds gathered in the streets and they were reacting like it was a sports game. They were jumping up and down it's an animated show. Everybody knows that it's fake. But they were so into it that they were jumping up and down whenever like the good guy beats the bad guy and stuff. And it's so a modern age of information and all that sort of stuff. You can get permission and all that sort of stuff, but you can also keep things under wraps. Absolutely. And maybe WWE should sort of work that in, be like, maybe you don't get as much of a social media presence. James Bond actors have to like not be seen in a suit at other events once they sign on to be James Bond. And so they sort of have that obligation once they're locked into that contract.
Yeah.
If WWE is like a contract or whatever, they can just be like, hey, you know what? You don't get any social media. You don't get to be on other podcasts, stuff like that. Just keep it legit. Keep it like strictly on company time if you're going to be in public. Other than that, keep it to friends and family. There's a lot of people that aren't terminally online. And there's a big world outside of the internet.
That's true. All right. Now the next two topics revolve around Chris Jericho. And wow, the things that he said kind of shocks me because he's still under contract to AEW. Tony Khan, listen to Jericho. So the first thing he talked about, actually, no, this was more debatable for this one. So Jericho explains why fan support does not guarantee a push. So during a conversation with Spencer Matthews on March 1st, Jericho opened up about the reality of wrestling politics and what truly determines a superstar's push. So Chris said, in wrestling, you're basically performing for an audience of one. Who is the boss? If it's Vince McMahon, or now it's Triple H, or if it's Tony Khan in AEW, whoever it may be, Eric Bischoff in WCW, you have to impress your boss. If your boss likes you, you'll get a bigger push. If he doesn't like you, it doesn't matter if 10,000 fans are cheering your name. They might listen a bit, but if they do not like you, they'll bring you down. End quote. So now the question is, my friends, do you agree with Jericho that impressing the boss matters more than fan reactions in wrestling? Or should fan support always determine who gets pushed? I'm in the middle. An argument can be made for either or. I feel like if you're making the company money, you're getting good reactions to bring in ratings, I think you should be given an opportunity to do something and get more over. At the same time, if your boss sees money in you and potential in you, yeah, by all means. So let's start with Paladin on this.
Right. Well, this is what I kind of feel about it. Jericho, okay, he does speak some sense. Now in a case of like, well, with say maybe LA Knight, like, to be fair, he needs to get a push, and there's kind of reasons for that. Like for example, the reason why I would give LA Knight a push is he's a merch seller. Not only is he over with the crowd, but he's a merch seller. He's, selling a shit ton of merch. I have to push that. It's much more than fan support. I appreciate the fans being vocal, but they have to also be, making me money. I'll give a push if there's good fan support, but merch sales. If they're going through the roof, I can't say no to you. I really can't. Yeah, like the fans can be very vocal and say that, oh, this wrestler deserves a push, or this wrestler, but there's more to it than fan support. They also need to be selling those t-shirts, selling those cups, selling posters or whatever. And if the merch sales go up, push is guaranteed. I'll give it to you. So that'd be my take on it.
John, how about you?
I'm not. So it can't be 100% either way, because if you just go with sales or popularity, then that's going to become very predictable. It's just going to be like, well, who's making the most money? It's clear they're going to win the belt or whatnot. But at the same time, you can't completely ignore your fans, because that just makes for a. We've seen that with a number of Hollywood executives recently. What's that? But it's like, yeah, you can't completely ignore shit. So you got to go somewhat in the middle of the road. But I would argue less towards just like blowing with the wind as far as the fans go. It's sort of like a politician that just like does the which way is the wind blowing? I'm just gonna go with that. Like in this moment, sometimes you got to stick to your guns a little bit. And if you truly believe in a performer, you're gonna go, all right, they're not quite over yet. Maybe we can rework the storyline a little bit to try and make this work, but I believe in this guy. And so I would go slightly more towards like the creatives, because I think if you truly believe in something, as long as it's not for like ulterior motives or like something disingenuous, because I think whenever you try and make the fans kind of believe in something, it shows a confidence in your product and a confidence in your writing and a confidence in your performers that will eventually earn you their respect. And if it doesn't work and you really stick with it, then yeah, certainly there's a point where you cut tail, but it's like, you got to not just blow with the wind on these things, because otherwise you're just going to be whipping all around on the storyline. It's like, oh, this guy got a big pop last week, let's go ahead and push him a little bit more. It's like, you can't be like that. You got to have a vision and stick to it somewhat.
All right, Diastic, how about you, my friend?
I think there's I will second a lot of what John is saying, and I will add that there's a balance to it. If you look at the case of Karrion Kross,
thank you. Yes.
Yeah, he might not have got along with the boss, but his getting over with the crowd followed him into the indies. So I do think there's more of a, if you get over with the crowd, no matter where you are, then you create value for yourself. And if the audience values you, then your boss is up to your boss at that point to determine whether or not they value you, because it doesn't matter where you go, you have value wherever you go, because the fans will follow, and you have a following that you have, cultivated and attained by the work of getting over. Now, if you brown nose and don't follow the audience and you're just a company person and you stick up for the boss all the time, then you might not get over with the audience because you're just a yes man. You're just doing what the boss tells you to do. And so that doesn't always work out. And if your options are a crackhead Tony Khan or a narcissist Triple H, then you're really only going to be good if you maintain getting yourself over with the audience. That way, if the off chance is your boss doesn't like you, you can still have a passionate fan base that is willing to ride or die for you and follow you anywhere, even to an obscure 30-person event in the middle of fucking nowhere. People will come and see you. And so it is important, I think, to be polite and obviously, respect your boss in order to get over. But that is not more important for you beneficially as a performer than getting over with the audience.
Don't sell out for your boss.
Exactly. Well said. All right, Tommy, your thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, I think Jericho, he's a veteran. He knows what he's talking about. There's times where he clashed with the company and they didn't always push him as much as he should have been pushed. And I think, as far as getting over, it will give you a fan base that will follow you. And, I agree with what John said. Sometimes you have to double down on your writing. If you think somebody is worthy of being the world champion, he might not always be the fan favorite, but if he's the best fucking company man and he sells merch and he's doing the bare minimum, you have to fucking give that guy a shot, whether or not he's the favorite or not. So I think it's complicated because with Karrion Kross, he sold lots of merch, more than Cena, more than Orton, and it really got him nowhere as far as title contentions. And so it also depends what you want to do with your career. If you're just looking to make a lot of money, then that's your peak. Selling merchandise is your peak. If you want to be around for a long time, like R-Truth, then you have to be willing to kind of be a clown and be the guy who gets beat up, says stupid shit. Like we were saying, not everyone can be Hogan. So it's dependent on what your aspirations are, how realistic you are. If you're not 6'5", 270, you got to be realistic. You're probably not going to be pinning somebody for the world title. Unless you're like Dirty Dominic Mysterio and you have the Mysterio name, you can capitalize off your nepotism. And all respect to him, he's doing his thing. So there are what's the word? Silver linings. Like not everyone has to be 6'5". You know what I mean? Rey Mysterio, great example. What is he? 5'4", world champion multiple times over.
Exceptions.
Exceptions.
There's
There are
exceptions for sure. Absolutely.
So, I mean, if you're loyal to the company, like a Rey Mysterio, maybe, you're happy where you are, but it is dependent on what the individual person wants to do with their career. So,
Exactly.
Getting over is a variety of meanings,
That's right. All right, now in the same interview, Tony Khan, AEW wrestlers, listen to what this man is saying. In that same interview, Chris explains the 3 things that make a wrestling star. So Jericho said, it's the only thing that matters. Oh, sorry. He was asked if he believes being a creative person has helped him become a better pro wrestler. Jericho responded with, it's the only thing that matters. It's creativity, personality, charisma. I mean, that's what makes you become a big star in the business. Doesn't matter the moves that you do. Oh, I can do a triple moonsault. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's how you connect with the crowd, how you get your character over with the audience. How do you build a story that people care about? It's like watching a movie. You can go to a movie like some Hollywood blockbuster that they spend $200 million on, but it's shit because it's just all bunch of effects and set pieces. There's no characters that you can relate to, and the plot isn't good. And then you can go see another movie that maybe cost $500,000 to make, but it's one of the greatest movies of all time because you connect with these characters that you're watching, and that's what wrestling is. It's all based on that. I tell everybody in the business, the young guys and girls that come in, like, it's work on your character and connect with the audience. If you can do that, you'll always have a job, not just in wrestling, but in show business. That's what it's all about. End quote. He is fucking spot on. Spot on, spot on, spot on. So I'm glad Jericho has said that. So let's start with Isaac. Let's start with you on this, man.
I agree. That is like really solid advice. That is the best advice you can get as a wrestler. That was one of the things that I learned at ROW. Even though it was forbidden knowledge for me, I wasn't up at that level yet, but that's what all the big guys and older guys were telling me. That if you want to make it, kid, you got to work on character. You got to work on getting over and connecting with the audience. That was always the advice that I was told, and that was like baseline. Now, obviously, take what I say for a grain of salt. I was only there for 6 months, so but this is still like, even for a fan listening outside, you know, this is really good advice. People should be taking this kind of advice to heart, and it's unfortunate that not everybody has a creative bone. I understand that. Jericho makes it sound like it's so easy. A dude that's reinvented himself 50 times in the last 30 years. You know, he just kind of does it without any effort. But it does require a bit of creativity, and not everybody has that level of creativity to reinvent themselves and connect with the audience the same way. Sometimes they do need other people. They need a tag team, or they need a gimmick that their company tells them to do or something, you know. But nonetheless, Chris Jericho, being the veteran that he is, knows what he's talking about. And if there's anybody that needs to listen to this, it's the people at AEW. It's the people at NXT. It's all the young wrestlers coming up need to listen to this word of Jericho and put it in a journal, write it down, keep it on a mirror, whatever. It's really good advice.
Yeah, fantastic advice, like the best advice you can get. Tommy, how about you, my friend?
Yeah, I was listening on my phone while I went to go get some coffee, and take a little pee break. Yeah,
We don't need to know your life story.
no, you gotta know what soap I washed my hands with and all.
What kind of soap?
Okay.
Was it foamy or liquidy?
It was Dove liquid.
Dove.
Yeah.
Surprised you said
Oh.
it was little.
No, it's very girthy. I'll let you know.
Word.
You
Word.
said little
Um,
PP break.
No, no, it was a girthy pee break.
Okay.
Word.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right. So yeah, your thoughts on we gotta keep it kayfabe here.
Latinx lives matter. Is that
Latinx.
about me?
I don't know what that means. Latin. I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'll go ahead and mod you, pretty classy lady OG. I'm modding like the first 100 people.
Tommy,
that fucking come
focus
to-
on the subject.
Yeah.
Subject, Val.
Oh, sorry, you threw me off. Chris Jericho.
He's like, pretty lady, cannot talk about Jericho.
Well, that's her name. That's her name.
I gotcha.
Yeah, creative minds, they create, you know, duh. It makes sense in this fucking business where everyone is a made up character, a made up version of themselves. Of course you're going to flourish the more creative you are. If you're just an athlete, you're not going to make it that far. If you're just an athlete who's looking to make money, you can do that. But if you want to get over, if you want to fucking, you know, be a consistent character in the story, then you have to be creative. You have to be willing with other people. You have to be willing to work with other people, collaborate ideas, bounce off one of another. Like I used to go to a comedy club, and all the comedians are bouncing off each other. Like just bang, 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 bang. You say some fucked up shit, I say some fucked up shit. It just works because we're all individuals, but we have the same mindset. We know what's funny. We know what works. So if you're in a wrestling locker room, you have to collaborate with everybody. You can't just be in business with yourself. You have to ask your homie, yo, do you think my abs look good? Do you think my ass looks tight? Whatever it is, bro. Like, so there are. No, I'm just saying aesthetically. Aesthetically, you have to be.
Aesthetically?
Yes, there's an aesthetic to it, but there's also creative to it. Because Otis is a big fat dude, right? I'm sure he's asking people, you think the crowd will go crazy if I take my shirt off and I just like jiggle around a little bit? And someone's got to be like, hell yeah, that shit would be tight, you know?
Or the opposite, but yeah.
That was a better example than the first example, Tommy.
Yeah, well, you know.
Be like, hell nah, Otis. Don't do that.
But yeah, man, we're just having fun here. So yeah, I gotta agree, man. Creative minds work best in this business, period.
Exactly. John, how about you, my friend?
Well, Yeah, I think what he's sort of speaking on is there's crystallized intelligence and there's fluid intelligence. And like the fluid is kind of what IQ tests measure. And it's more like, so the creative side of things is kind of, okay, how much can you improvise? How much charisma do you have essentially, where you can sort of win over a crowd or operate on the fly a little bit versus like how good is your technique and you are locked down and you know your lines and stuff like that. It's like, I hate to say it, it's unfortunate because it's sort of an I'm trying to think of the word, an intangible aspect. It's sort of like you can be a quarterback and you can be the most technically correct quarterback. You can have a perfect throwing motion, but you just don't adapt right. And you're not good at adjusting on the fly or making that one play that's going to make the difference. And so you're just not going to make it as much as the guy who, and it doesn't seem fair because it's like, oh, he hasn't worked on his technique as much as me, but it's like, sorry, he works the crowd better. He sees that moment and he takes advantage of it. And he says, I'm going to leap at this opportunity. And so in wrestling, it's a lot of just like working the crowd or doing that one little improv line, that one little improv move. And you end up winning people over, adjusting on the fly, so to speak. And so it's basically, I think he's basically speaking to like, there is a natural charisma to some people and they're just going to have it easier. And it may not seem fair, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to call them losers, but there's winners and there's more winners.
Yeah, there's levels to it because you can be the best college athlete, but it doesn't mean you're going to be the best quarterback in the NFL, right?
Like there's crap I've seen the best, basketball or hockey players do that it's like a coach would say, don't do that. That's not technically correct. But they're like, you know what? He did it and it worked more often than not. So at the end of the day, talent is a factor.
Chris says the fans overrate work rate and don't focus on aspects that actually matter, like charisma, marketing, and my skills. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, and
Like
some of these guys,
Booker T is a great example in wrestling. I
some
mean,
of these guys are out of their league too, bro. That's all I wanted to say. But yeah, Booker T.
He's like, I'm sure some of that stuff is improv. Like the whole thing with his yeah, like doesn't even care as an announcer. Even it's like it's got to be somewhat improv. I'm sure they didn't coach him to like perv out, but it's like that endears you to people. It's like, why not?
Yeah,
like
in here the moment.
Yeah.
And
then
Brendan,
she started to like it. She started pointing to him, and it's like it all feeds into each other. And he even said that an announcer, whenever he was a wrestler, started to do that whenever they would, whenever he would do his like
Spinneroonie.
Yeah, he would just be like, "Oh, Spinneroonie, Spinneroonie, Spinneroonie." He was like, "Oh, he did that for me, and so now I've passed it on to her." Where it's like that was sort of his improv, and so yeah,
absolutely,
charisma and improv.
Paladin, your thoughts,
hand in
man?
hand.
What was this about? Which part of Chris Jericho's is this? Like his steps to becoming a better superstar?
Oh, we'll talk about the 3 things that make a star.
Well, with Jericho, he is 100% correct. I mean, like Jericho had it all. He had the complete package. When I first saw him, he had all the potential in the world, and boy, was I right. You just look at what he became over the years, and it was a good thing that he had the right look. He had everything going for him. Now, in terms of other wrestlers out there, you need all the right tools to be a great wrestler. Yeah, you do need like mic work, charisma, marketing. Like how much merch can you sell? How do you present yourself in the ring? I always think, whenever I think of, big wrestlers, I think of Booker T. He had the entire package. I think of like John Cena. Just look at him. He took off like a rocket ship. Randy Orton took off like a rocket ship. So many, because they ticked all the right boxes. And yeah, I agree with what Jericho says. I really do agree with him that, but not everyone's going to become a star. It's a reality. Like,
That's
just
true.
take the position. To take the position you have. You know, even if I was enhancement talent, I'd take it. You know, if someone asked me, "Hey, could you just go out with our world champion for 3 minutes, little match, so you can squash it?" I'd take it. I would take it. You know.
Yeah, that's TV
That's how
time.
I
It
see it.
gets you in the brand. Screw it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, before I go to the next topic, that's twice now that happened. So I again apologize for that, John. I don't know if it's storm right now. It made my connection lag a little bit behind, and it just sounded like you were finishing your sentence there. So my bad about that.
Oh, no problem.
So let's go to the next one here. I just want to make sure. Yeah, because now, like I said, it might be stormy because I got a second delay at times on my end. So let's go to this one. Fans drag WWE for pushing Steve Austin aside for Triple H on an Attitude Era poster. Okay, I sent this picture to Tommy just in case they took it down. Okay, so you'll see this is the picture that people are getting pissed off about. So last week, WWE did a Attitude Era match marathon all week, and it was meant to celebrate one of the hottest time periods in the company's history, but instead it led to backlash. So this is the poster here, and what people got, and this is on WWE Fault's YouTube page. They placed Triple H front and center next to The Rock, while Stone Cold Steve Austin was shoved all the way to the right, and you don't have Mick Foley nowhere to be seen. This cover did not sit well with people, especially now with Triple H leading WWE Creative. One fan took to X, reacted to Steve Austin being positioned off to the side, openly mocking the decision, saying, "Throwing Austin to the corner is absolutely insane work." Another fan took things further directly, accusing WWE of favoritism towards Triple H, saying, "WWE back at it again with the big nose propaganda." Another fan, yep, another fan went after Triple H and called him out for having an ego, saying Triple Ego will do anything to be the center of attention. And another fan also questioned why the top star of that time wasn't centered in the image. And he said, "Why is Austin so far off like some fucking jabroni? Top star of the era, not even in the middle." My God, this guy, okay, yes, Vince McMahon's got an ego. Bischoff, Ted Turner, Heyman, all these people like had egos and shit like that. But I think Triple H has the worst ego of everybody in the business. Like he's involved with the posters, he's involved with the voiceovers, he's always involved, putting his name on the credits, where that has nothing to do with him. He should be backstage, being backstage. He should not be putting himself in the front line of attention like this. And as for this poster, was Triple H a big star during the Attitude Era? Absolutely he was. He was one of the 5 pillars. 5 pillars, in my opinion: Austin, Rock, Mick Foley, Mr. McMahon, and Triple H. In my opinion, those were the pillars. But the top 2 stars were The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Why is this jabroni put in the middle over Austin? I think it's just to stroke his ego. I think that's stupid. Let's see. Paladin, let's go with you on this one.
All right. So, might as well open up this can of whoop ass because I'm the biggest Stone Cold Steve Austin mark there is and ever will be. So, you mean to tell me that you wouldn't put the biggest pillar of the Attitude Era in the front? You wouldn't put the guy who had one of the greatest feuds ever in Austin McMahon, which was awesome TV. Like, I'm talking, I wanted to keep watching Stone Cold beat the shit out of Vince McMahon every week. I wanted to see him get humiliated. I wanted to see him get destroyed by Austin. I'm talking about the guy who did the Zamboni incident, tore a Titantron down, got Big Show to help him tear the Titantron down, the beer truck, or when he blew up the DX Express, when he did all this cool stuff and was bringing in record ratings, a huge merch seller, tickets selling out like hotcakes. And you mean to tell me that this big-nosed egomaniac has to put himself in the front. No, you need to be back of the line, brother. Back of the line. Because I'll tell you this much. All right? I put him behind. I put him behind because that's where you are. That's where you were for a lot of your career. And the only reason you got where you are today, let's face facts, is because you're a bag boy. You just carried around everybody's bags. You were a kiss ass. And that's how you got to the top. So whop whop on that. Now, in fairness, it took you DX to get you over. It took you DX to get you over. That's how bad you were. That's how hard it was. And yet, did you have a good career? Absolutely. I'm not going to deny that when you became the game, the Cerebral Assassin, it was good. You were good at that. I will never take that away from you. But this idea that you are the pillar, absolutely not. Austin is. Austin is. This is a cardinal sin. This is a cardinal sin. This is sacrilege to my all-time favorite. He's my number one. Always will be, because of every great moment he's had, the matches that he put in. Despite his short time with the neck, I can't thank him enough for it. I really can't. And the fact that he's been reduced to there is stupid. He should be with The Rock. Because Rock and Austin, they had great feud. Like, my God, the moments they created together. And also, yeah, and the fact that The Rock sold the stunner like a champ. I love that.
Yeah, that was some good shit here. Hey, Chris says The Rock and Stone Cold are the faces of the company at the time, while Triple H isn't. Exactly. Like I said, Triple H, was he one of the pillars? Damn right he was. But the top two were Rock and Austin. They were the Hogan and Savage during that time period, without a doubt. Dice Nick, let's go to you, man.
Stone Cold and Undertaker are
Dice Nick not here?
both. No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I got that stupid delay. Yeah, I have that stupid delay still. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure y'all can hear me. Stone Cold and Undertaker are hometown heroes on where I'm from. So I'm not particularly pleased about what happened there. I also will just say it is just a kind of a poster. It's, for me, it's not like the biggest deal in the world, but if we're not addressing the poster and addressing the bigger issue, which is Triple H's ego, then we have to address things like, how he buried Sting, because he had this weird like chip on his shoulder that literally nobody in the entire world ever thought, which was that for some reason he had to bury WCW. Like, it had to be Triple H burying WCW. Like nobody wanted that. Nobody asked for that. Nobody was even thinking about it. Triple H had to have been kept up every single night for 20 years thinking about that until the moment he finally buried Sting at WrestleMania.
Or Goldberg at SummerSlam in 03.
Yeah, exactly. So Triple H, yeah, like Triple H has been like, and I liked his career as a kid growing up, and certainly I do think he is important in the Attitude Era. He is not more important than The Rock, Vince McMahon, and Stone Cold. But the harsh reality is, and a lot of people address this, is the reason he's got power now is because he slept with the boss's daughter. I said the joke before of Shane McMahon jumping off of incredible things to try and impress his dad, and all Triple H had to do was jump onto Stephanie to get ahead. And Triple H, we talk about his booking now versus his booking in NXT. That's a conversation probably for another day, because there's a lot of nuance behind that. But the truth about Triple H compared to Vince McMahon, Eric Bischoff, Ted Turner, and all these other bookers is that Triple H is a wrestler, and he's a wrestler first. So he's going to carry the ego of a wrestler, and he's going to put himself over even when he's the top boss. This harkens back to Liv Morgan having more creative freedom, and whether or not it's ethical to have the wrestlers in full creative control. Well, guess what? Triple H is a wrestler with full creative control. He might not be wrestling, but now he's using the sandbox for other wrestlers. And so he's carrying that ego and that sort of similar mindset that he has about who he cares about, who he wants to care about. And obviously, when he has the moments to put himself over, he does that, as we see here with this poster. And, you know, there's a lot of examples of this over the years. In spite of how much I liked his career, in spite of how much I have fond memories of him in the ring and behind the mic, you know, there are moments like whenever Jeff Hardy beat him, he no-selled Jeff Hardy, you know, at like Armageddon 2009. Triple H has been doing this for a long time. And fundamentally, the problem is not so much his role as a booker, but his role as a wrestler, and that he has not left the mindset as a wrestler. He might have left his boots in the ring a couple of years ago, but he is still a wrestler at heart, and he's going to pull this stuff. It's just, that's the mindset he's been kind of conditioned to be in.
Well said, man. Well said. John, let's go to you, my friend.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate that he doesn't seem to have been able to let go of his egos, because I feel like that's sort of something that you have to do once you're given more power. You have to kind of like be able to put yourself in a different mindset. And I know Vince was like a character as well as the booker, as well as the boss and everything. That's a pretty rare personality. And Triple H, I would say his personality post his career is sort of like what he's turned the product into, which is sort of a more generic and just sort of like going with what he thinks people have earned versus like what's the most interesting storyline. And I feel like he just needs to put his ego aside, and because he could play into this. He could literally play into this, just be a villain like Mr. McMahon was, and just be like, you know what? Yeah, I slept with the boss's daughter, and that's where I got where I am. You're just jealous because you didn't sleep with her first, especially people that were in the same era as him and everything. He could absolutely cut promos to that effect.
Bring
And,
back
like,
the authority.
yeah, and just like make it a complete, you know, joke. And then, you know, they can have moments where they put him in his place, or they like embarrass him or whatever, or, you know, she beats the shit out of him or whatever they want to do. But like, he just seems to like sort of want to be kind of a side, but also keep his ego intact. And it's really like, it's really just it sort of makes for just a boring sort of story. There's no storyline with him. Whereas the old boss had storylines with him and played into his position. And I just don't see any of that with Triple H. He does promos like outside of the story with the, you know, the whole Saudi thing where he's like, oh, we built this arena with all the slaves and everything. And it's like, why are you willing to shoot that, but you can't do like a storyline where like maybe somebody calls you out for like how you built your arena?
Yo,
and
who
stuff,
just
and,
farted,
like,
bro? Paladin, did you just rip one, dude?
Wait, what?
Bro, I heard a fart, dude.
Paladin has an echoey kitchen.
I
It
just
would
heard-
pick up on his mic. I'm just saying.
You thought you were slick, bro. I heard it.
Jesus, Tommy. Tommy's trying to cover for himself, is what my.
I was
conspiracy theory
muted
is.
until now.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Anyways,
You were saying
that's about it, though. No, I was. Yeah, he
good
needs
take.
to
I like
play
it.
into it more.
Absolutely does. And there's potential, as me and Paladin and all of us discussed many times. Tommy, how about you, my friend, of this lovely poster ego-driven picture here?
This is one of my most viral reels.
Is that you, Tommy?
That is Sean, Josh Peck, not Sean Peck. My bad. Yeah, we made Triple. It's a fucking trend, dude. Like talking about where the wind goes. Right now, it's fuck Triple H. And if it wasn't a trend, I don't think it'd be as big as a deal as it is. But that's the reality we live in right now. Everybody's dogging on Hunter, and you know what? It is deserved though. And you know, this poster, like Isaac said, it's just a poster, so it's not like a huge deal, but it's a symbol. You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and putting Austin way in the back is pretty fucked up, considering what he's done for the business, what he's done for Vince McMahon. You know, saving him during the war with WCW. I think he deserves his own poster, quite frankly, just by himself.
Yeah.
And
I mean, last time I checked, Triple H didn't help them win the war. It was
Oh.
Austin.
Absolutely.
Well,
Austin,
it kind of
sure.
reminds me of that Star Trek poster that they did for their streaming service, where they didn't have Captain Kirk because they didn't like him at the time, and it's like, really, the OG, like the guy who is still alive and still the most popular guy, and you ostracize him from your product that could use his help right now, and it's like, yeah, why?
All the time, man. Before we go to the next one here, Chris says he should definitely be out of creative for good, along with his lackeys like Michael Hayes and the Walrus. Well, Brian James is out. That's a start. We got to get rid of those three. Throw in Bruce Pritchard. That's a start. But yeah, they definitely got to go. They really do. So now the next two, I think it's interesting due to the timing here. So the first one, TKO president Mark Shapiro says WWE Elimination Chamber viewership jumped on ESPN Unlimited. So WWE's move to ESPN Unlimited has been seamless, but TKO president Mark Shapiro says the numbers are already trending in the right direction. On Monday, speaking on the Morgan Stanley Technology, Media, and Telecom Conference, Shapiro addressed the WWE ESPN partnership and the impact of shifting premium live events to the ESPN Unlimited platform last September. Since the launch of WrestlePalooza and the debut of the ESPN Unlimited app, accessibility has been a major talking point. The service still has not been fully authenticated for subscribers of several major TV providers, meaning some fans must pay the $30 per month without cable authentication. And Shapiro didn't dodge that reality. So he said this, that is the 0.99 monthly cost without authenticating. That's hard to say. I believe it's somewhat prohibitive, especially in today's economy, and the struggles that certainly middle income and low income earners are having with affordability. Gee, you'll say. They have to get those deals done, and until they do, that will affect our audience. Moving to Peacock was a total success. We played the long game with WWE, and we're doing the same with ESPN. Shapiro then revealed that this past weekend's Elimination Chamber event drew a larger audience than September's WrestlePalooza, even though ESPN has not publicly released viewership numbers. Mark said, we saw a significant increase in audience for the first event, which was WrestlePalooza. They're already making strides. Are they where Netflix was and where Peacock was? Not yet. But I'm super encouraged by the numbers Nick Khan was sending me by the hour this past weekend. All right. We just heard what Mark Shapiro just said, right? Now, however, ESPN not happy with WWE's WrestleMania 42 watch party blackout. WWE has already made it clear they're not budging on that. They're not going to take off the 50-mile ban of the watch party. Ain't happening. Now Now a new report is suggesting the frustration is not just coming from local businesses. Now ESPN are getting pissed off at WWE. According to sports business journalist Blake Avagon, if that's how you say his last name, on March 3rd, ESPN is not a fan of TKO's restrictions on nearby venue broadcast. One source characterized the policy as a direct misstep. The reasoning? WrestleMania thrives on FOMO, and the blackout could be killing that effect instead of feeling it. And this is what the report said from Blake. Separately, TKO reported restriction on nearby venue watch party broadcast was characterized by one source as a self-inflicted deterrent. If I said that right. The source argued the policy under
Deterrent.
Thank
maybe?
you. Thank you. I have an age. It's been a long show. I'm trying. The source argued the policy undercuts the very FOMO effect live events thrive on. If price-sensitive fans opt to watch night one locally and the show delivered, the thinking goes organic buzz and fear of missing out could have driven incremental ticket sales for night two. Instead, limiting nearby broadcasts may suppress that spillover demand. That same person also pointed to the rising cost of WWE fandom and what they described as Mark Shapiro's growing disconnect from the everyday WWE consumer. End quote. Wow. So you got one hand, you got the TKO president saying ESPN's please. They get reports saying no, they're pissed off. They don't like the fact that they're doing the watch party bans. And Paladin has brought this up 2 weeks ago on his show. They can talk about, licensing fees. Okay, we can let you host this, but we want this amount of money. And that would make people watch ESPN. More people will be watching the app, which will increase the viewership.
Mhm.
So I don't blame ESPN being pissed off at this. I do feel like they're getting dicked as long as, restaurants and bars and local owners in the Vegas run. Tommy, let's go with you on this one first.
Yeah, the blackout's bullshit, man. We talked about it last week too. I'm not surprised that ESPN is calling them out for it. I think that relationship's coming to a near end. And it might just be the kick in the butt that they need to wake up and stop being greedy assholes. Because when you get too many corporate crowds, just like the recent Elimination Chamber in Chicago, that crowd was corporate as fuck. There was not hardcore fans. It was just people looking for something to do that weekend, people who could afford it. And the hardcore fans who can't afford it, they're not going to be the best crowd in the world. They're going to fucking fall asleep during the fucking big moments, and it's just going to make a worse production than it already is. Because sometimes you could have a stale show, but the crowd is all like on fire and they're carrying the show. And you're going to lose that. If you have all these people who sell insurance and people who are fucking, balling out and they're just fucking in the crowd and they don't really watch the product, there's a disconnect. And, with the economy and people struggling with money, you're going to turn them off and they're going to end up going to independent shows, something that they can actually afford. And then you're going to create more of a competition. And so in some ways, it's like maybe it needs to happen, because it'll give, JCW, for example, more eyes on them because they're turned off by WWE. I'll keep it short because I know this has been a long podcast.
All right, let's go with you, Dysek.
To me, it just sounds like a bunch of corporate gobbledygook. I don't really understand most of it. It was like, so ESPN, like TKO's boss says ESPN's happy. Then ESPN turns around and says, no, things are not looking so great for WrestleMania. So I can only assume that it's just corporate man lying and making it sound like everything in corporate is going great. All green arrows going to the sky here. And ESPN's like, nah, not happening like that. So I personally, I don't really have much of an opinion on that. Sorry to not be able to add much to the conversation.
Oh, that's okay. All good. Paladins, go to you.
Well, the blackouts were completely unnecessary. I mean, you should never bite the hand that feeds you. I mean, Gadman brought this up. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. They're the ones who buy your tickets. They're the ones that go to your shows. They're the ones that make you money at the end of the day. And yes, they could have done deals with local bars and restaurants saying, yeah, we'll let you, do your watch parties and whatever, and we'll take a small percentage of the profits, like 4% or whatever. They could have done that. But no, they had to be just greedy little motherfuckers and just, take. you know, not give, you know, that sort of way. But it's madness. It's utter madness that they can't do watch parties. You know, they're probably gonna, you know, have they stuck to the blackouts for Vegas come April?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
yeah.
They're
That's a
not
joke.
budging. They're not budging at all.
But that's a joke. I mean, like, not everyone can afford these tickets. I couldn't.
And the people who can aren't even into it.
There's only so many seats. Like, I'm sorry to say.
I mean, like, unless you're earning like a 6-figure salary, you know, you have a good job, and you decide to bring your kids or bring your family to see the show, fair enough. Okay, you can do that, but I can't, because ticket prices are like a flipping student loan.
House payment.
Yeah,
It's fucking ridiculous.
again, yeah. And if you're going to this show, you deserve to be bankrupt, and you're a part of the problem.
Absolutely.
Just, I'm taking from you, Catman. It's mine now.
John, let's go to you about this, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, this has come up in a number of venues and shows and stuff. The NBA has run into this where they're getting an increasingly cosmopolitan kind of audience who, as I believe it was Tommy who mentioned, like, they're not really interested. They're not really the most passionate fans. They're doing it. It's part of kind of the clout thing that I mentioned, that it's also just like, oh, I'm a rich dude who's just like, I want to be seen at this thing.
100%.
Yeah. And so it's just like, you know, do you really want that person, or do you want 100 of the passionate fans who maybe they're a little bit more up in the bleachers, but you offer a range of prices, make it affordable for them rather than making everything unaffordable. And even like down to like the Symphony here in Pittsburgh, it's like everything has increased like 50% in prices in the last couple of years. It's just like, you guys are pushing out like the regular audience. I would have gone to more shows. Or like whenever the WWE does come, you know, they were advertising around Pittsburgh, and I looked at the prices and I was like, that's ridiculous. I can't go to that. And it was like, sorry, I wish I could support it. It would be a fun experience, but not at that price. And at a certain point, you got to think long term. You want your long term popularity to remain consistent. Maybe you sacrificed a few guys mooching off of it at a bar or whatnot that are going that night. Fine. You know, you're worrying about pinching pennies in the moment versus maintaining your long-term popularity. You need to think long-term in that instance, because the minute that you start thinking short-term and just squeezing every little thing out of an existing but shrinking audience, then you start shrinking your audience further. Theaters have seen this over recent years, where the ticket prices kept going up and the box office kept staying nice and high, but then you eventually reach a tipping point where it's like, oh crap, people aren't willing to keep investing in this, and we're shrinking our audience, and that's never healthy.
Yes. Yeah, man. It's totally like the dudes who get bottle service at a club. They're just there to be seen, bro. You know, they're
not there because they want to be there.
They're not there to have a good time. They're there to fucking be seen.
It goes to everything. I always call them social media fans, where it's like, you know,
that's actually a good term. Yeah,
something gets more popular and they're just there to post on social media about it. They're not there to actually invest in it or get emotionally invested in it.
There's so many e-girls who are just into WWE just to fucking get that internet wrestling community to follow them. Like, oh, I went to Raw. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shut up, bitch.
Shut up, bitch.
Shut up, bitch. Exactly.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Oh, who said that? What?
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah. All right, we got 3 more here, then we're done. So now Elimination Chamber was this Saturday. It was last week Saturday. So Triple H responds to backlash over Danhausen's WWE Elimination Chamber debut.
Yeah.
After weeks of hype around a mysterious crate reveal during the PLE. WWE
Yay.
finally revealed it. Surprise. Danhausen emerging from a coffin inside the
Yay.
crate.
Whoa!
Yay.
It's Sting.
The live
Tony.
crowd reaction is Sting, as Tony Schiavone would say. The live crowd reaction was mixed, and social media quickly lit up with criticism, with many calling the reveal underwhelming under the dramatic build-up. During the post-show, Triple H was asked about the debut, and he had this to say: "Me not commenting on the crate and Danhausen. Michael Cole has got a nice bucket of teeth." He actually said that, by the way. "I think we're in for a fun time." So, question is, did WWE drop the ball on Danhausen's debut? Or is Triple H right that we're in for a fun time? All right. In my opinion, right off the bat, I find it funny Triple H did this post-show backstage because in the last 2 months, he's been booed out of the building every time he's been out there in front of the crowd. And I feel like if he went out there this time, Chicago would have booed him out of the building again. I'm not attacking Danhausen, the person. I don't know the guy. I just don't care for the character. It's not my cup of tea. But in my opinion, Triple H and the rest of those guys on his creative team already fucked him and dropped the ball on his debut. Many fans were expecting, Jericho. Then he came out, Jericho can't do it because his contract got frozen up. It had to be either Jericho or Vince McMahon or someone big in that way for it to at least have a chance for it to not get shit on. And I feel like the fans, they felt like, in my opinion, they were let down. That not everyone knows. And here's another problem with modern wrestling. They just assume with their niche audience, they watch everything. Not all niche people do. So there are probably a decent amount of people in that building didn't know who the fuck he was. And this is where fake nits need to come back. Okay, if they're going to bring this guy in, if they're going to bring him into the company, do fake nets, build him up, build his arrival up. If they did it that way, I don't think he would have got booed as bad because people will at least know who he was and he has some sort of a build-up. But no, they just assumed, oh, it'll be fine. They know who he is. But no, I feel like they fucked him already and he's dead. And before I turn to somebody here, keep in mind, they rather pay this man, but they're not going to pay Edge, Lashley, Cross, and Scarlett to be on the roster. But they're going to pay this guy. Let's be honest here. He's not going to main event WrestleMania. He's not going to sell tickets. He's not going to draw ratings. He's not going to bring more people watching the show. In my opinion, I just don't see the character. I don't get the appeal of it. Not at all. Dias, let's go to you on this one.
Yeah, I had a friend who I go to class with, college, and she asked me, she was like, what's the appeal of Danhausen? Because she watches the product too. And she was like, I didn't watch AEW before, so what's his deal? I basically said he's Demon Santino Marella. This isn't like hyping him up this much and putting him in the box for this reveal was not the right place or time. I like the idea of vignettes, like you said, bring back the vignettes. That would have been perfect for him. I think in context or out of context, considering how silly the box idea is, it works perfectly for his character, but it shouldn't have been this big, massive debut like they were billing it up to be. It should have been just revealed on Raw or SmackDown or something, or hell, even have him show up at the Royal Rumble would have gone over better than this, because it made it seem like it was a big deal, like it was a Jericho, or it was Vince McMahon, or if it was, something crazy. They were building it up to be something big, and it ends up being a stinking pile of shit. Because Danhausen, in my opinion, no disrespect to the guy, even though I don't really care for him that much, so I'm going to be harsh anyway. He's a shit wrestler. He's always been a shit wrestler. His entire gimmick is the gimmick. He's a goofball character. He's going to have a lot of fun with The Miz. He's going to have a lot of fun with R-Truth. He's going to be a goofball character, and I expect he's going to be released before his contract's over. He's not going to be around much longer. And if he is, good for him. That's great. But he's not a big draw. He's not a main event character. And I think the reason people were booing, aside from the fact that it was just a massive disappointment and a goofball debut, is that they probably would have expected more from him if he was going to wrestle or do something, do anything on his debut. But he literally just shows up. Like, it's just cameo. It's just, it's cameo porn. There was no build up. There was no, like, a lot of people in the WWE audience were like, who? Like, who the fuck is this guy? And so the dude they're going to build him up and they're going to make people like him. I think he's going to get over eventually, because if they can make R-Truth this silly character, they're going to make Danhausen the silly character. I just don't see why you would do that. I don't know why you would prioritize him over Edge and Karrion Kross and pay him money. Like, I put it in the private chat. Danhausen, we've seen Danhausen more times in the last couple months than we have seen Royce Keys.
That's true. We have. We've seen
And
what
they're
twice
both
now.
from AEW. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? So,
Right.
it's just, why Danhausen of all fucking people? Why?
I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't. Tommy, your thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, I had no idea who he was. I have never heard of him. And I started watching him just recently because he's he's the new shiny toy, so he's cool now. But I don't know, is he gonna be cool in 6 months? I doubt it. And he's not that cool either. Like, I'm just saying, like,
He's not. He's not.
It's Bielski. It's Bielski.
He's the fucking clown. He's a clown, man.
Tommy,
And
do you see that face paint? What do you mean he's not cool? He's like Spawn, the comic
No.
book character.
Don't
No.
even. Come
No,
on,
dude.
John. You're better than that.
Yeah, come on, don't sell out. Well, okay, John, we will go to you next then.
Yeah,
Your
go
thoughts
ahead.
on this?
Yeah, he looks like a Dracula Spawn. It seems to be a Mexican Dracula Spawn. That's what he's going for here.
He was like a gay Dracula.
I mean, literally what you proposed, if Vince McMahon had come out, that would have
I
been,
pop.
I feel like that would have breached like outside even the wrestling bubble. Like, everybody would have just heard about that.
I'm
Like,
back, Al. I'm back.
and then Triple H could have been like, "You sick son of a bitch, what are you doing here?" And then he just like clocks him. He's just like, "You can't book shit."
Yeah, I heard he's getting sued again.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, let's have to look into that for a topic.
There are a
Okay,
number of-
Paladin, ball's yours on this.
Oh, God Almighty! I mean, it's like, how can we defend this?
We
Again,
can't.
Jesus,
can't.
you cannot
I'll
defend
tell you.
this. I mean, like, who cares about Danhausen? Who in the right mind cares about this utter dork?
Meltzer
Like,
fans.
yeah.
Obviously, because I
Actually, no, that's not true. Not true. I
Yeah.
disagree. He's not
Anyway,
Japanese.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying here. So he has no appeal. Like, if Tony Khan has given up on you, if Tony Khan has just literally has no faith in you, then something is up. Because literally, that's what Tony Khan thought of Danhausen. He was a waste of time, space, and air. He was, just dead baggage, and he was just like, you know what, I'm relegating you here. Then when your contract is up, fuck off, go somewhere else, be WWE's headache. And now here he is in WWE.
Yeah.
Like, even I was like, so this has been the stupid surprise, a clown, this dumb motherfucker in makeup, who, like, seriously, I'd rather have Doink the Clown come out of that box. You know,
Ooh,
but
that would have been a cool callback.
there was no one cool. There was no one cool that you'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. They swerved us this entire time. Guys, it's something we could get excited, but no. They chose someone that we don't even know. Like, the crowd was like booing him. There was even a video of a fan just pissed off, and they were right to be pissed off because of the ticket price or whatever. But oh god, and like their crowd hated him. And it's like, oh yeah, he could probably sell merch or whatever. I don't know how he's gonna do, but and he's only appealing to toddlers who barely don't even know how to speak English yet. But apart from that, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's dead air. He's just like, you know what? We're just gonna do a ton of segments with you backstage, and then you can go back to catering because we're not letting you wrestle. Screw that shit.
Yeah.
Come on! All he does is come out.
Well,
and
speaking
does
of
the
catering,
curse, sorry, I'll just leave it here. All he does is comes out. He does his curse pose. You know, to someone like Dominic Mysterio. That's it. What can you use him storyline wise? What? Besides looking like a retard.
Has to be Sam Patreon. That's been Sam Russo's Patreon. That's so guy. That is so guy. Now, Danhausen on the same night, I wrote this down because he had an interesting comment on his Instagram Live. So Danhausen said, my previous company ghosted me for more than 1 year. I kept calling the office, but random people were picking up the phone and giving ridiculous answers. The last time he was seen on AEW was 2024 in September, I believe. So that's interesting that he's been, 15 months? Not like doing anything, just sitting at home.
Gee, I wonder why. The 24/7 champion of wrestlers.
Yeah, I mean, you doing the math there, Danhausen? Has it occurred to you yet? If you've been doing your math homework like a good little boy, and you figured out the answer as to why you're sitting at home doing jack shit?
It's
Maybe you
that
should
old
curse him,
adage,
Danhausen.
if everybody's a bitch, then maybe you're the bitch. Like, it's kind of like, why does everybody seem to hate me?
Why
We're
is
all
no
gonna
one
get
picking
cursed
up
for
the
this.
phone? Hello? Could someone please pick up the phone?
Yeah, or encouragement.
My mom is making me my Hot Pockets later.
Hello?
Come on.
My mommy says I'm good at wrestling. Shut up.
But my mom says
Yeah.
I'm cool.
My mom- No, this
I
guy
just-
should
I
be a
just- I
maid.
think
That's what he
that
should be.
scene-
He'd be a fucking
I just
maid.
think of that scene from The Simpsons where, you know, Mr. Burns is looking for an heir and he does the auditions. And Milhouse just comes out and goes, I can offer you nothing but my love. And he's like, I simply requested no geeks, but my mom says I'm cool. This is exactly who Danhausen is. We specifically requested no geeks in our federation.
Can you imagine this guy meeting Vince McMahon in the full getup in the office?
Oh,
Just
that-
laugh
actually-
at him.
That would be kind of cool.
I
though.
simply
I'd love to see
requested no
that.
dorks.
He's pointing
What's
right at
going on?
Isaac right now, I have to say. He's like, I'm calling you out.
It's like, oh, I'll curse you, buddy. Oh, I'm gay. I'm gonna curse you. Ooh.
Ooh, ooh, what do you think about that? Oh, maybe you could do me
Oh.
a favor and get that curse off of you.
Okay, we're going to the next. Okay, we're gonna go into the next topic. So this Jack Gus can get off our screen here. Okay, so Triple H in that same post-show conference. Thank you, Tommy. Calls the ending to Elimination Chamber a hell of a swerve. Triple H had this to say.
What a maneuver.
That shall be normal. Cody Rhodes right now finds himself on the outside looking in at WrestleMania, which is an unfamiliar place for him, and it's cold out there. He's going to be driven, but also Drew McIntyre is going to be driven, not to lose his spot. This is going to be interesting. I don't think anybody called Randy Orton coming out of that chamber, though. Randy can do anything. I think everybody thought it was going to be Cody Rhodes, so this is a hell of a swerve on the way to WrestleMania. What swerve? Okay,
Yeah.
I pitched. Okay, Paladin knows this. I pitched if they wanted to make Elimination Chamber a show that people talked about. Here are the three things they could have done. You could have swerved the audience and have Finn Balor beat CM Punk to win the belt. Then you can have a subplot like Rock and Mankind did in late 98 to 99. You could have done that with them. For the women's, you could have had Raquel Rodriguez win. Build a new star up. She's going to be the female Kevin Nash. Have her win the women's Elimination Chamber. For the men's, yes, Cody Rhodes. Everyone picked him because that was pretty predictable. Randy's not a bad choice. But in my opinion, Logan Paul should have been the guy to win the chamber and have him go at Drew. And I feel like you have more options with that, in my opinion. That's a swerve. You have more options for those three I mentioned. But overall, wait. Okay, so let me ask you all this: would you say Randy Orton was a swerve winning? Like, what are your thoughts on the Elimination Chamber event as a whole? And then start with you, John, if you've seen it.
I will abstain from this one. I apologize.
Okay, Dias, let's go to you.
I think just because something. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can word this right because we've been on the stream for so fucking long. My brain is not working.
We got one left and we're done. We got one left after this. I'm there with you, man.
But basically, like, CM Punk beating Finn was obvious. AJ beating Becky was obvious. It's like they picked the most safe, padded cell room choices where it was like we didn't risk anything. The only thing that seemed like it was kind of a swerve was having Randy Orton win the chamber. That was like the only swerve in the entire show. And the reason I say that is because everybody expected Cody because it was the most predictable thing. But the fact that we're talking about Randy Orton winning the chamber as a surprise in 2026 is kind of fucking weird and surreal because of, how we've seen Randy Orton for the past 20 years as sort of the safe option to go with. And it made for an interesting dynamic where it's like, okay, we kind of do want to see Cody versus Orton, or we kind of want to see Orton versus Drew. Personally, I'm going to be one of the weirdos who says this, but I want to see a 6-man ladder match for the WWE Championship. Orton, Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre, Fatu. I don't know, throw 2 other guys in there, Aleister Black or something, LA Knight. Do a ladder match at WrestleMania between six or 7 dudes and have them go for the title. Something unique, something different, since you have so many people doing that, Sami Zayn can be thrown in there. But other than that, like, the show wasn't really that swervy. Like, they didn't do anything that was like completely out of pocket, shock the world. I mean, you want to go back to last year's Elimination Chamber when Cena turned heel. I think everybody legitimately did not expect that to happen.
Well, if I watched it live, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't either. And so I think all of that is just talking points. I think them saying, "Oh, this year's Elimination Chamber was a swerve." No, it wasn't. That's just more. Everything's fine. Don't acknowledge what's happening in the background type shit from these shills and corporate entities that say everything's great. Because I mean, why would you lie? Why would you tell the truth about if something is terrible, right? Your job is kind of to fluff the truth and
Don't
lie.
yuck my yum, bro.
And so, yeah,
Bro, I'll show you how you do a swerve. Well, he can. Well, he's doing on JSDW for sure. All right, so Paladins, get your take on Noah's Man's so-called swerve attempt.
I mean, was it the swerve that he wanted it to be? No. I mean, come on. Was that a swerve? I mean, a real swerve would be if Logan Paul did win it. I would be in shock if Logan Paul was the guy. I'd be like, I was saying with Catman, what the hell just happened? Logan Paul won. Did you see that? Hello? But
No.
at the same time, I can kind of see why they chose Randy Orton. Because they are struggling to selling tickets. They need a name. They have no Cena. They need Randy. He's the next big thing. They need a Randy. They need a Drew. They need people like this to sell tickets. Who else they got?
Will it work, though? That'll be the question, though. I don't think, like I said, my opinion, the damage is done for WrestleMania.
That's Paladin.
So, Tommy, your thoughts on...
Go ahead, Joe.
good.
What are you going to say?
Yeah, so Paladin, what I say to like calling back to the past like that, it's sort of like whenever Marvel has like a Spider-Man No Way Home or a Deadpool and Wolverine, it's like you can only Ouroboros yourself so much. Eventually, you've got to cycle in something new that's also popular, because whenever you do the big callback like that, it's only going to work really one time for a pop, and then it's going to dissipate from there. So
Cameo porn.
yeah, exactly. And then like jangling keys is another word for it. Yeah, it's like you blow your load whenever you do that big, like, whoa, it's the thing from it's the big thing. And it's like, okay, now what next? That's not a sustainable model, I guess is the simplest way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
so
Tom.
congrats to Randy Orton. I didn't watch the women's elimination chamber. I couldn't tell you who won.
Rhea Ripley did.
Of course, she
Yay!
did.
Anyways,
Well, didn't Cody Rhodes win back the Universal Championship last night?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be for next show, because that's a topic for next show for sure. So yes, he did. So we'll save that for next week.
So I mean, I think they could be setting up Orton and Cody now for Mania, and that would be very interesting. Because I think Roman's going to challenge Punk, right? So that means Randy's going to face somebody at Mania. So it looks like it'll be Cody. And I mean, it's a positive in that way that it's two big guys, big name guys that are fighting. But yeah, it's kind of like this is all they had. I agree. Logan Paul would have been a great choice to win, despite how controversial he is, being a scam artist and all that. The dude can wrestle. The dude is money in that aspect. Like, I don't know how much his audience correlates with WWE fan base. I think they're two different worlds where, the social media audience and the internet wrestling community audience. So I don't know if he's really like going to sell any tickets, but now that, we've gotten accustomed to seeing him springboard off the ropes, do diving moves, he can be a main event. So, yeah.
Tommy, so remind me, because I can't get these Paul brothers straight. Was Logan the one that did the Suicide Forest?
Yes.
Okay. He should play into that if he wants to do a heel turn.
Yes,
and
he should.
Insult one of the Japanese wrestlers or something. Like,
You brought that up earlier.
I'm being
We're on the air.
Yeah, I'm like being completely serious here. Like, that would be an awesome heel turn for him.
Yeah, you've mentioned that too, man. He needs to double down.
And like any of his past controversies, because that's the thing, like, he does have an internet history. So like, just play into it, dude. Like, make it part of the story. Why not? That would make you a more interesting character. Like, your whole like internet bro personality should be your character.
Absolutely. Okay, now for the last one, Paladin, you're going to be the one that presented for this one.
The last one.
Yeah. So this
would
is
be the
the Cargill Rhea Ripley. Yeah.
All right, one sec. I got it saved in my history.
Hey, go ahead.
Here.
No. Just play
Oh
the
no,
backward here.
what site's history?
Oh, Pornhub, Shoebane, X Videos, X
Shut up,
Hamster.
you.
Yeah,
Look,
lesbian8.com.
Videos is a legit site now because X is a major social media platform.
But no, jokes aside there. So Rhea Ripley won the women's elimination chamber match. She picked Jade Cargill. That's her going to be her opponent. As Liv Morgan's going after Stephanie Fakir. So when that match was made, Jade made a comment on X about she'll do. Like, she's good enough. She'll do. And people don't know, is she in character because she's trying to be a heel, or was that a shoot and she sees Rhea as nothing? And this is where it started to get haywire. Was it a work? Was it a shoot? That's what I'm trying to see. Okay, so then they started to go back and forth at each other online, and Jade Cargill called out Rhea Ripley, and this kind of goes back to the Liv Morgan. And Jade said, let's be real here. And I may fuck up the word here, audience, so I'm just giving you the gist of it here. Cargill basically said, let's be real here, Rhea. You do talk to creative a lot. Hinty, she talks to the creative team a lot more than she does and other people do. Then after she said that, this is what Rhea posted on her Instagram. Not having fun, not friends, learn to work, and never lie to defame someone's real human character by breaking the fourth wall. Then after Rhea said this, Piper Niven and Chelsea Green started to come after Jade Cargill for saying that, like, was exposing the curtain. And it was just a back and forth and all that. And this is now dividing the people. Was it a work? Was it a shoot? They're unprofessional. They should be reprimanded. They should not have blown up on the internet. But at the same time, this is why I disagree with Rhea Ripley. You can't say never lied to defame someone's real human character by breaking the fourth wall when the fourth wall has been pulled down many times, especially by your own show on Netflix. So this is where I'm in the middle. On one hand, what fourth wall? There's no fourth wall anymore. We talked about that earlier in the show. Second of all, if this was a shoot, it was very unprofessional. I don't know how no one on the upper ups didn't end it early when it started, and they should have got them together and patched their things up. And they should have made this into a storyline. What they did on SmackDown, they're talking about, I got bigger hands than you. Paladin, take me on this one, please.
Okay, so I'm just kind of like reading through these like posts back and forth.
Comments are great.
Yeah, they're insane. They're insane. I think that okay, you could do a storyline with this. Forget, my opinion or whatever. Do a storyline with this. Do it. Make it money. God, I can see a storyline with this. I can see a storyline with this. I'm not gonna, say, oh, one was unprofessional, the other. Storyline. That's all I'm saying. Storyline. Make it happen.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to see. Make a storyline out of it. Even if they don't like working with each other, make it happen.
Yeah, make money. Like Jade Cargill can show up on, I guess, SmackDown. Or no, vice versa. Rhea Ripley would show up on SmackDown, like calling her by her shoot name, and they get into it on the mic, and it's got to get pulled apart. They can start with that. They really can. Let's see. Dizek, your thoughts on this drama here?
I think Jade and Rhea just want to fuck.
You think so? I think it's more Rhea and Io.
Do you think they want some?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If you saw the promo they had on SmackDown, they were talking about each other's bodies and shit.
Yeah, dude.
And the hands.
They just
want to
wanna
make
fuck.
a swirl cone, is what you're saying.
Oh, and you know what? I'd fucking watch it. I'd watch it. Screw it.
Yeah, Jade, go ahead.
They
Oh,
have all
Tommy,
this-
turn off your fucking camera.
What? I'm not doing nothing.
Yeah, hands up. Don't.
I'm not
fat
doing nothing.
motherfucker.
They're both like the two gym bros that are at the gym. One's more muscular than the other. Hey, bro, you got bigger muscles than me, bro. I'm about to outwork you, bro. No, bro, you're never gonna outwork me, bro. And then they start making out in the middle of the fucking gym. That's
What gym do you go to?
That's not hot anymore. I don't know why you would bring that up.
That's what Rhea and Jade are doing. That's exactly what they're fucking doing, though. They're
Mm.
posturing and doing all this shit, and they're about to fucking make out in the middle of the ring. I fucking know it. That's what they're about to do. And so
That was a distraction tactic.
Yeah.
Somebody coming and pin the other one,
that's what I think, man. Like, it's obviously, I do think that if it is a real shoot, then it's extremely unprofessional. And I think TKO and WWE don't want to get rid of Jade Cargill, even though sending her to the jungle that is NXT would be also kind of funny. But go up against Jada Parker. I want to see that. The Twitter battles to be had there. And so I agree with Paladin. Make a storyline out of it. I do think they're going to try to, or at least try to keep it cooled down and professional in order to build a storyline. But right now, aside from the drama, there's nothing in this feud that makes it watchable other than the drama. So use it.
Yeah.
You have something on a silver platter right there, you know. And I mean, shit. If you don't do something now, they're just gonna fuck in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. John, let's go to you.
All right. So that's the obvious angle. That would bring in the ratings, obviously. But,
Yes.
But if you want to keep it strictly to wrestling, Jade, I feel like, is a little bit of a boring champ. And so what I would do is, play into it in a storyline. And gosh, I'm thinking of who to bring in as like a third party to this, because I'm thinking of the women's, I think it was a women's title match recently where like living like Dirty Dom were like having dinner on the side of the ring recently. They were like eating like chicken nuggets or something. I forget what it was. Yeah, as the other two were fighting and shit. And it's like, you know, do something like that. You could even play into the race shit like Vince used to do, and just have like Jay just be like, you know what, you Australians, you think you're better than everybody else. Like, have him do like a drinking contest or something. Like
a Stewie, yeah.
Dude, there are a number of ways you could take this storyline, and I feel like they're not going to go with any of them. They're just going to go with kind of the generic you know, oh, I'm tougher than you.
With better wrestler bullshit and all that.
Yeah. It's like you could totally make it like more of a character thing.
It's like, here come the marks, here come the marks. You know,
and you could even have, and we brought her up earlier in the show with Tiffy, where it's like, you know, have Tiffany Stratton come in and just be like, hey, it's Tiffy time to wreck your whole career, Jade, and she just like takes her out so that Rhea can win the title or something. Like, bring her in as a third party and mess up with the whole title match and everything.
Perfect. To add on to that, John, she can shoot on Jade. You ain't got an opportunity, not on your ability, but by the people that you know. And she could take a shot at Rhea, saying you're only here because you're buddies with the boss.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Just something there.
Have Triple H play into it. Be like, you know, not like outright, but like have him like come in ringside, and then like Rhea gets like slightly distracted and ends up getting like blindsided as she like, you know, looks towards him or something. Like, you can play into this in a number of ways, and it's a little bit sad because I feel like they're not going to take advantage of any of them.
Well, no,
that's a shame too. That's a shame. Tommy?
Yeah, so Jade Cargill was telling Rhea Ripley, my body's built for combat and fighting, your body's built for show. And it was pretty lesbian gay. Here's the Instagram thread. So Jade Cargill says, "Ha, I just be talking, and which member of our social media team found that video for you? Because we know that they always have to find a way to keep you on top going into Mania." And then Rhea Ripley replied, "All you seem to do is talk, and that's literally it. Talk like the hours you spend talking to creative. You're funny, that's funny. Now we know you really do be talking out of your ass because everything you say is bullshit. Don't spread lies on my name, you dumb bee." So I think it's a work. I don't think they actually are like button heads. I think it's a work because obviously they're gonna. It makes you look forward to this match now because you know they're talking shit online. So yeah, I think it's just all good and fun and entertainment. You know, it's not as deep as the Roman Reigns CM Punk feud where they said, "Oh, I'm gonna bury you next to your dead dad." It's not that hard. It's not that dark. Allegations
next to your original boobs.
Shout out Curls on Twitch. Yeah, the allegations. You know, yeah, Triple H should play into it. I don't think they will, you know. But, you know, it'd be even great if Stephanie McMahon was like, you know, oh, we don't push LA Knight because I've been sleeping with LA Knight. You know?
Yeah.
Imagine if she came in and she kisses Jade, and Jade is like stunned and turns around and
it's like, hey, no, it's Matt. That wasn't an insult. It's a fact of life. Yeah.
Could have done this to guys.
Oh my god.
Well, guys, we finally did it. Holy shit. This was probably the longest gig I think I ever done. This was fun.
Yeah.
So, for everyone that's still here, hope you enjoyed it. This is probably the longest we've ever done. Well, hopefully, we'll
That's what
try
she
not
said.
to go. Anyway, we'll try not to go 5 hours next time. We'll try to keep it at a respectful length, but this was fun. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed the show. We might as well start doing plugs here. Who wants to go first?
Paladin, I know it's late for you. You go first, bro.
Yep, sure thing. So, Remy, you can tune into the Holy Soldiers podcast every Friday. Now, as for set times, usually depends on what kind of time I go for, because I usually have a long day on Fridays. It's just how it goes. But you can also follow me on X at RealPaladin1991. Follow me on Twitter and Kick. They're both the same name, the Paladin of the Light. And I hope to see you every Friday to do the podcast. And hopefully soon, very, very soon, I hope, we can get back to playing video games as well. God, I miss it so much. I really do. Because, oh my God, the amount of playthroughs I could have done, and I'm like, the amount of playthroughs and like the amount of stuff that I've had to put on the backboard because it's just, this apartment took out like 2 years of my life. So I'm slowly getting back on track. So that's where you can find me, and that's when you guys can hang out.
Cool. Dizig, where can they find you?
You can find me in your parents' bedroom, usually making weird noises, and yeah, that's usually the place that I'm at. Kids, don't open the door. I'm also on Twitter, X, whatever. I'm not particularly on there a lot, so you might not find me. I don't know. I'm Dizig_duh on Instagram, Dizig of the Dead on YouTube. Please subscribe. I got new music coming out, working on an album coming out, trying to get a song for this show as well, and production and going. Lots going on with me. Pleasure to be here as always. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, man, always. John.
I mean, yeah, basically, as far as Paladin talked about with games, you know, as my name would suggest, that's kind of my main focus. I just finished up Death Stranding 2. We're getting into Resident Evil Requiem.
Oh, yeah.
Which I put off for you
Don't-
fuckers, but you know.
Oh man.
Oh,
Not
won't.
old man. This was
No.
my choice,
Now
and I
don't- now
chose
don't
to be
worry.
with you fellas.
Now, don't worry. I'll just say this, John. You won't be disappointed, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. There's
yeah.
going to be
No,
some
I'm not.
Leon.
Like, I'm not. Like, it's a huge pity I never grew up with Resident Evil, but
Mm.
from what I've seen, it looks impressive. So I hope you have fun. I really
That's
do.
good. I'll scare the shit out of me. But and if I get any anxiety, I'll just pull Pedro Pascal and be like, Tifa, I have to anxiety touch. Oh no. Oh no. I have such
Oh,
anxiety. I
man.
have such anxiety. Oh, please,
That's
Tifa.
fucked.
Oh no! Just get Sean Lee on your screen. Oh, Sean Lee, I need those lovely legs. Triple bird kick me, please.
Poor
love it.
Pedro, whenever he's surrounded by hot women. Anyway.
Lordy.
But yeah, no, that's pretty much the and some Star Wars EU stuff. I have finished Jedi Eclipse. I will be putting out a review for that pretty soon. And so yeah, basically like gaming and some Star Wars stuff. Anyways.
Cool. Thanks, man. Brandon.
Okay. Yeah, guys, patreon.com/RussoTWC. Vince is doing a 50% off all March. Come on, check us out. I'm there once a month with the Frontline tier. Yeah, the Finneru and the Duke of the Wicked. You can find me on X at Catman580. Same with my YouTube channel, Catman580. Much love. And again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. This was a great show. Episode 17, we kicked ass. And we're looking forward to see y'all next time. And you also find me on Paladin's show. I'm also a frequent visitor too now, every Friday as well.
And Stephanie McMahon, as always, gets the last word.
Subscribe to our Schwips and Arm Drags.
That's my daughter. I am so proud of her. God damn it.
All right, good night, boys.
Night.
All right.